sometimes it gets a little too much. 5 years I've been with you. If you didn't love me all this year, something wrong with you, boy. You keep roaming the street, making all them little kids ignoring me. Your sorry tale and tell it to someone who cares. 5 years I rode with you, and if you didn't want me all this year, something wrong with you, boy. You keep running the street, making all them little kids ignoring me. Baby, you never know until we try this slow. I've been around the world, but you're the only one my heart, the only one my heart beats for. Don't let time fool you. It's now or never, it's now or never. You may never know until we try this slow. You see, in this world, not everything happens for a reason. The foolish words, letting you walk away from me. Almost missed my chance, trying to see what's on the other side. Now that I found you, love, I will never ever let you go. Baby, you never know until we try this slow. I've been around the world, but you're the only one my heart, the only one my heart beats for. Don't let them fool you.
Is going up first. I just want to read out so that you know what team you belong to. And then we're going to, after I call your team, we're going to pick a draw to know the chronology of when you are coming up. So that you don't say, well, I came up first. I mean, so you know. Okay, alright, group, well, team A or group A, VR Africa, Soga, check it, Greek D, check it, Greek D, Gas 360, Fuel Intelligence, and home fort. Again, I'm going to go Team A, via Africa, Soga, Check It, Greek D, Gas 360, Foil Intelligence, and home fort. Automatically, if you didn't hear your name, you know you're in Team B, right? Okay, but I will call Team B nonetheless, so that we have a clear sense of what team we belong to. All right, Team B, we have Rasset. Correct me, is it Rasset or Reset? Okay, Reset. We have Reset. We have Olokpa. We have Efochrist. We have S-Sync. We have Beat Drone. We have EIL and Enterprise Innovation Lab. We have Blue. I think there's one more team that is missing from this list. Sorry, please let me count it again. We have Reset, Efochrist, Olokpa, S-Sync, Beat Drone, EIL. I've called Olokpa already. Okay, so Olokpa was the first. Blue. I think there's one more team I've not called. Yes, because this is 7. Green Energy. Green Energy, don't worry. I've figured it out. Green Energy. Okay, so it's 7 Team A, 8 Team B. Alright, so if you're in Team A, please just write so that you can send one person. You just pick from Team A, Team A. Just come and pick the chronology from this sheet. Any Team A here? Team A, any Team A here? This is what happens this is why you have to keep repeating instructions. That's why when we agreed time, the idea was, if I had come in early, we would allow us to go and work. Now, it's 10 o'clock. Not everyone has sent in their pitch. We're just going to take the sequence as it comes, because it's becoming, we're not respecting time. All right. Since most of us who are here at Team B, I'll just call Team B. Just one person from any of the teams in Team B can come up and just pick here. Okay? All right, sir. Team B, yes. Okay. Just take and go to your seats. I would ask for the sequence. Any other Team B who is not picked? Okay. Team A. Team A, come and pick from this Team A. Go picture. F for Chris. What's your number? B6. Huh? B5. Okay. EIL. Who else is there? Uh, have you picked? Please come and pick your. What's your number? B. Come on, check it, guys. We said 9 o'clock. You were in the restaurant. You're embarrassing us at this rate. You are. Because I came to personally call you. We have the GM of the board. They are here, and then we're looking like we don't know what we're doing. A5. They don't have all of them. They're supposed to be 8. There's supposed to be 8, so we have 2 that are missing. So on the split, you missed out one name. The green energy guys.
I wasn't sure where to put them, whether to put them in
They
other
will
tracks.
go here.
But they will be in this. Yeah, exactly.
So there are 8 in total. So 2 of them are missing here. This is the place where there's people are not showing.
So
Yeah, I have blue already.
so let's
Check it. Please, can you come and pick your number? Oh, sorry. Lead drone. Lead drone should pick from. Sorry, guys. You just came in. You didn't know the instructions, so you don't even know where you're picking from. Yeah, but you don't know where you're picking from. That's the point of that's what happens when you don't come early. You pick from the lead drone. This is what. Where did you pick it from? Alright. Yeah. No, it's not the only one. Green ID. Green ID. What did you pick? Fuel intelligence. A. Via Africa. What did you pick? Anyone in who hasn't picked a number yet? Okay, got you. All right. By show of hands, can you confirm if you have sent in your deck? Because it's past 10. No, just one person from your team so that it's not confusing. Okay. 1, 2. Have you sent in your deck? Have you sent in your deck? 3. Have you sent in your deck? 4. Full intelligence. Okay. Have you sent in your deck? Yeah, I've seen your deck. Read drone. Have you sent in your deck? Okay. Sent your deck, sent your deck, sent your deck. Olokpa, have you sent in your deck? Okay, all right, go ahead. What do you, okay. Wouldn't it have been easier to walk there? Okay. All right, for those who missed the instructions, I'm going to give the instructions again. The first half of this program before lunch is a few speeches, a keynote presentation to be followed by a panel. Then we'll go for lunch. After lunch, we'll come back for the judging sessions. We've been split into two teams, Team A and Team B. So that's why you have the A in front of the numbers you've picked. Team A goes first before Team B. During the pitching sessions, when Team A is pitching, then Team B would be inside. And when Team B is pitching, then Team A would be inside. You've also picked a sequence of how you pitch. So the number, if you pick number 7, means you'll be the 7th to pitch on Team A. Is that clear? Just also set the ground rules. If you sent in, your presentations will be queued. You will be given a clicker. You'll be given a one house. I don't want to then be told to provide instructions again. You'll be given a clicker, and the timer will just be right in front of you. So what would happen is that when we go for lunch, the judges will be set up just in front of you. The timer will be in front of you. You have 5 minutes, followed by 5 of questions from the judges. It may extend into 7 depending on the depth of the questions by the judges. Any questions? Oh, okay. All right. No problem. I think we should just hold a few. Yeah? That's why I asked. We can't play the videos in between. It's either before or after. Now, a note of warning. If you exceed your 5 minutes before the video comes up, you're going to be cut off. Just a minute. If your video comes on, the length of your video, if you have 3 minutes, if your video is 3 minutes, for instance, you would have 2 minutes for your presentation then. So both your video and your presentation is what you have for 5 minutes. Is that clear? So when you are sending the email, give the specific instruction. I want my video played, or I want my video played last. Clear enough? It's a bit complicated. Don't make it complicated for us. Just make it very seamless. End your presentation. I will believe you've done dry runs so that you keep your presentation within 4 minutes. If you run into 5 minutes and your video has not come up, your video is not going to come up again. Is that clear? So we are going to just give you the time left from your presentation if your video is coming after. If your video is coming before, it will be the time left from your video that you would have for your presentation. All right. Oh yeah, thank you. That's true. I was going to familiarize us with the. This is the clicker. Don't worry, I'll pass it around. I'll pass it around so that this is the clicker so that it works seamlessly. There's no problem. So right, left, forward, back. Yeah. Okay. All right. If you've not sent in your deck, you have just about 3 minutes grace. We said 10 o'clock. There just seems to be a disrespect for a sense of time. We said 10 o'clock. It's past 10, and we have teams who have not sent in their deck. All right. So, I don't know, since there are no other questions, we are waiting for 3 teams to join us, even at almost 10:30. That's interesting. Bay Africa, yeah, A7, right?
as the river, as the river. I keep on going on. Where do you go when you by yourself? Who comes along when you cry for help? I know I can't change the past, but as the river keeps flowing, I'll keep on moving on. Where do you go when you by yourself? Who comes along when you cry for help? I know I can't change the past, but as the river keeps flowing, I'll keep on moving on. I'll keep on moving Era ilẹ̀ wọ̀nyí bàbá lókè. Yọ̀rìn yókùn wọ̀nyí bàbá lókè. Ẹranko ilé, ẹranko igbó wọ̀nyí bàbá lókè. Àwọn aláìní, àwọn tó ti ní wọ̀nyí bàbá lókè. Kò ṣẹ́gbà tí kò bá ṣèyàn kó tó mọ̀ pé bàbá ń bẹ lókè. Kò ṣẹ́gbà tí kò bá ṣèyàn kó tó mọ̀ pé lóòótọ́ ń bẹ lókè. You don't have to wait till you feel the pain. You can start right now. It's not too late. It's not too late to be grateful. You don't have to wait till you feel the pain. You can start right now. It's not too late. It's not too late to be grateful. Oh, me, be more simple than you, Baba. You fill your mouth with words and words. You twist them well. Oh yes, I heard. You sit and tie, don't cover your light. I see you come, you try. You know me, you say we get the same society. You know me, you say we get the same philosophy. Get in my face, you step in my shoes. Win not today, tomorrow you lose. Stop your talk, so let me go through. Come on for my face, make I see road to pass. What do you drink? Ever we breathe. Sky above, ocean beneath. The oil you steal, the fire you burn, the lives you take will never return. You know me, they say we get the same society. Oh, you know me, they say we get the same philosophy. Get on my face, you step in my shoes. Win not today, tomorrow you lose. Stop for your talks and let me go through. Come on for my face, make I see road to pass. You talk, come on for my face, make I see road to pass. You know me, they say we get the same society. Oh, you know me, they say we get the same philosophy. Oh, you know me, they say we get the same mentality. Step in my shoes. Win not today, tomorrow you lose. Stop for your talks and let me go through. Come on for my face, make I see road to pass. Can you do this for me? Whisper a prayer. Something's happening, I'm so scared. What I waited so long for is finally here. Why does it feel so? No more your freaking bullshit, no more your talking lies, no more you putting me down, deceptive blue eyes. Wake up and smell the coffee, wake up and take a pill. You think I wouldn't go on without you, you really think I'll fail. You really are a fool, you sentimental fool, and I kinda feel sorry for you. What's going around, you're talking me down, but I found out that so it was you, so it was you. You picked up the knife and you cut me in two. You stabbed me in the back and then twisted it in. Oh, 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 you left me for dead again. No more you playing with Jesus, where you took a lane. I thought that you know, but you're damn insane. I try to keep you grounded, cause it's no good for my health, but you really can't save a man. This how much I can say before I turn to all times with you. Cause what's good around, you're talking me down, but I found out. So it was you, so it was you. You picked up the knife and then you cut me in two. You stabbed me in the back and then you twisted it in. Oh, 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 you left me for dead again. So it was you, you picked up the knife and then you cut me in two. You stabbed me in the back and then you twisted it in. Oh, oh, you left dedicate you. So it was you. You picked up the knife and then you cut me in two. You stabbed in the back and then you twisted it in. Oh, you left me for dead again. Left me for dead again. Taxis waiting down on the street, so hurry up, I have to go. Looking round, you see all the people making faces very cold. Carry me away, far from the suburbs that never breaks. Hey, hey, hey. Going home, where this road goes I already know. Where everybody cares for one another, and they take you as their sister. Ayo, 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 ayo. Where the children run around, there's laughing in the crowd. I hope it still remains the same. Ayo, 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 ayo. And there's something in the song that makes you feel at home, and that's what's calling out my name. Ayo, ayo. All up and ready for takeoff, so I could fly away. Houses there, the small of the world. On a sunny day, dreaming of me on stage. 5 years of age and I'm not afraid. Hey, going home, where this road goes I already know. Where everybody cares for one another, and they take you as their brother. Ayo, 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 ayo. Where the children run around, there's laughing in the crowd. I hope it still remains the same. Ayo, 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 ayo. Where there's something in the song that I feel at home, and that's what's calling out my name. Ayo, ayo. Oh, would you take me and embrace me as your own? been sleeping on a bed of stone by a window where no light goes. She wakes to the roar of the traffic rumbling outside. Then she remembers a dream and smiles. Yeah, she smiles. On her dress she irons the folds, same way Mama told her brothers and sisters all the way home. Proud of the way she fights hardship alone. Some hop at the let go, some hop at the don't know. Which way will the wind blow? What will tomorrow bring? What will tomorrow bring? On her feet from dawn to night, working jobs others don't like. Sometimes she wonders if they know that she's there. The way that they talk to her, look through a stare. Almost all the money she earns, she saves for the day she returns. She goes through leftovers when the market is closed. That paper she knows the police will send her back home. Some hop at the let go, some hop at the don't know. Which way will the wind blow? What will tomorrow bring? What will tomorrow bring? What side of the road will you land on? What end of the car were you passed on? Nobody knows, there's no right way. Nobody knows, there's no wrong way. Some hop at the let go, some hop at the don't know. Which way will the wind blow? What will tomorrow bring? What will tomorrow bring? I had to run away and hide. Something happened in the middle of the night. I came inside without a sound. Suddenly my life was turned upside down. All that I could feel was pain, and strangers came and took my soul away. Like a deadly hurricane, I know my life will never be the same. Where do you go when you're by yourself? Who comes along when you cry for help? I know I can't change the past, morning, everyone. We'll be starting very shortly. Please let's all take our seats and put our phones on silent mode. If we do need to take our calls, we can excuse ourselves from the room and take those calls, but believe you me, okay. Someone's ringtone has gone off. Please let's put our phones on silent because it can be very distracting for our judges, our speakers. We'll be starting very shortly. Now is a good time to finish up our phone call. If we do need to have that important phone call, we can excuse ourselves from the room to take the phone call. We apologize for starting a few minutes late, but we'll do our possible best to keep to time because we know that you have made out time for some of you for the past 3 days, and we want to really give you value for your time. So I'll just wait a few more seconds till the room is absolutely quiet and we can start. Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Ama Ikiru, General Manager, Capacity Building Division, Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, to be referred to as the board henceforth. Engineer Bayomi Bamidele, STAES, General Manager, Strategy and Transformation Projects, the board. Dr. Gina Ojina, General Manager, Corporate Communications and Zonal Coordination. Engineer Paul Zuhubem, General Manager, Project Certifications and Authorization, the board. Mr. Obina Ofili, General Manager, Nigerian Content and Development Fund and Treasury Management. Mr. Abdul Malik Halil, General Manager, Corporate Services and Logistics, the board. From the NOGTECH team, Mr. Ejiro Dotier, Manager, Institutional Relations and Entrepreneurship Development, IRED, the board. General Managers, Nigerian Content Development of the oil and gas companies and service providers joining us online. Our judges, our speakers, members of the press, and our online audience, a good morning to you. My name is Isabella Akinsheye, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the grand finale of the Nigeria Oil and Gas Technology Hackathon, where 5 teams will be going home with $10,000. I believe that's a good place to put your hands together. $10,000. Have you seen the price of dollar? So can you do a better warm round of applause? Now, this initiative is part of the capacity building interventions of the Nigerian Content Development and Managing Board. And we want you to be a part of this conversation. You can do that online. I see a lot of us are with our phones. I believe we've put them on silent. But now is also a good time to follow the official handles. On Twitter, we have NOGTECH Hackathon, and that's the same handle on Instagram. While on Facebook, it's NOGTECH. And when you're posting your videos, you're posting your pictures, please use hashtag NOGTECHImpacts. What's the hashtag? Okay, so you've been following along. So NOGTECH Hackathon on Twitter and Instagram, and NOGTECH on Facebook. To bring us up to speed and share the journey so far, please put your hands together for Dr. Ama Ikiru, General Manager, Capacity Building Board. He'll be giving the opening remarks and bringing us up to speed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning all. You guys don't look like you're very happy, so let me see. I want to see a smile inside your mask, so I want to see all the smiling faces. Okay, so it gives me great pleasure to be with you once more, especially today that is the grand finale, to kick this started. In terms of protocol, we have the general managers of Nigerian content in the operating companies online. I mean, they will be joining through Zoom if they are not already there, so they will hear exactly all you are doing, because the services that you'll eventually be rendering with the outcome of this process will support the oil and gas industry. So if you don't mind, can you give them a round of applause, even if you are not seeing them by faith? The Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board was here yesterday, and he did promise us that he will be with us later today to formally close out this event. So he will join us. Let me also recognize my colleagues from the board. Yeah, they've been introduced. Just a little correction. Mr. Abdul Malik Halilu is the General Manager for Research and Development, not the services any longer. So if you don't mind, and also give him a round of applause. I know you'll be wondering why the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board is interested in and sponsored the hackathon. A number of people have been asking me why the hackathon. So I'll share a little story with you. I had just finished my discussion with another group, that was to champion science and technology challenge across Nigerian universities. And I got that sanctioned, and I was getting ready to get started when Dami and Francisca, clap for them please, walked into my office and said they wanted to see me. I said, why? They said they wanted to present a proposal to me. I said, okay, if it's a proposal, I'll present, because I want to hear proposals. And we gave them the time. They made their pitch. And I was interested. So I took them to my boss, and they presented, and it made sense. And we said, we are going to do this. And we asked them to do it. And they have done it. So please clap for them. You won't realize the import of what they have done until you remember what my good friend said when he said that you cannot earn a reputation by having the best plan. Yeah? It's Henry Ford said you cannot build your reputation on a plan. You have to match a good plan with good execution. And what I've seen up to this point, the past 2 days that we've been here, is a story of good execution. So I also wanted to give a good round of applause to Leonard Support Nigeria for getting this done well. We could not have done anything without the innovators, the participants, the competitors. Yesterday I was looking for a name to call them. Do I call you guys digital hackers? Oh, hacking is a bad thing, is it, in Nigeria? Or we'll call you digital entrepreneurs, okay? So whatever it is, you made this possible. So give yourselves a good round of applause. You won't know the important position that you occupy until you begin to look at you and think about your colleagues. Yeah? Whereas people like me who work for the board are down there on the ladder, you guys are ranking and competing with people like Jeff Bezos, you know him? 189 billion. Yeah? Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, 111 billion. And of course, Bill Gates, 113 billion. Let me see the hands of people that will grow into the billionaire class here as a result of what we are doing. Let me see. That's exactly what I'm saying. So you guys are so important to Nigeria and to the future of Nigeria. So congratulations, because you've come this far. We started this initiative on the 15th of May, when the Executive Secretary held the initial webinar to tell the world that the board wanted to do this. And from the 15th of May To the 15th of June, we prepared. Then we opened up the portal and called you to submit your initiatives. We gave you a window up to the 24th of July to submit your initiatives, and we received well over 630 initiatives. I think we did well. From the 630 teams that applied, we started doing quality checks, started doing elimination of some initiatives, not because they're not good initiatives, but based on set criteria. We reduced that to 650 in the first round, then to 15. So 15 teams are here today, top 15. At the end of what we'll be doing today, only 5 teams will go with us to Yenegua. Let me see the hands of people that are willing to come to Yenegua, the 5 teams that will come to Yenegua. So thank you and congratulations. I will say that at the end of business day today. So for the board, our job is well cut out for us. We have the Nigerian Oil Industry Content Development Act 2010. And that act, if you see the schedule, is very clear about the level of Nigerian content that we have to achieve, which means we need inventors, we need producers, we need manufacturers to develop the materials, to develop the softwares and things that we'll use to achieve that high level of Nigerian content. Beyond what we are doing in the oil and gas industry, we also have the wider economy out there. Very recently, we had an engagement with the National Assembly, and it became clear that we are the torchbearers for the economy. If we succeed in what we are doing with the NCDMB, the greater economy will learn from us and will also become successful. So I'm looking forward to good supporters like yourselves to lead in the forefront in the area of technology development, in the area of product development, such that together we can succeed in the oil and gas industry and extend that success to the wider Nigerian economy. I trust you can do it, and we are here to support you, and together we will win. So let's get it started. Yeah. The other day, someone asked us a question about the future of the oil and gas industry, and I think I was right in telling you that that industry is not going away. I'm very sure for the next 3, 4, 5 decades, so the initiatives you are developing today will be useful even beyond your time. So don't worry about it. Do it right. Give it your best, and together we will succeed. I think with that said, I want to welcome you to the grand finale of the 2020 Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Hackathon. I believe it will be the best event we'll ever have this year, if you consider all the challenges we've had with COVID. We have opened this up for many more people to come in, but we constrained it because of COVID. So let's get this one right. I'm sure next year I'll see well over 10,000 entries, and probably will expand it to have more than 5 winners. But whatever it is, all of you are winners, and so I welcome all of you to the 2020 grand finale. Thank you so very much, and all welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amaikiro. A better warm round of applause for him. I love the ginger that he gave. He was saying that in this room we have people competing with Jeff Bezos. So who knows, the richest person in the world can just come from Nigeria. That is the power of technology. We'll have our first speaker who's already here. If you're just joining us, please let's put our phones on silent. I know some people came into the room. If we do have phone calls to take, let's excuse ourselves. Let's be mindful that this session is being recorded, is also being streamed, and we want you to engage with us via our social media platforms. I'll say them again. So it's NOGTECH Hackathon on Instagram and Twitter, and then NOGTECH on Facebook. And it's hashtag what? Hashtag what? Because NOGTECH aims to impact the world, to create solutions leveraging on the power of technology. So please put hands together for the founder and general partner, Future Africa, Inyolua Aboyeji. A warm round of applause for him.
Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me? Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here. It is a pleasure. When Francisca reached out to me to be part of the event, I was pleasantly surprised to see innovation being encouraged in the oil and gas industry. It's certainly an industry I feel we should have been innovating in a lot earlier. So it's glad they've caught the bug, and I'm super excited to learn more about what comes out of the hackathon and to see whether there might be interesting innovations to back. Let me introduce myself. My name is Inyolua Aboyeji. I'm the general partner of the Fund for Africa's Future. We're a platform for connecting innovators and I hope we don't have coronavirus here, and if we do, it's okay. It's an okay sacrifice. We're a platform for connecting innovators and investors that are building the future of Africa by turning our biggest challenges into global business opportunities. I was asked to speak about my own journey as a tech entrepreneur, and I guess I might as well do it by way of the introduction. I started dabbling into tech in not very long ago, actually. Started in 2011 was entrepreneur. To have is a Salesforce administrator. and he's willing to pay $150,000 for a Salesforce administrator. And I was like, I mean, 150,000 is a lot of money. How can one get involved in that kind of work? And basically, that was how Andela was born. I don't know how many of you know Andela, but basically over the next 5-6 years, we managed to build perhaps one of the most valuable startups out of the continent. Started very small, which is one thing I also tell startups that are looking to build lasting businesses. It's never a big bang starts. It's very, very small. We started not very far away from here, actually. I used to look at this place admiringly from across the street. We had an amazing woman, Mrs. Adeoye, who gave us her BQ somewhere on Cameron. And so we would get up very early in the morning. We're living in Bariga at the time. Get up very early in the morning, get on the bus, on the downfall, come take a bike, take the keke, whatever we had to do, get here by 7 a.m. and teach people to program. We started with a class of 15 people, and that whittled down to 5. And then it was those 5 we now trained. And after we trained them, we looked for work on Elance and Odesk. We would bid for the jobs, take the jobs, give them to our people to do, and do it again and again and again. And it started to grow. People started to see, oh, I could actually learn this skill and make money doing that. And then, Jeremy, who was my partner, had kind of seen our progress, decided to come on board full-time, which was a huge booster for us, because he had actually taken a company public, and he basically helped us raise capital, became the CEO, and we ended up building a fantastic business. The lesson there really is, one of the things I keep trying to impress upon young people is, in our parts, I'm a worry boy. That's where I grew up. They say, now from clap, dance the stats, right? There's a lot of people who despise small beginnings. We started with 4 people. From 4 people, we went to 22. From 22, it took us a long time to get to 22. We started in March, we got to 22 in October. From 22, we now started to grow very fast. Today, there are about 2,000 engineers, probably even more, because of the new model we've adopted across Africa that are on the Andela platform, building engineering projects for over 200 companies around the world. Last year, the company did $50 million in revenue. So again, the small stats, gradual growth, being able to stick to it really, really, really helps. In 2016, and I guess this is where you start to think about succession. 2016, the company had grown. Mark Zuckerberg came to Nigeria and he had invested in the business. It was a perfect time for one to sit on their laurels and to retire, or as we call it in our business, you rest and vest. But there were other problems to solve. And so in 2016, I partnered up with a former client of Andela's who was building a payment solution. And we started to build Flutterwave. Again, very, very small. We were in Providence Street, Venia Hub, very tiny office. The office might not even be larger than half the stage. We were 4 people. And we started to work with banks, helping them help their small businesses accept payments online. And from there, we grew and grew and grew again. And I think most people know it because of Big Brother. So, but essentially, that company is also another very large company, has been invested in by MasterCard and Visa, and is helping thousands of businesses accept payments globally. Again, starting small. figuring things out, growing steadily over the years. I left the business, and this is the important lesson: succession. There is no success, I guess they say, without a successor. Left the business, I was CEO, left the business in 2018 because I wanted to take time off with my family. And when I left in 2018, I went abroad. And I thought, actually, I basically thought, look, I'm done with business. I want to just take time off for my family and do philanthropy and other things that I like to do. But there were other problems to solve. And so in October of 2019 again, starting small, which is what we're doing now. We're a very tiny company. I think we're about 4 people full-time and then maybe another 4 people that are part-time for now. And what do? We identify companies that have innovations that are solving very difficult problems. We have a platform where we analyze the businesses, put a bit of time into supporting the businesses in building out financial models, and then we have a community of 80 investors who pay us $1,000 a year, and we send our reports to those investors, and they can choose to invest from $5,000 up in each of these businesses. And it was my peers in this particular business I'm in, their approach to the same business would have been go spend a year or 2 years, go and raise money from big high net worth and billionaires, and then give the money to startups. But I didn't think that was my way, right? My way was start small as usual, start with 80 people who pay us for a service, which is identifying great startups for them to invest in, and then again, grow and grow and grow. And it's growing. We had 400 people on our waiting list. We're going to add maybe 100 of them, again, maybe October 1st, and then grow like that. So in a couple years, the goal is basically you have 1,000 people or even 10,000 people paying you $1,000 a year for you to pick out great startups for them to invest in. Again, starting small and growing and growing. Now, why am I saying all of this? I think the topic I was asked to speak on was growing is sustainable, staying long term in the business. And for me, my own experience has just been there are 3 things that really matter when you want to be in a business that will grow long term. The number 1 thing, right, is being very clear about the mission. What is it that you're really, really trying to do? And not being distracted. There are many things that any one company can do. There are many things that talented people like all of you in this room can do. But being very obsessive about what is it that you're here for? What is it that you're here to do? What is it that your solution and the people who should experience your solution must get out of it is very critical. And with all our companies, or the companies I've been part of, even today, we take a lot of time to understand our mission. In Andela, our mission was very simple. How do you build a new generation of technology leaders, right, that will build an African future? And we spent a lot of time. We trained about 100,000 people in software. We employed about 3,000 or thereabouts people. And basically, by being very focused on that mission, we were able to steer ourselves away from distractions, but also able to adapt when the moment required it. With Florida Wave, we had a mission of how do we connect businesses to the global economy. Lots of businesses, they want to, build software, and they don't want it to be troubling for them to be able to collect their money. So how do we make it possible for those businesses to exist? How do we become a platform
for these businesses to exist. And that was the work that we did at Flutterwave. And here we are a few years later. The company is doing extremely well, raised capital, cash flow profitable. So, and even now, we're guided by a mission. You know, how do we connect innovators and investors that are building an African future, and turning our biggest challenges into opportunities. And again, very focused on our path. So, you know, as you think about your businesses, I think it's very important for you to understand that there's no automatic break. There's no big contracts. You know, this is not oil and gas. It's tech, oil and gas, but it's not oil and gas business. You know, you have to start small. You have to be willing to build one customer, two, and then as you get a hang of things, you can start to grow quickly. The second thing is to think very carefully about your team. I've had the honor and privilege of working with some of the best people in the industries that I picked, and today even still working with those people, right? At Andela, you know, I worked with an entrepreneur who had taken an education company public, worked with a Harvard PhD dropout in education, worked with some of the best engineers, you know, quite frankly, on the continent and in the world in some cases. And because of that team, we're able to build to the extent that we did. Now, obviously, that team also deeply believed in our mission, and so that made it easy for them to make certain kinds of sacrifices. You know, it's not just about pay. I remember when I was living in the same apartments. So you can just imagine, I think for the first year of the business, we were living together every morning, evening, night, breathing this thing. You know, making the trip from Bariga to Ikoyi when our office was here. You know, it was a real commitment. So finding a team of people that are committed to your mission is extremely important for building a business. At Flutterwave, even finding a team of people who are so good that they can succeed you, right? In my case, I had a co-founder who had the experience, you know, when I decided I wanted to take more time for my family, and I didn't want to spend more of my time, you know, in the business. It was very, very easy for me to hand off to my co-founder. So many of us sometimes, you know, Nigerian entrepreneurs don't really like to have people in the business that are peers or that can succeed them. They want to be the star. But, you know, I'm just here to tell you today that that's not necessarily the best approach. You know, it's best for you to have a team of equals that's, you know, you can hand over to somebody when you're tired, because it's a marathon, right? And then finally, right, it's important for you to also empower others, right? Build an ecosystem that empowers others. Some of the things I'm proudest of about the businesses that we built is that those businesses, not only did they produce talent that still remains dominant across the technology ecosystem today, but those businesses literally changed a lot of people's lives, right? So with an Andela, you know, we're taking people who were maybe earning $100 a month, and at the end of the program, they're earning over $100,000 because of the experience that they've garnered. Many of them have left the country, found careers in other parts of the world. Same thing with Flutterwave, right? The businesses, some of the businesses that we were able to impact, right, grew as a result of their ability to access our platform or build technology or tools on the back of our platform. Some of the platforms that we power, like Uber, are enabling people to have more independence at work. So as you build, think carefully about your impact. What will people benefit from the existence of your company, right? If you're in oil and gas technology, there's so many opportunities, even despite the downturn in the industry, to make oil and gas more transparent, more efficient, deliver better return to the country. And if some of your solutions are able to provide that impact so that a barrel of oil is going to build schools and is going further than it normally should, then that's a beautiful thing. Or, you know, people have access to the industry or better power. You know, these are important impacts that the technology that you're building can have. So yeah, that's basically my own story. I'm super excited for what you guys are building. I'm going to be taking a look, talk to Francisca about sending me some of the decks, because you know, it'll be nice to see what folks are building. I'm always excited to identify great innovators and find ways to support them, because the future of our country and really our continent really rests on young people being able to identify solutions to our many challenges. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Sure.
So he's still going to be on our panel. We're still waiting for some of our panel members to arrive, but this is an opportunity for questions. I'm sure a lot of us have questions. And personally, it's not just Big Brother that I know Flutter with. On Instagram, looking for a vendor. I saw it and she said, click the link in the bio, and I clicked it and it took me to a Flutterwave store, and everything was just so easy. So some of us watch it and some of us have actually used it and, you know, benefited from it. And I'm sure when I decide to go into e-commerce, Flutterwave will definitely be top of mind. Another warm round of applause for Iyolua Aboyeji. So do we have any questions? If you don't have questions, I will ask you questions to make sure that you're listening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Inye. My name is Joseph Japa. I noticed that members of your growth team, it's kind of like they carry Flutterwave on their head. I have friends who work in your company, and they sort of force us to use your product. So what do you do to them that makes them carry the product that way?
Well, you know, I can't take credit for that because I'm not even in the management. So, but on a more serious note, again, it's about mission, right? When you hire people who are aligned with a very clear mission of what your company does, it's easy for them to understand how it benefits you, their friend, to use the product, right? A lot of people, especially people who maybe work in an established organization and entrepreneurship is a little too risky for them, have gotten their starts because of Flutterwave stores or because of being able to leverage the payment links. And so instead of taking your wares to the office and risking being fired or harassing your colleagues, you can put it up on a Flutterwave store and just share the link. So it's really because of the utility of the products and because they're very aligned to the mission of the company. So that's really what it is. You recruit team members that are fantastic at what they do and very aligned to the mission of the company because they understand the impact that your product can have on people's lives.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Hi, great job you're doing so far. I think it's amazing to see you have grown to this level where I look up to you personally. So thank you very much for the work you're doing in Africa. So I understand that your network is your wealth, right? I also understand that you are part of the Arambe network. So my question is really around that. I've tried to apply. I've seen that there's the GRE and GMAT, but I run a business, right? What time do I have to go back to school, take an exam? So I want to know what are the other ways around getting to that network, for instance?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. They now have GRA and GMAT for Harambe. This is hilarious.
About that for the first time
First
because
time.
I'm also part of the network and I did this while I was an undergrad.
Yeah.
There's no way I could have done
GRA and GMAT. Yeah, same here, right? I joined Harambe 10 years ago as an undergrad. You know, what I would say is, I mean, Harambe apart because I guess because the network has become more valuable. I mean, when I joined, it wasn't, I remember raising money for them when I was joining. So I was literally like, I got in because I was helping them raise money for their conference. But again, it's really about being helpful. That's how you build a network. A lot of people believe building a network is a function of, applying to something or being included as part of something. But the reality of the way the world actually works is that when you're helpful to people and you lift people up with the work that you do, you invariably build a network of people that are your peers and that are rising almost as fast as you are and owe you something, right? The same way you will owe them something, which is the point of the network. So when you're generous in spirit and you're able to give generously to people and support people, there's a question that I always ask people whenever I meet with them, which is how can I help? And that's really how you build a network. Because if you try and break into somebody else's network that they've built, over many years, even if you get in, your utility to them is limited. I don't know if you understand, because all the giving is going one way. They're giving you their network. It's not yours. And at any point in time, they can withdraw their network from you. So it's not really something that you own. On the other, if you take view of your circle of friends, how do you help each other? How do you build each other up, right? How do you support each other and build a network for each other? Then you guys all rise together. You support each other. It's very similar to, I'll use an example from what I'm actually doing now, which is investment, right? My peers would typically go to somebody who's already built a network, right? And say, oh, please get people to invest in my fund, right? And that's a good approach. But, the way I thought about it was the people that have the network and where the money comes from, right? They don't have two heads. I don't need people that are as rich as their network. I don't need Dangote or Telela's network to raise money. I can start with my peers, people that over the years we've been through the same journey. And yes, I might not be able to raise $10 million from them, but I can raise $5,000. I can raise $10,000 from my network. And small drops become a mighty ocean. Now, as those people become more and more wealthy, hopefully because I'm returning their capital or other things in life are happening to them, they are progressing fast, people will now wonder, oh, how come he has people that can give him $2 million, $3 million? Because we started at 5,000, right? That's the way the. So have a very long-term view and start your network with your own circle of friends so that it's your network, not somebody else's network that they're giving to you.
Hi. My name is Oo Nwoye. I met him 10 years ago through email, right? It was, hey, my name is I'm 19 years old. So people don't know, he's not up to 30, right? So before 30, he has built $200 million companies right from Nigeria, right? And I knew he was when he was jumping buses. So my question is very simple.
Oh, it's part of my network.
Okay. So I think my question is, I remember when Andela raised $10 million and he was still in Gombe NYSC camp, right? So the question really is, how do you operate in a country like Nigeria where everything is respect, and how can you, it's a two-sided way, two-sided question, right? How do you tell people that you're not too young, right? You're 21, but you're still not too young, right? Of course, in a country where 50-year-old is youth leader, but you're not too young. And at the same time, the fact that you're young doesn't mean you do not have value. So that's to the older people. So how are you able to straddle that, or how have you been able to successfully straddle that. You're not too young. At the same time,
Yeah.
being young doesn't mean that you can't bring a lot of value.
That's a very good question. You see, my own experience is that building in Nigeria is very interesting because I think there are certain opportunities and allowances that nowhere else in the world affords you, right? And then there are quirks to doing the business, right? And I think the unfiltered answer to that question is being very, very focused on the work that you're doing. And I don't mean that in a very abstract way. You know what I mean? I mean that in I will do whatever it takes with money, but at the same time, I was handing out leaflets, join Andela. You know what I mean? At the same time, I was pitching companies, right? At the same time, I was managing regulator because we had a lot of challenges. Even at Andela, people wanted us to become an educational institution because of this and that. And really, what really helped me was, okay, what are we trying to do here? We're trying to train young people. So when I go and talk to the older people, we're just trying to train young people. Oh, you will say that we are lazy youths. Let's train some young people so they can get jobs, and basically being very focused on that as the messaging, right? When I'm talking to my peers, I'm emphasizing on them the fact that older people are not going to do anything for us, so this is our opportunity, and we have to chart our path in that space, right? So it's almost, I mean, the non-political answer is almost like being two-faced, right? You show the right amount of deference to the older people because it doesn't take anything from you, right? And you work very hard to challenge your peers. I was the same age as many of the people who were in the Andela Fellowship at the same time. So they were my peers. I didn't make it a point to be a boss to them. I lived with them, even though I was the lead, right? I was living with them in the same, we're in Amity at the time, which was this 120 bed hostel that we had. I lived there. I was there. I would fetch water in the morning. I can't do it anymore because now I'm married. I have a kid. But I try as much as possible to remove the gap and let people understand that this is something we're doing together for ourselves. And then when you get to the other people, you dobale when you need to and get the business over and done with. Move to get back to work. so that's basically how I do it. And then I guess another strategy is, you know, when we have to have difficult conversations with the older folks, you know, you find another person who is their peer to kind of communicate to them. So I know at Flutterwave, for example, that was something we had to learn to do very quickly because we had a lot of regulatory challenges as well. Unfortunately, it's not a country that's easy for young people to do anything, right, as you've implied. So I'm not going to make it a bed of roses or tell you that that's how it is. It's a very ageist society. But, you know, what you try to do is when you're dealing with the older people, you find people also that are in your corner that can communicate with them. But then when you're dealing with your peers, you try and reduce the difference. What I see a lot of young people get wrong is they're the organ now, so go punish everybody. You know what I mean? And that doesn't work because that's not how leadership works, right? On the other hand, you know, they extend that arrogance to older people who can crush them. And naturally, that's exactly what happens. So it's just important to manage that balance.
Hi, Ian. Good afternoon. My name is Taga. I'd like to understand your growth hack for the different companies. I think you have different customer bases. So I'd like to understand what was key to growing the business from the 4 people to 22 people in the space of 6 months and so on and so forth.
Yeah, there are many different, like you said, many different companies, many different goals, but generally the same strategy. So I think the first thing is I've learned about growth is that the people that you work with matter the most, right? If they're not aligned, you can have the $50 billion, you will still not grow because people actually buy and are excited about what they are selling. So whenever I'm hiring or whenever I'm looking for partners, I'm looking for somebody that is passionate about the mission of the business as I am. I think that's the biggest growth hack. If you pick somebody that looks at it as just a job, they won't sufficiently sell it with the passion, and they won't be willing to go to great lengths. Now, with Andela, the hack was understanding what do people want, and I think it's the same for both, really. A lot of techies, they talk about their products from the point of view of what they are building, and it matters a little bit, but at the end of the day, nobody cares, unfortunately, right, what you are building. What people care about is what they need, right? So with Andela, I remember our first ad said something like, no experience required. We'll pay you to learn how to build software for global companies. And what what it was responding to was there were a lot of jobs at the time that would say, oh, I want 12 years of experience, I want 10 years of experience, I want 5 years of experience. And they were saying, no, you don't need any experience for this job, and we'll pay you. So what do people want? People want jobs, and people don't want to, I mean, they want jobs they qualify for. You know what I mean? So that stuck at them. Now, we're able to get a lot of applications. Then from that, we filtered down to be able to then get the people that we wanted. At Flutterwave, we had multifaceted partners. So it was more of a channel strategy. So we didn't go directly to the user, because the truth of the matter is the user did not really technology. Neither did it was at the time, right? But the wanted to be able to bank the money from their businesses. You understand what I'm saying? They really wanted to be able to do. But I think at the time also, timing-wise, I think one of the things that happened was that that was when TSA started. So the banks had bled a lot of value. So what we did was go to the banks and say to the banks, oh, guys, you want to bank your small businesses or even more. Why don't we create a white-labeled payments infrastructure for you? You have salespeople, let them go and sell it, right? And then they'll bring you the returns, right? And to make the deal even sweeter, we'll give you 70% of our revenue. So immediately we did that with one bank. It showed up in their financial results. All the other banks started to contact us, right? And say, what is it that you did for these people? Come and do it for us. So that's how you have to think about value. You have to think about the other person first before what you're building, because it's only if the other person that you're selling to sees it as useful that they will. Then, you know, I think the other thing is also growing, and we leverage venture capital to grow very fast, right? So the moment you start to build some serious traction, building out a network that can help you raise capital. Sometimes you start very slow, so you will, you know, I know at the time we give a lot of discounts, we try to encourage people to invest, all sorts of stuff. But then as the company started to gain more and more traction and get on the radar of very serious people, it was then easier for us to raise. And then we used that capital because we already knew what people wanted to hear, right? We're able to use that capital to push the message further and then to keep the cycle going. So that's really how growth generally works. It's number one, you have to have the right kind of team. The gentleman over there talked about how the growth team people at Flutterwave will harass people because they believe that much in the product. If you don't have people like that are passionate about your product, you can't grow. It's not possible, at least not in a short period of time. And then second of all, making sure that you know, you're focused on what the other person wants, your customer wants, not what you're building. And then finally, raising capital that can allow you to scale very, very quickly.
I know some of us might still have questions, but he'll still be around. We have a panel discussion coming up very shortly. But before then, we have our mentors in the house and would like for each of the mentors to come and share their experience, some feedback for the teams that they mentored, and general feedback as well. Just a little bit of ginger before you go to the main business of the day, the pitch competition. So I'd like it if you can put your hands together as I call the first mentor, Engineer Paul Zuhemben, General Manager, Project Certifications and Authorization, the board. You can do better with your warm round of applause. Thank you. COVID-19 is real, yes. And I'm so happy everyone has their masks on. They sanitized us when we're coming in. Well, I have hand sanitizer, but
we are not following the protocol properly. So you're using the microphone. I don't know where people are coming from. But sorry, I was protesting to the GM because we were not told that we were going to have some communication to tell you what was going on. But thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your experience with us, Future Africa. I was interested when you mentioned BB, is it BB Africa? BB Niger, yes. I think I learned a lot from there, how people conspire, like coup plotters. And considering that, I thought I could topple him through that process. Sincerely speaking, I think I'm supposed to, I was a mentor to about 3 groups, the auto gas and oil and gas vandalization pipeline, gas 360, and then Hope Energy. Is it Homefort rather? Unfortunately, I think I've interacted with them on the surface. What I told them, which I was very happy when the pitch came out yesterday, look, you are the technical people. We don't have the general knowledge to know what went into the technical, but the most important thing, you must sell your product. I ask all of you to take note is that the judges are like dragons, and you are selling a product to them. What will make you make them invest in your product? I think that's what will sell you off. So you are going to be a salesman, you are going to be a technical person, and you must present it in such a way that will be attractive to the judges. But all in all, I know we attended this hackathon with Dr. Amma in US last year, and what you are doing is not too different from where we are. If you heard from Ademu or something like that, the Future Africa MD or CEO, you will discover that some of us are even sometimes we ask ourselves, where have we been that young people are now very rich while we are still remaining poor? And why did we not have opportunity of this hackathon before now? Why are we having it just now? I remember the GM research and development, the man from Kano on this sugar cane producing ethanol. I think he has presented during the research that NCDMB had. So my encouragement to you, I've looked at some of the pitch from the pipeline guys, but that of Gas 360 and Homefort, yes. We just have discussions. We've not been able to look at the pitch with them for me to make an input. But I'm very much, my discussion with them is that these are young people, and I think they will even become richer before they reach your age. That is my prayer. I encourage you to just take note. You are selling your product to the judges. And what value will it add to the country? How can NCDMB develop interest in your product? So talk about the sales aspect of it, why it should attract us to key with you, and at the same time, talk about the technical difficulties you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Engineer Paul Zuhamben. It's about the value that you're bringing to the table and make sure you are able to sell it. We have another mentor who will be joining us, Mr. Obina Ofili, General Manager, Nigerian Content Development Fund and Treasury Management. Please put your hands together for him.
Are you hearing me now? Okay, I think I'll be very brief so that you will all enjoy the benefit of the panel discussion in due course. I collaborated with 3 teams, and the 3 teams were very, very excellent. In fact, I was amazed at the vision and what they came up with. Little wonder that they are part of the 15 teams out of more than about 600 different presentations. And I know that they will go places. I want to tell you that the Executive Secretary did say yesterday that it's not about winning the prize that matters. But I want my teams to be among the prize winners. But even if you do not win the prize, just know that the products you have that have qualified you, or the proposals you have that have qualified you to be top 15 out of 600, means that if there are going to be 15 billionaires in Nigeria in due course, that you'll be one of them. What I did with most of my team was to listen to them. And then I saw the opportunities to broaden their thinking and the proposals that they have. You may be thinking oil and gas. One of the key things that Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board does is to be a linkage to other sectors of the economy. Yesterday we did hear that oil and gas appears to be sliding globally in relevance and in prosperity. We see companies like technology-based companies. We see other sectors overtaking oil and gas. And so in one of the presentations particularly, it was oil and gas based, but I saw a situation where it could go outside of oil and gas and service the entire economy, the security architecture, the ICT sector, and every other sector. It was an amazing presentation, and even I marveled at how they came up with such a proposition. So I think it may be the same thing for all the 15 proposals that we are looking at today. So all we need to do is, at any point in time, think back. How do we make these products or proposals better? How do we deepen the access? How do we ensure that it is relevant to the economy and it is relevant to the world? That is just what the little speech I just want to do. And it's important to encourage you that whatever happens today, ensure that your proposal gets life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A warm round of applause for Mr. Obinna Ofili. 15 billionaires in the room. Now I'm wishing I also took part in it, because I also want to be a billionaire. But if you've been listening, technology is the future, is the present, and is going to be around long after the oil and gas has dried up. Next mentor that I'll be inviting is Mr. Abdul Malik Halil, General Manager, Research and Development, the board. Please put your hands together for him.
In NCDMB, we are very conscious of COVID procedure. So you can see my colleague, Engineer Paul, asking me to sanitize my hands before holding the mic. So that's the standards that we adopt in NCDMB. So let me first of all congratulate all of you for being very successful. It's not easy out of 600 to make the top 15. it's an indication that your value proposition reflects the current challenges in our country. And that's the whole essence of innovation. Listening to the three teams that I mentored yesterday, I had no doubt that this program will produce the likes of Thomas Edison, Steve Jobs, and so many other transformative individuals. So I like what I saw yesterday, and it speaks to the fact that as a country, when we see problems, you can lament till the day of judgment, but that problem will not go away. What will change the narrative is how we sit down to address the problems. So as a business, if you have issues about leakages in terms of filling station, is not to continuously change the fuel attendants. You can do that 10 times, you still get the same result. It's to be creative. Think of how you can actually solve the problem once and for all. So I like the solution that I saw in terms of automating the process of inventory management and also sales management. And I believe both the public quoted companies, the private individuals that own filling stations will see that as a solution. And we'll begin to talk about high turnover, productivity, and so on. That's how to solve society problems, by being innovative. We're all familiar with the issues of vandalization. So much losses. National Oil Corporation continues to lament. Major oil companies continue to lament. We spent millions of dollars deploying the military to go and man the kilometers of pipelines, but the problem has not changed. Perhaps through this program, we'll be able to deploy an artificial intelligence that will change the narrative for our dear country. We intend to push that agenda, and I believe it's a strong value proposition for both the government and the major oil companies. Today, the downstream sector has been fully deregulated, and the expectation is that it should create an opportunity for us to build more refineries and also reduce the costs of accessing refined products. So here we are looking at green energy as a solution. Blended fuels through conversion of sugarcane to ethanol is one of the ways that we can innovate to have blended fuels, which will reduce the costs. It's been done in Brazil, and I believe we have an opportunity through this program to actualize that dream. Also helping the environmentalists to solve the climate change issues. We've all seen the effect of climate change. So through carbon capture, with the sugarcane to ethanol project, we should be able to drive that. So it's been an interesting discussion for me. I didn't know that we spent we were there till around 12 midnight yesterday without even knowing that it was late, because we were excited about what we saw. But most importantly, beyond what is going to happen today, the selection, it's about continuity. For us in NCDMB, we take our processes to the end. So what is happening today, we're going to celebrate the big winners. We're going to continuously handhold those that don't make the top 5. But we also have an internal process called the product development cycle, where we're going to support you. For those of you that don't have patents, to get those patents so that your intellectual property will be protected. It's not easy to come this far. Prototyping and continuous improvement on your prototypes will also be supported by the board. The field trials, we also have a process to support that effort. Most importantly, transitioning you to become startups is also a process that exists within the board. Is it feasibility studies? Is it certifications and approvals by relevant regulatory bodies? Pilot production, incubation of your research, if your findings, and then also linking you with the end users. It's an established process that we have within the board under the product development framework, and we're going to support you to achieve that. So congratulations in advance, and I believe that this journey should be continuous on a yearly basis so that we continue to have great innovators like you guys. Thank you very much.
Mr. Abdul Malik Aliu, and I mean, without research, we'll just remain very stagnant. So it's very important that we all see this journey as one that doesn't end today, whether or not you win, but it's all about improvement. It's about the feasibility study. It's about the support the board is giving. So I think the board deserves another warm round of applause. Our final mentor that I'll be inviting is Dr. Gina O. Gina, General Manager, Corporate Communications and Zonal Coordination, the board. A warm round of applause for him. Have you sanitized, sir? You sanitized, right?
Yeah,
okay. Very important.
Okay. I'm Engineer Dr. Gina Otonyo Gina, like she has said. I'm very happy to be here. I've been here for, today should be the third day now. And as an engineer, I'm also very happy to be part of this program. So this is the first time, I may be mistaken, but this is the first time I'm seeing a gathering just for purpose of innovation. Not innovation as paperwork this time, but innovation as having things to actually show to us, things to demonstrate. So I was happy when my colleague informed me that I was going to be one of the mentors. So I spent 2 days with my 3 teams. One is the Olopa team, trying to police pipe vandalism activities in the Niger Delta region. I also have the ethanol team, which is trying to come up with ways of closing the gap in ethanol production and usage in Nigeria. Then I also have the SOGA team, which is trying to extend our effort as a board to close the capacity gap in terms of human resource in the oil and gas industry. That's talking of Nigerians this time. So I remember a few years ago, one of the popular VCs, Professor Ango Abdullahi, I think, said that 60%, over 60% of Nigerian graduates are not employable. And this was some years back, and we all know that the standard of education has fallen even further down. So I was in the University of Ife department in the late 70s, and I know that at Ife we had prototypes of distillation columns, just like you have in refineries today. So I was able to distill crude oil. So some of us graduated as petroleum engineers, chemical engineers. We have not seen crude oil before, we just hear. So by the time they show you palm oil, you think it's crude oil. But they are totally different and they look different. So I distilled it. So these glass columns go through floors. So because you're a student, you're actually seeing the changes that are taking place, both the thermal changes, physical changes, and all that. So you're actually working, like you're working in the refinery, you are controlling the valves, the flow. So at the end of the day, the bottom pot, that slug material at the bottom, I was not able to extract wax for candle from that. So I took it to another lab, washed it with some ketone or whatever chemicals were available then, and extracted the white wax from it. So that meant that I could go straight from the University of Ife as a graduate and work in the refinery without further training. So today the story is different, just like Ango Abdullahi said. And that is why the board is spending so much money on training Nigerians so that they can meet up with the entry requirements in the oil and gas industry. So the SOGA project, one of the people I mentored, has come up with an innovative way of also helping us to close that gap. So it was very interesting for me, exchanging my experience with them. It was very interactive, and I wish all of us here luck. Like my colleague has said, the board does not leave you stranded. Our operations are end-to-end. Our assistance is end-to-end. So some of us will be among the top 5, others will not be there, but the board will continue to hold your hand. So I'm very, very happy to be part of this innovative forum. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much, Dr. Engineer Gina Ojina. So we'll be moving to our panel discussion. We have 2 of our panelists here, and I know the other 2 are very close by, and they will be joining. And at this point, I'd like to invite our panelists. You already heard him when he spoke very eloquently, openly, and passionately. Please put your hands together for Mr. Iyolua Aboyeji, founder and general partner, Future Africa. I don't know if some of us are still holding our phones, but we can put our phones down so that when we call our panelists who have made time out of their busy schedules to be here, you can warmly appreciate them. And next, we also have Mrs. Fatumata Sukana Koka, Chairman Afri Invest. And to moderate this panel, we have Francisca Chiedu, Project Director, NOGTECH, and lead partner, Learners Consult. A warm round of applause for her.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we started this week by trying to talk to most of the startup founders how it's a good thing we're innovating around oil and gas and trying to bring the relationship within technology and oil and gas to innovate for the sector. Now, I'm very familiar with the startup ecosystem in Nigeria, and especially for those who like the buzzwords on Twitter, you see when either the government comes up with a regulation or there's a new law, we all go rant, talk about it, and now we also know we have another community of Nigerians in Canada, because people are beginning to think maybe it's quite stifling to actually do business here. But it would be good to see the likes of Inyi and Fatumata who have decided that there is hope for us to do things here, and also think about what are the challenges in reality that they face doing business in Nigeria, and also what are the prospects we see, so that the future is not bleak for those of us that either are already here in terms of doing business. Some of you are just new ideas trying to enter into the pool of entrepreneurs. So I'll start off by taking off from Inyi. You know, you talked about how you were obviously, out of the country. You tried doing business and you thought, why not bring it back home? And you know, for a lot of us who follow you on Twitter, one of the reasons why we felt there was no better person to come and talk to you today, to startups, than bringing Inyi, who is young. I'm not sure you're 30 yet. By the way, Inyi is not yet 30. When he founded his first company, I think you were 24. 19, but I mean, the companies that some of the companies, he was barely 25, and they've been able to build companies that have exited. So, what is it that still keeps you with all the frustration? And we know sometimes it can be frustrating. And for me, and for many of us, it was inspiring to also see you now and say, you know what? We need to join the conversation around policy making, politics, to ensure that we support government. And that's partly why we even have a civic track. We actually have a civic transparency track, because we can't keep saying government is not doing well, rant about it, and do nothing about it. So for you, what drives you, and what, at the same time, what are the challenges, and looking at the challenges, you still tell yourself, I need to get going?
Absolutely. So I think the way, for me, my involvement in tech, specifically in Africa and more specifically in Nigeria, is really driven by an understanding of the place a country like Nigeria needs to have in the world. So it's informed by a much wider context. This is the largest black nation in the world, and so if we don't get things right, as far as I'm concerned, the race will never get the respect that it deserves. And when you think about what it takes for us to get things right, you also have to look at it in the context of the future, right? Because, you know, over the next 15 years, right, Africa is going to have the world's largest working population. So people of 18 to 65, over the next 15 years, most of them will be in Africa. And we have a jobs deficit of over 300 million jobs. We have close to 250 million kids out of school, right? We have 4% of the world's generated capacity in Africa. Yeah? And to make our problems even worse, we don't have money to solve any of our problems. I was sharing with a friend the other day that despite all the noise we make about the Nigerian budget, Nigeria and Kenya's budget together is $14 billion, right? You know, New York alone is 20 billion just for infrastructure, capital expenditure. So if New York, which is just a small state, is basically not much bigger than Lagos, you know, $20 billion, your whole country plus Kenya, 14 billion. Phases, right? If you read American history, you would learn experiencing in Nigeria today is the same thing America experienced a long time ago. But what got the doldrums that was innovation. They found ways to, even this oil and gas that were oil and gas is because of the work that people like Rockefeller did in the 1800s to extract kerosene at first and then other things out of oil and gas. If not for that, this oil and gas would just be where maybe it would have been better. I don't know. But the reality of the matter is societies improve because people take it upon themselves to innovate. People take it upon themselves to advocate. People take it upon themselves to continue to evolve society into a better direction. who knows, when your time comes, die. But at least while you're here, the least you can do is to find a way to make impact so that you can be part of the chain of progress. And your name can be mentioned and say, okay, this was what this person did that moved our society forward. So I wish more people in our society have that.
Hello. So you've spent some time working here and various sector from energy, fintech, and there's business interests you have. Given and also working across the region, what are the things you would say that is different compared to other regions that you work in terms of the challenges you think our startups face? Okay, can you hear me now? Good. Thanks for having me. And I'm just a little bit, how do I call it, shocked because I haven't been out since the 8th of February. So this is my first time coming out because they told us to say if you are older, where should you be? Home. So when the team called me, I said, okay, really, it was pulling tooth. But this is very important to me because what you guys are doing is, okay? I've been really blessed to work with some amazing people. And why we have challenges, and it's not going to go away anytime soon because it comes in different forms, different sizes, different stages. What I do know and believe in is that we have one of the most, if not the most dynamic youth on this earth. And when you go across Africa, you meet some amazing brains. Now, our challenge, or at least from my perspective as a business owner and running multi-businesses, our challenge is basic human resource, right? Because you will find that in this room, all of you guys have done a fantastic job in coming up with brilliant ideas, probably even starting up these ideas without any help from anybody besides your friends and family to borrow. But it's going to be your most difficult task is to find the right team of people to take that startup idea to a maturity stage. This has been my biggest challenge. And why is it a challenge? It's because on the continent, we do not educate deliberately. What does that mean? They tell us to go to school. We go. They tell us to finish school. We do. But that's it. So you finish school and in your mind, you expect that something's supposed to be great happen, right? Why doesn't? Because nobody has planned for you. Nobody had decided from the minute you became a preschooler that you will be in this track, you will become anything more than just a student. So the strategy of most
if not all of our government, is that you will be a student. So don't be surprised when you finish with all the degrees, you're still wondering, why did I go through all of this trouble? Because nobody has decided deliberately. Let me give a little bit of breakdown of what I'm saying. If we look at countries like Singapore had a deliberate education system. They knew where they wanted to be as a country. So they made sure in 20 years, they had 2 decades to transform their people, and they did it through education. They knew that they needed engineers, scientists, researchers. They needed analysts. They needed all of those things because their only source of income was going to be their port and services. So they trained, they educated, they made sure that that goal was met. Now our challenge is we don't have that in our leadership. So what do as private sector? We don't just throw our hands up. We start training. One of the reasons why I'm here, I'm excited to be outside of my house today, is that I've committed to making sure that people are being coached, leadership tools in their hands, and the ability for you to succeed. Because once we start to replicate that particular issue we have, we start to make sure we can bridge it, we now begin to really come alive. The biggest investment that Africa needs on this continent is in our people. We need to create skillful, diligent, integrity-driven people so we create sustainable industries and sectors. So no matter how the challenge looks and how big or what level you are, just focus on the people that will help you drive your solution and your business. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, thank you. So while Fatimata was speaking, we had Tayo Bamiduro walking, and Tayo, thank you for joining us today. But I want to quickly say thank you to Fatimata because I just realized that you're coming out since February. This means a lot because she's been throughout when we were having a virtual interview session, 5 hours. She would give us more than 5 hours of our time, back to back, 2 days, interviewing some of our tracks, and some of them met her during the interview. So please say thank you and a round of applause for Fatimata. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Yes, earlier today, during the boot camp, when we were talking something about mentorship, and just to explain it, and I know the mentors from the board, they are more like access-driven to ensure that this is sustained. Because a lot of time people just complete. Then we also have the industry mentors. So to ensure that they are also part of this process. But there was something someone said in one of the sessions. We don't tire for mentorship. Now money we define. Now funding is a big challenge. And there were also conversations around, do you want to take equity? Do you want to take funding and give out equity in your business? How do you finance your startup? And there were also people who, when the ES had the webinar, said something like, oh, this 10K funding is just $10,000. Now, bringing it back to Inye, you've raised funds, and also you currently run a business that supports growth for startup and identify startups that are sort of bankable. Bringing it back home in the Nigerian context, how do you see this conversation around equity investment, and also what other ways do you think startups here can think about growing their fund base?
Absolutely, that's a good question. So I think it always starts with what the startup is trying to do, right? And one thing that worries me a little bit about the funding conversation is it's the first stop, but it really shouldn't be. It should be, what I say, close to the last, right? I don't know many investors who fund ideas. I think that's a very big misconception that we have in Nigeria, that funding is for ideas. I don't know anybody who does that, at least any skilled investor who does that. Funding is for businesses. So if you want funding, you have to build a business, and then the funding will follow, because if I fund your business, for example, I expect you to return 10 times my capital to me, right? I'm not funding you for free. You know what I mean? But there tends to be this idea that funding is something that you give people. Unfortunately, the generosity of a lot of well-intentioned programs by governments and NGOs have perpetuated this thought process and philosophy. If I can use my experience as a baseline, right? I had to use my money to start Andela, rely on other forms of funding, including a generous donation of a BQ for 1 month by Mrs. Adeoye, and other people who are willing to help me, a lot of unpaid volunteers who are willing to support, so I could get the business off the ground and start making some money by leveraging existing platforms like Elance and Odesk in order to get the jobs that would pay, right? That's the resourcefulness that helps you start a business. And when money started coming in and people could see the full loop, it was obvious where money could make a big difference in improving the returns and enabling those people get their money back. And we delivered 60 times their money, right? With Flutterwave, the same thing. We started in a small office, 4 people, paying monthly in an incubator space. And we worked with a bank to say we understand how to manipulate this platform, yeah? Give us your customers so that we can service them and pay you 70% of the revenue as commission. You understand what I'm saying? So we only kept 30%. That was how we started. We didn't go and raise hundreds of millions of dollars and get a CBN license. We started with, let's just do the software for you in exchange for revenue. Then over time, we now started to claw back on our share of revenue. That's how we started. So the first thing, in the funding conversation, let's build more businesses before we start to chase after funding. Now, after we've built the businesses, there are what I would call supply side funding issues that as a country we need to resolve. So because the truth of the matter is, even when you've built a business, funding remains difficult to come by. Unfortunately, we've created a little bit of a dependence on foreign sources of capital because of structural issues in our financial system. The average man on the street actually wants his money to go towards productive uses, but because of crowding out by the government's bonds and OMOs and so on, we now have a scenario where less and less money is going to productive uses, right? More money is flooding the system and creating deflationary pressure, right? So really the way I see it, there's things to fix. So for example, banks, at least until the BOFIA is signed, are not permitted to put their money towards venture capital. So how do you get equity funding to startups? Pension funds are not permitted to fund venture capital. Even the individuals, many of whom were at home this lockdown and maybe are trying to pull together their savings from low yield products, like bonds are paying 3%, 5%. you're losing money in Naira every day, right? Um, they can't do it effectively because of securities regulation, although that's being worked on. So some of these structural issues, we're working very hard to engage the government and tell them, look, if you want people to invest in small businesses or in startups, you need to fix these issues, otherwise nobody will invest, right? And no matter how much you hammer the banks that why are they keeping cash reserve ratios that are too high, you just keep finding them to no end because there's nowhere for that money to go by virtue of the rules, except you want them to break the law. So these are some of the structural issues. So on the founder side, more businesses, less funding for ideas. Make the sacrifice and be resourceful. It's key proof points that you have a business when I can see you putting your own resources to work, to getting a business to work, or leveraging social capital, financial capital, human capital around you to be able to make things work. On the supply side with investors, there's a need for a reform effort that makes it easier for people to invest in startups and small businesses. Right now, that's not on the agenda of the government, and we're trying to put it on the agenda of the government as a way to create jobs and enable better economic performance.
Thank you so much. While I allow, so we just had Enyoma Naba, the group head, corporate segment marketing of IntoSwitch. She just came in and she's on the panel with us. Thanks for coming. So allow them catch their breath, Taya and Enyoma to catch their breath while I just go on to Fatimata. You're the chairman of AfriInvest, and also you've been in other venture conversation and very familiar with the startup venture capitalist system. What do you think that, because there's a lot of struggle lately and there are conversations around people taking money, not giving return to their investors, and lately it's beginning to look like an ugly conversation even on social media, and that some investors can't even trust startups. So I'm not sure if you've had that sort of experience and what areas you think we could do to close that out. I'm sure it's a conversation I'll come back to you on, because I'm sure you're familiar with some of this conversation around people taking money and not returning. Some of the startups either take money and spend the money on wrong things or even for personal use. So I think it's a conversation in terms of the challenges that people face in accessing funds for their ecosystem, but no one is really talking about it, but we're just saying we can access funds. But in building trust, we need to tell ourselves our truth. So maybe something you want to take on.
Well, I think where he was going with that is that there's a lot of misconception about startups, right? We talk about startups. I mean, now I know so many people that are startup specialists or experts, or at this point I don't even know if they're startup or starting in or starting away. There's all kinds of start. But the truth is, investors won't put money into a startup idea. It's a business that any one of us on this panel have put together financial statements, cash flow projection, all those things. How do you do it when you just have an idea? So first, the startup that you're talking about are businesses already functioning. Typically, when you go out for an investor interest, not a seed fund, but an investor interest, you have been running your business at least 2 or 3 years. There's some form of stability in your cash flow statement, and you probably have, for example, some debt or line of credit with a bank. A few things needs to happen, right? So the startups that are getting money from people, I don't know why, because either there's a misconception or maybe the people are not doing the due diligence around it, right? Because if you were to ask AfriInvest, or let's just say me as an investor, angel investor, even at that level, I want to see some kind of cash flow. I want to see that the business is able to survive, right? So if it's just, and let me give you an example of another startup that will be characteristic of some of the things we're talking about. I have a product, and that's my business, right? That is not a business. You need a business that sells products that you will create and so forth and so on, right? A lot of times we confuse all these things and we say startup. So I'm not sure your specific situation, but as an investor, I will say that either the person that is investing doesn't know about investing and have not done a due diligence, or the company and the investor person are in a situation. I mean, in a situation, because every investor knows that I'm going to, what we say here in Nigeria, dash, right? Like, this is $10,000 I can dash. Whether it comes back or not is Jara. But there are investors that will say this $10,000 has to come back with something. And you will work really hard to find someone who will just dash you, unless it's your mom, your dad, maybe your friend that really don't want to say no to you, and those kind of situations. But institutional investors have processes, due diligence that they go through. Hence, why we are here. If the board just wanted to dash, then we won't be going through all of this, right? I won't be leaving my house to come and judge, because then there's no process. So I think we need to really understand the difference between real startups, and startups usually requires strong ecosystem. You need to have all parts of that ecosystem functioning for startups to really go further than just a startup. Usually in Africa, we start with a hub, incubator, somebody puts some money in there, and then 2 years later it disappears. You don't know where they went. Those are not the kind of ecosystem we want. We want ecosystems that are very robust, that grows into the Silicon Valley that we see today. Silicon Valley didn't just get up and start. It was a startup community with a lot of investment from people like the big tech back in the day, IBM and all those people. The private sector were part of the ecosystem there. They also had, the government giving tax break to people to be able to support the startup, community. We also had, things like education. So people actually went to school, when I went to school, to be employed by people like IBM, right? I'm going to school, I'm going to get a computer science degree, and I'm going to get hired by IBM or Cisco. So it's a whole ecosystem that needs to be built to support our startups. So when the time comes for actual funding, like he said, you've been packaged well, you've been advised well, and you're not just walking in the room and saying, I give you 50% of my business. What? You're going to give me 50% of your business for I've heard this before, 5 million naira. That's just insane. It's like you had your baby and you're just going to dash your baby to someone. You should be protective of those ideas, those IPs. There are so many levels of investment that is needed to take a company to a maturity state. If you start giving people 50% off the bat, where are you going to be in the second round and the third round of the funding? You'll be diluted. You're not even visible anymore in your own idea. So it's a lot different, and I will urge everyone in this room, to take some time, educate yourself, seek the right help. Don't just take it as, you know, understand it. Because if you don't, you'll either get a great deal because God just put his hands on you, or you will get screwed and you will be back starting all over again and again. And you will not be like our beautiful son sitting here that have achieved. And if you ask his story, it looks nothing like what they're telling you in the news about startups. No successful business so far in Africa has the same DNA. Everyone is unique to itself. And it's because of the startup owners, founders, the time they've put in to understand the environment they're in, to understand that you are a disruptor and nobody likes you. Don't get fooled. When you're a startup company, you're about to disturb some people and they don't like you. So you need to understand that first, that's your DNA. And then you start looking for how you survive in a world that people don't like you, okay? And how you make money. Thank you.
That's matter. Yeah, so Taya, from your Max experience, you know, I'm sure some of you are familiar with Max NG. Initially, I wanted to start the conversation around regulatory challenges, being that I'm at least aware that some of the regulatory challenges have impacted your business. So just to come back again to the challenges, are there ways, because with the government and citizens relationship, even business relationship, that it could be collaborative, not necessarily us being on the same page at the same time, all the time. Are there ways you think that, first of all, let us know what the challenges are, and are there ways you've been able to come to a meeting point in profiling some of those solutions?
All right, sure. Apologies, by the way, for coming late. That's unacceptable. A few things happened this morning, but apologies for that. So going straight to the question, you know, how do you handle and deal with regulation? And I think we actually talked a little bit about this yesterday during the session we had. But I'll build on that, you know. I think going back to the fundamentals, which is as an entrepreneur, right, you know, you're extremely flexible. You have to be, right? And that includes not just in terms of your product or your business model or even your team, but also in terms of the geography that you operate in, right? So over the last, since we had the new, you know, laws that came into Lagos earlier this year, and that sort of like disrupted our business a little bit. At that point in time, about half of our fleet was in Lagos, and we had another half of our fleet that operated in 2 other cities outside of Lagos. But Lagos was very important for us strategically, and I remember having an argument with our investors about 6 months before that happened, where an overwhelming majority of our investors wanted us to focus on Lagos, because the thesis was, hey, you have to dominate Lagos, you have to win Lagos and all of that. And I told them, I said, I don't care about Lagos. And I mean that, I don't mean that Lagos is not important. I said, we're building a business. I don't care if you build it on the moon or Mars, right? And I was able to have my way and say, okay, do you know what? We'll continue to really double down on Lagos, but we will launch other cities. And I personally went and launched other cities myself. So when that happened, even though it was devastating, in Lagos, we had somebody else to channel our energy while we engaged with Lagos as a city to sort of like try and figure out how to resolve that. Now, some critical lessons came out of that experience. You know, number one is, you know, government isn't that thing that you say, okay, they are doing their own there, I'm doing my own here. You know, that doesn't just happen. You have to be extremely engaged with them. And it's very interesting, you know, navigating regulation and navigating government relationships, extremely different from, you know, running your own company. You know, within the private sector, it's very straightforward. 1 + 1 = 2. You know, it's very straightforward. In government, everybody's your boss, right? You know, the cleaner is your boss, the secretary is your boss, the permanent secretary is your boss. Everybody's your boss in government. So the way you navigate it is very, very different skill sets. You're extremely humble, you're very engaging, you're extremely helpful. You know, sometimes you remember their kids' birthdays and you send them a note, how you doing, how's this going, you know, how can I be helpful? And you also volunteer. And I think that's something that in the startup models that we all take from Silicon Valley and some of the other exciting places in the world, you know, that isn't taught, right? And this takes me to another point, which is understanding the context within which you operate. Now, you know, some of the outstanding speakers on this panel have talked about fundraising, and when you're raising funds, you know, you have to have a business. Now, in this part of the world, you have to have a business. In another context, you don't have to have a business. One of our investors is a fund called Breakthrough Energy Ventures, backed by Gates. It's a lot of his personal wealth in that fund. 60% of the companies in Breakthrough Energy Ventures fund did not have revenue models before Gates invested in them. But also because they're working on breakthrough technology, right? They're working on how to convert, you know, air into energy, like crazy stuff like that. For things like that, you don't figure out your revenue model until many, many years in. But the kind of society that they have is one that, you know, they can risk it all in pursuit of the next breakthrough idea, right? Elon Musk, at some point, poured back all the wealth he had made from PayPal into Tesla to try and make it successful, right? And he could have lost it all. He really could have lost it all. But that's that environment. This is Nigeria, this is Africa. We run things differently, right? Where people don't just put billions of naira into an idea. They want to see a business. So with government, it's also the same. You have to recognize that no matter how innovative you are in this part of the world, especially if you're in a sector where regulation, you know, can impact you and take you out of business in one day, you can't be distant from it. You have to engage with them very, very closely. And then, you know, therein then lies the challenge, which is how do you split your time between product development, fundraising, and all the other stuff that you think is core to your business? And on the other hand, how do you build relationships with government? And that is where, you know, a little bit of the art is. It's not a straightforward thing. It depends on what stage you're in. It depends on what sector you're in. It depends on the bandwidth that you have. Which then leads to another question, your team as well. You know, you can't do all of this stuff by yourself, which is why the smartest investors never back, you know, single founders. They never do it, right? It's just too complex. It's too hard. It's insane. You alone cannot carry it, no matter how brilliant you are, right? So they're looking to fund teams of 3, 4, 5, 6 people. So one person can pick government relations, and all they do is to sit in Abuja morning till night every single day, right? Right now, my co-founder spends a lot of his time in Abuja, right? And there's a reason he's doing that. I'm here overseeing different stuff. Our CFO is doing all the financial engineering part of our business. So government regulation is a big risk, especially if it is you're in a sector. If you're in fintech, regulation is like your worst enemy, right? If you're in transportation, if you're in the part of transportation that involves dealing with, you know, people that can also put in the crosshairs of NURTW. Now, if you're doing anything that could remotely disrupt what NURTW does, that's government right there, because NURTW and government is like two sides of the same coin, right? You know, so I will round up by saying, and as Fatma said, you know, there's no one size fits all. There's no model really. It is about studying your own industry, your own sector, and the uniqueness of what you represent, and saying, who are the people that I'm likely to offend doing what I am doing? If you're offending those people and those people are powerful, they will come after you. It's a matter of time, right? So the thing is, it's like chess. So how do you, you know, it's like gambit. How do you make sure that you make yourself resilient enough for these guys not to be able to, you know, finish you off? Or if you can stay under the radar, how do you stay invisible? You know, so people know you that this is what you do, but they don't quite understand what part of the value chain you actually operate in. We spoke briefly about this yesterday when, you know, a lot of competition came to our space and a lot of different things came in. People were like, okay, these guys are going to come and compete with you and take care of the water. But I'm like, it's fine, we'll figure it out. But where we actually play, right, how we actually make money and how people think we make money, two completely different things, right? Right now, we are like 90% a financial services company. I didn't say fintech. We are 90% a financial services company and 10% transportation. But people don't know that, and they don't need to know that. So when the stuff in Lagos happened, are we still trying to engage very closely with the Lagos government? Absolutely. You know, I still saw the Commissioner of Transport this week trying to explain one or two things to him. We're also talking to as many people as we can and trying to build as much goodwill as we can in Lagos. But if Lagos doesn't work out, it's fine. We still have a very big business, right? Our fleet in Kano, and I can't remember when last I was in Kano. Our fleet in Kano right now is about 3.5 times our active fleet in Lagos. And there are other places in Africa. There's Douala right there across the border. It's a huge motorcycle city. We can go in there as well. Our CFO is Cameroonian, so it makes it a little easier for us to do that. So I think ultimately it goes back to the founder that how far are you willing to go, right? Regulation is always a risk, but you can't face regulatory risk in 36 states in Nigeria. They can't all just come and, take you out at once, right? All the countries in West Africa can't just take you out at once. So how flexible are you in adapting to the challenges that you face, even from a government standpoint? Because once they see that you are also resilient, they'll be like, yeah, these guys, they have 9 lives, it doesn't really matter, okay, what can we do with you guys, right? And then conversation begins to change. But I would say you have to engage. You can't be distant from government. You can't be distant from regulators. No matter how much you can curse at them in your living room, it's fine, that is allowed. But once you're out there, you have to engage with them very, very, very closely.
I know for IntoSwitch has been around at least going to almost 2 decades now. Okay, 15 years now. Right. So, yeah, almost 20 years now. And to think about being in a sector or providing services to a sector that is highly regulated, how have you been able to either maintain your business, innovate around it? Because at the end of the day, what I see happening is we still find ourselves trying to beat the system, not necessarily negatively, but still as a business, being able to survive even in the midst of all the regulation. How's it been like from your end?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to tender a very, very sincere apology for coming late. It's not in my character at all. For some reason, I thought this was going to start by 2:30 until I got a call from Damilari. And fortunately, I was already on my way to Dolphin to drop off my daughter. So I want to apologize for coming late. Secondly, I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers for the privilege of coming to share and advise these startups, and also to say good afternoon to everybody, my co-panelists. I stand on existing protocols. So I want to speak from a perspective, because these are veterans on the panel. So I want to speak from a perspective of someone who has worked in 2 startups. So worked in 2 startups in Nigeria. And these startups have survived so many challenges. There's one thing that we always have to understand, that our operating environment called Nigeria is very different from any other market that you can imagine. So coming from, and I've always worked in startup that operate in the technology space. So coming from MTech, which was a mobile technology company run then by Chikanwobi, and moving into IntoSwitch, which was run by Mitchell Lelegbe, started up by him, and he's still the MD. I can tell you that there were a lot of times that I had to go back internally to my family and said, I don't think I'll have a job because of one challenges or the other. But like everybody has said, when it comes to funding and all that, being in the startup and seeing how we evolve, I would like to say that if you have too much money, it doesn't allow you to be creative and it doesn't allow you to think. So the first thing I want to say to everybody is, like all the panelists have said, build the business yourself. Go through the challenges, because those things are building your muscles. Because as the business evolves, you are going to be facing different challenges at different stages of your business. And if you don't ground yourself at the very first stage with this little money that you have, you might miss it. You might not develop the muscle to face the different levels of challenges that would come. So the way we have evolved in InterSwitch is basically being innovative. I mean, I know it's a buzzword. I know it's a tired word, but I mean, that is the only word I can use to describe it. Being innovative. Then the other thing that I think also worked for us is the fact that we were always thinking of the next best thing. So there was a time Blue Ocean Strategy was the buzzword from INSEAD. We attended Blue Ocean Strategies sessions. There was a time one of the authors of that book came to Nigeria. We attended the different sessions, management. After that, went to different strategy sessions, and that's when we started our industry solutions. So right now, we are building solutions for different industries. So don't forget that we started up in the financial services sector with the banks. We provided the banks with a network, and that's connecting all the banks. What it helped us do was we started building products on that connection, and after that we started moving into different industries. So most of the fintechs that you find, Flutterwave, Paystack, they are all connected to InterSwitch one way or the other. So what we also did was we moved back and went behind providing platform solutions to enable other fintechs succeed. So Flutterwave is succeeding today, Paystack is succeeding today because of InterSwitch. So you have to innovate. I'm sorry, I'm going to use that word again. There's no other word. And the innovation also comes from also learning. So the good thing about InterSwitch that we did was also everybody in InterSwitch that started a company are Nigerians. We had that talent on the home front, but we also know that we needed to import some international technology. So our partnerships with OEMs, our partnership with international partnership with software developers, all those also helped us to innovate and to stay resilient in the face of all the challenges that we face. Be it economic challenges, technological challenges, regulatory challenges. I mean, this space is possibly the most regulated in any space in Nigeria. I don't know if I answered your question, because I don't want to go on and on.
So in order not to drag our panel, I want to link the conversation to why we're here, and also bearing in mind that the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board is also a regulator. They regulate the oil and gas industry. But this is not just, at least you listen to most of the mentors from the board, this is not just a one-off event. There are a series of programs that they run to support their mandate of capacity building. Now, this is us here. We're not government, but we have come to say, you know what, we want to be able to look at government and say there are ways that we can support you in achieving your mandate, and that's why we went to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. By the way, when we wrote to NCDMB, they didn't know who we were. We just wrote a letter and got an invitation to present. So I think the board should get an applause for that, because Dr. Ahmadin actually, and it has also been the same experience where you write a letter and you actually do get a response. So, so that means it's serious business for them. And I believe that since we have some management staff of the NCDMB, their feedback they also could take from private sector as to how we can drive this forward, sustain it, and actually get the results. Given that, for instance, for Inyi, Fatumata, and Tayo, people who have actually run businesses can look at and say, well, looking at what NOGTECH is trying to do, the businesses we're trying to support, how do you think, what are some of the advice you could give for the program? So then that will be our final round of for the conversation. So I'll start again with Inyi.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I think my advice would be, So, innovation, we're going to use the buzzword, yeah? That's the word for the panel, is very critical. And, I actually agree with some of the perspectives that were shared by my fellow panelists, and some of them I don't agree with. I'll be honest, especially around, now, as investors, we invest in businesses, absolutely. But there is a role for investing very early in founders. We do it as well. We do it at the right terms. Our standard deal is, $50,000 for 10% of the business, and we can give you that if we trust that you have a process. We'll give you that and say, okay, look, let's work very closely with you to help you deliver a product. Find a client who will do the product for and stuff like that. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this because that is a role that in a normal society, a NOGTECH should be taking on. So this is a good start, but I don't think there is a better convening body for aggregating challenges in the oil and gas space, right? And enabling Nigerian young people to have a go at those problems and come up with solutions that could be sustained, and then provide the right kind of support that they will need to turn those things to businesses. The reality of the world that we live in, I don't think there's anybody in this room that will say they did anything to make oil and gas, which is our natural resource, valuable in the way that it is. If we didn't create refineries technology in Nigeria, right? It's from abroad. You understand what I'm trying to say? Even the pipelines we talk about, most of the steel, I'm sure we import it, right? And that is something that I think has stunted our development, because what happens with natural resource countries like ours is that, in Yoruba is like, I don't want to speak Yoruba, but it's like money misroads, right? You woke up in the morning, and something that was in your backyard is globally valuable without any work or effort from you. Why won't you steal it? You don't know the work that is involved in making that thing something that is a valuable product. You waste it now because there was nothing, you didn't sweat for it. You understand what I'm trying to say? It has nothing to do with you. And I'm hoping that going into the future, NOGTECH can help us reverse that mistake. So when we're talking about the future of energy, right, let it be that the things that are naturally occurring in our environment, we actually have a hand in converting to use. You understand what I'm saying? In terms of, the sun, for example, we're looking at solar, right? What can we do to make better solar panels that are adapted to this environment? You understand what I'm saying? We funded one of we just wrote our largest check here, $250,000 to a Nigerian company in Ikotabasi. And what are they doing? They built a machine, patented, that does a far better job of deshelling palm nuts. So specific, right? But that business did $1 million of revenue last year. There's so many things in the value chain of oil and gas. There's another company called Cybernetics, I think they're called. They have the best technology in the world, not in Nigeria, in the world, for assessing an OML and figuring out where exactly you should drill. Founded by Nigerians in Port Harcourt. There are things that are happening, sometimes I just smile, but there are things that are happening, people that are just quietly doing their thing across Nigeria, in Port Harcourt. I went to Port Harcourt. I saw a full hatchery. You know what a hatchery is? You can incubate snake eggs, which are useful for some things. Incubate, and it makes sure they hatch at the right time, at the right temperature, because it's complex. There are things happening, real research, real development. My hope is that you can go beyond the surface. Let's bring people together and do a hackathon. It's good. I'm not saying it's not good, though. Don't get me wrong. But we need to be funding Nigerian research, right? We need to be funding Nigerian IT. Bill Gates does not have two heads. We are handing him our healthcare sector to be funding. And he's investing in groundbreaking technology. Let's not be left behind, right? Let's not be left behind and waste our money instead of investing in the future. So that's my end.
Yeah, I think, building on what he has said, and he's pretty much covered it. Okay.
You have to leave because he's exhausted his time on the session. Thank you for coming. We'll be in touch. Well, we can have a quick picture on the panel. Okay. Okay, so yes, Tayo, sorry.
Okay, sure. So I mean, I think building on what's been said already, let me start by saying some interesting things that have happened recently in the energy industry. There's a company called Start Oil, which all of us should know. Obviously, they're no longer called Start Oil, right? 2 years ago, they changed their name to, I think, Equinox. And they didn't want to be associated with the oil anymore, right? Because they believe that the world is currently undergoing energy transition, which is the fact. There's another company in Denmark, the Danish oil and gas company, that also changed its name to Ørsted. And you have Total, they have Total Energy Ventures. I think they recently changed their name, and they are heavily investing in new ways and new forms of energy. Now, one of the most interesting things that happened recently was that an opportunity to connect with the most senior executives at Nigeria's most successful private company ever. It's a company called Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas. It's a Nigerian company, 51% owned by Nigeria. They've been hugely successful. But in the last 10 years, the amount they make per MMBTU of gas sold has reduced from about $15 to $5. And I hear the senior execs themselves, say that in the recent interactions that they've had, especially with the global investing community, those folks are increasingly telling them that, yes, gas is a lot cleaner, but even gas is a fossil fuel, and we cannot invest in this anymore. If you look at what's going on with even multilateral institutions like the World Bank, IFC, and the rest of them, there's just this global sentiment that is anti-oil and gas, right? That we have to transition. Now, what does this then mean, right? When a transition happens, the incumbent can play two roles, right? The incumbent can either stay back and just say, do you know what, we've always been successful, yes, change is happening, but it'll take a while before the change happens. Or the incumbent can say, this change that's happening, we are going to facilitate it. And we're going to play a critical role in enabling it. So what does this mean, right? From my own viewpoint and my recommendation for NOGTECH is to sort of not allow itself to be limited to just a particular theme, and say, I would recommend that your mandate should cover energy in its entirety, right? and I'm excited to hear that it does. But also to say, but also to act like a portfolio manager. You know what a portfolio manager does? A portfolio manager will say, I will invest in tech, I will invest in retail, I will invest in insurance, I will invest in banking. So even if something happens and banking fails, we're still going to have some success in the other sectors. Is to say, do you know what? We're going to support different types of companies across different types of sectors in the energy space, right? And be very, very deliberate about it. And kind of like allow the market, to determine who succeeds or not. Now, what this also means is, I'm thinking from an innovator's standpoint, because I know we've said a lot about, what innovators should do and how they should think and how they should, they should work hard and all of that. Let's also talk about what you should do, right? Things like engaging with government, right? You have to continue to lead that aggressively, right? You have to constantly ask them, what are their challenges with regulation? What are the things that they are facing? And you and I know that, changing or adjusting, a regulation in the energy sector is nearly impossible for an individual to do. It is really only institutions that can drive that. And that is the extraordinary platform that NOGTECH has, to say, okay, what is going on here? Are people working, for example, maybe on solar panels and all that? How can we help support? And I know that there are other government agencies like REA and so on and so forth, but how can we complement the efforts of those organizations in allowing young innovators, right, to play a much more critical role in that space? Now, there's something else that I want to talk about, which is a local innovator, right, who's working hard, who's extremely brilliant, but hasn't gone to MIT, hasn't gone to Harvard, doesn't have connections to global investors, but has the same level of brilliance, right? Compare that person with someone, who has connections globally, right? They are disadvantaged. It is what it is. Now the question then is, so for a company like ours, even though we're making the good progress, we raise money internationally, the fact is that, a significant chunk of our equity is still owned by international investors, right? Is it a bad thing? Not necessarily. But the truth is, if the folks that are able to scale, if most of them, if their ownership is foreign owned, for our medium to long term competitiveness as a nation, it is bad. It is what it is. There's a reason America is trying to force TikTok to sell its US operations to US companies. So at the end of the day, economics and politics are the same. At the end of the day, they converge. So the role that NOGTECH can continue to play is to say, how can we make resources available? How can we adjust regulation? How can we even give our local folks an advantage over the international folks that may have more money, right? And to be honest, massive advantage in Nigeria, but how can we begin to make sure that the advantages that they have isn't just about accessing capital, but even in regulation, in policies, in law, right? We give them their quota. And it's exactly what NOGTECH stands for, right? Which is Nigerian content. The whole thing that you guys stand for is that you are trying to ensure that you provide advantage to Nigerians, irrespective of their background and how much money they have. You must continue to aggressively drive that, so that as this thing becomes more exciting and there's a lot more compelling reasons. Now we know what's going on in the energy sector in Nigeria. There's now cost-reflective tariffs, which suddenly makes it a lot more attractive to invest in energy in Nigeria. You know what's going to happen? A lot more foreign capital will start pouring in. Is it a good thing? Yes. But can it become a bad thing ultimately? Yes, it can be, unless we figure out ways to protect the interests of local innovators who may not necessarily have global connections, but this is their country, they are smart, they know what they are doing. You have to continue to figure out how to give them an advantage over everybody else.
Okay. Well, I think I'll just do kind of like 1, 2, 3 kind of situation. My scenario of oil and gas is typically flying back to the U.S. or flying to Nigeria, and the plane is full of foreigners that either are going back to the rig or leaving from the rig. And I'm always asking myself, so nobody in Nigeria can do this job? Why do these people have to fly all the way here to stay on the rig for 3 months at a time? I just don't get it. Because I know there's a lot of Nigerians that can do the job. So I would say that because I'm very adamant about making sure we have human capital is invested in, that I would say to NOGTECH, the first thing you should look at is the changes that is happening around you and how Nigerians can take advantage of those changes. Not foreign investors, but Nigerians. And how do we start? We start to be deliberate. We start to put in things that not only with the brilliant minds come together to create new innovative technology and solutions, but how those will become the national flag bearer for the industry, for the sector. That's the goal. At the end of the day, it should be the Nigerian flag on it. So how do you do it? You start to sit down with private sector. You start to sit down with experts, be it foreign or otherwise. You start to sit down with investors. You start to create the ecosystem that will enable the Nigerian person to carry the flag. That's it. That's as simple as it gets. And if we can do those 1, 2, 3 things, like I say, in about 18 months, you will start to see traction. When I am flying back to Atlanta, I will have less people on the flight. When I'm coming back to Nigeria, I have less people that are foreigners coming back on the grid, right? Because we will see the changes happen. Not everybody can start a company, but most people can work and manage a successful business. So we need to do it from 2 angles. One, we're developing entrepreneurs that will start things, and we also need the people to help them build that business. I don't know if you guys remember from the very beginning when I started, I said the challenge that we have on the continent. People. We need to enable our people. And I remember 11 years ago when I first came to Nigeria, I was working with Microsoft and everybody was India, India, India. All the software were coming from India. I think InterSwitch was the only one that stood up as a SOTM, like the only one that was an African company in the industry, the banking industry. Every other solution were coming from India. And I spent almost a year going back and forth in India, and I was really confused because I met amazing people in the ecosystem that I was building for Nigeria, for Microsoft, and I just didn't understand for the life of me why we were not investing in these Nigerian businesses. It was the narrative. People said that we just couldn't do good software, that it should come from India. But the resources that we spend trying to understand India, for them to understand us, to deploy a solution, was worse than just having a Nigerian company build their muscles and give us the solution that we needed. So we have to understand from NOGTECH position how to do the 1, 2, 3. How to get people in this room that might not be the winner, but will be the one that can run a successful business as well, that will enable those people that are the entrepreneurs or the lead to run. Another point will be, can we get more than $10,000? I mean, we're talking about billions of dollars here, guys. We're talking about a whole sector that is going to be changing, and we need major technology, and we need major innovation and skillful people that we have to send to get all the right skills. 10,000, that's all we can do? I mean, if we start with that, if we have, I don't care if it's equity free, I'm telling you, we're about to lose billions of dollars, according to him, if we don't go from fossil to clean energy, which, by the way, I think is bogus, because if you look at the continent today, we are electrifying only 47% of this continent, and we are clean. We're hydro. We are biogas, and of the carbon print, by the way, on this continent, which is less than 4%, really Nigeria only play in that because we're burning stuff in the South. It's not even because we're using it, it's just because people are putting things on fire. So we really don't have to have that conversation about the carbon print yet, but that's a whole different story. I just want to know if NOGTECH can do more than 10,000. Now, if they start to increase that, go ahead, sir.
So 10,000 is the price for the winners.
Okay.
But then if the project is compelling and bankable, the board might do one of two things. One might be to invest in the either as equity or something. The other would then be like a loan. You know, we have the funding from Bank of Industries where we have
Okay.
$550 million. We could also help them if it's a good product, you know, to support them to take it to the market. Yeah, so that's possible.
Okay, great. That's really good. I appreciate that answer, but it's still very small. Because my idea, sir, is that in order for us to get one successful business in a startup, you need to go through at least 10 or 15. So you need about 10 or 15 of these startup people ideas to get one that will go to a flutter wave level, or you know, what do you call it? The which one we have now? Pay stack level. So you go through so many before you can get that one. So what I'm suggesting, and I don't know if you're able to answer this question, don't answer it if you can't. But if we can start to think about the next time we come around, that we have a bigger pot to get more people in, so we can go through and get those big successes and still have those other team members working through how they can become successful the next time around, so we don't dry up, right? So I'm just putting it out there because they asked me to say something, and I'm just giving you my thoughts. So
this one is not just 10,000. It's 10,000 times 5 for the winners here.
Yes.
But we have $50 million on the table for football.
50 million.
Which they like us to do.
Okay, all right.
We're also working with investors like you have company, partner, to put on the table, develop stuff for Nigeria.
Yes.
You're welcome. Come on board.
Okay. Okay. So you're working with me, right? Good. So we'll start that with truly said, if you're really serious about that, sir, that 50 million you have, bring it on. We will manage that. It will become way more than 50 million in the time we needed to bring more people on board. I will. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that's basically what it is. We really need to get real. One thing we know Fatoumata for, she's spot on and very direct in when she's saying something. We truly appreciate you for that. And yes, Eyoma, just some kind of feedback for NOGTECH. Yeah, it could be what you just said around.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll put it into buckets. I like to think in buckets. It basically helps me organize my thoughts. So to everybody that has participated, I'm hoping that you are tracking the value, either value to the consumers in that ecosystem, or value to businesses, or value to the government, or whatever, or whoever the value is meant for. It's important to track that value so that you are able to basically understand how you are going to be creating that impact. Remember, your solution is not just a standalone solution. Your solution is supposed to create impact. It's supposed to either make somebody else's lives easier, or make the businesses work faster, more efficient. I mean, whatever it is, please don't forget to track the value, who you are giving value to, and who you are creating value for. And for NOGTECH, I would like to say thank you very much for putting this together for the oil and gas industry. And I'm also hoping that we'll be able to do this for other industries. The health industry is one that is huge, very fragmented, and needs a lot of technology to enable things. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to have some sort of hackathon in the health industry, and you know, so I think it's something that you might also want to look at. Finally, I had a third thing I wanted to speak to, and I can't remember. But thank you very much. I'm hoping to see some inspiring solutions in this place. Thank you.
A resounding round of applause for all our panelists. So we'll take the conversation further. We are out of time. We need to grab lunch now to come back for like the D event. For most of our startup, you already have your numbers. We'll be having you come in batches so that we don't have the room crowded, you know, so we can do better in terms of spacing. So based on the previous information, we'll retain that most of you already chose the slots and how you're going to come in. So we would like to we'll give out tickets for you to have your lunch at the restaurant. Then please, let's try as much as possible to be back by 2 p.m. for the first top 50. By 2:30 p.m. for the pitching event. Thank you for listening.
Having a group picture. Please let's be reminded that we have only 1 hour for lunch, 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. It's also a good time to just share your experience so far on our social media.
I read somewhere that King Sunny Ade had stated that he heard a piece of music and knew immediately that it was my sound. And that comment blew me away because, to me, the greatest flattery that anyone could say was that I have a unique sound, and that's what I'm working for. That's my goal, is to come up with something that's different and my own.
starting the pitch session. We're just waiting for everyone to come back from lunch, and we'll be starting the pitch session. Part of the first team, the first batch, Check It App, Soga, Fuel Intelligence, Homefront Energy, Kia Gas 360, Brick D, Motor, and VR Africa. The first group needs to be outside. So if I've called your startup, you're not meant to be in this room. And those of us that are already here, I can see some of you on your phones. Please, let's put it on silent or vibrate mode. We don't want to interrupt the judges as they do their deliberations, or the participants while they do their pitches. If you've not already posted on social media, please do so. You can tag NOGTECH HACKTON. That's the handle on Instagram as well as Twitter. And on Facebook, it's just NOGTECH. And the hashtags to use are hashtag NOGTECH and hashtag NOGTECH Impact. So feel free to share videos, pictures of some of the things that have happened today. We've had a panel discussion. We've had one of our speakers share his journey. We've had a very interactive time, questions from the audience to drive the conversation. And I know a lot of us here are just anxious and waiting who gets to win the $10,000, which is a lot of money. It's small, but it's still a lot. And I remember Mr. Yolua Boyeji saying, it's better that you start small, and this was echoed by Mrs. Enyoma Naba, who said, it's good to learn as you build the business how you are able to overcome challenges, and that will help you. So by the time you're getting funding, you've already toughened your entrepreneurial muscles. So we're just waiting for our fourth judge to join us. And I believe everybody that's in this room belongs to the second team, right? So we have in this room Tracking Pipeline, Rasset Nigeria Limited. Do we have Rasset? Yes. Okay, we have Green Energy, okay. Beat Drone, okay. Blue Intelligence, Blue, right? Oh, okay. Air Sync, Echo Christ, Enterprise Innovation Laboratory, and Olokpa. Olokpa, okay, Olokpa is not in this room, but we'll be starting with the first batch, and I can see that our judges are almost complete. I'll be introducing them. And please remember that you only have 5 minutes for your presentation. There's actually a digital timer on the laptop, so in case you want to know how much time you have. So you only have 5 minutes for the pitch competition, and then 5 more minutes for questions from the judges. So please use your time wisely. I'll definitely prompt you if you refuse to look at the laptop. 5 minutes is 5 minutes. We're already 30 minutes or more above time, so we'll do our best to keep to time. Please bear with us as the videography team sets up, and we'll be starting shortly. Let's be mindful of time, as we know that we are live streaming. And again, if you're just coming into the room, let's put our phones on silent or vibrate mode. I believe I've received the thumbs up sign for us to begin. We'll be starting with the first batch of pitches. And we all know that today we're going to have 5 winners emerge, and they will be winning $10,000. To do the hard job of deciding who goes home with the big money, we have our distinguished panel of judges. We have Mrs. Fatumata Sukuna Koka, Chairman Afri Invest. A warm round of applause for her. Next to her, we have Peter Freichman, founder and CEO of Drip Tech. Please put your hands together for him. It should be much better. We just had lunch, right? Next to him, we have Mrs. Enyoma Anaba, Group Head, Corporate Segment Marketing, Interswitch. And finally, we have Mr. Francis Osifo, co-founder and Vice President Engineering, 54 Gene. Warm round of applause for him. So I can see the digital timer, 5 minutes, and I'll also be looking at my clock for 5 minutes for the judges. Questions to the participants. Our first startup, who aims to solve Nigeria's healthcare problems. They're going to be discussing end-to-end anti-counterfeiting and product authentication. Please give it up for Check It app. Let's encourage them. Check It app.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Dario Dumode. I'm founder and CEO at Check It Technologies. And at Check It, basically what we do, we're on a mission to save lives by making products, physical products, smarter and trackable. Now, an overview of the oil and gas industry. Typically, they lose over 50% of market share as a result of counterfeit or adulteration of oil and gas during the transit, during it being in transit. This happens as a result of transporters changing the content of that particular tanker, for instance, but cutting up part of it and then switching it into another vessel or tanker, and then adding a bit of black oil and the likes into that tanker. On the other end, when you look at the packaged petroleum products in the sense of your engine oil and the like, that's also very adulterated in the market, causing cars to knock and could even kill someone. But overall, this happens as a result because suppliers in the industry lack real-time market insight. So at Check It, we invented an end-to-end solution where we put security labels on individual products for authentication and also a hardware tracker that enables these products while in supply chain to be tracked in real time by monitoring the viscosity. Now, how this works on the side of the labels is that these labels will create unique identities for these products. Now, these unique identities are locked on a blockchain network and can be authenticated by consumers. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. Now, these stickers can be authenticated either via the smartphone or by USSD. There's also a tag material on that sticker that can be authenticated with a special handheld device. Now, this also enables consumers to win rewards when they do that, and where the brand gets market insights real time. On the flip side, when you look at the trackers, these trackers can be embedded either in the on the tanker, in the ceiling of the tanker, or just in the reservoir at the petrol at the filling station. Now we can monitor the viscosity, non-contact viscosity of that particular liquid, and know exactly when it's being adulterated. We do this by charging 5 cents per these sticker labels, and also charge about $1,300 per each tracker. The market size, when you look at the Nigerian market, an average of 67 million liters is being used daily in petroleum products. Now this put the market size at about $9 billion. Now imagine $4.5 billion being lost every year. In the next 5 years, that's about $20 million being lost. Now, we know that this is going to work because this is not our first time doing this. We've been in business for about 2 years, for about years. We've grown about 2,000% already. I've sold about 3 million labels, gotten about 100,000 consumer authentications. We've also partnered with very big giants like Merck in Germany, which also provide these taggants for our labels. We're also working currently with the Ministry of Health in Afghanistan to help them protect all the pharmaceutical products going in and out of the country. team, right? We have an awesome team with people who have led teams in the past. I have experience, I'm a geologist, by the way. I also have experience working with ADAX in the past, done an MBA in Milan, Bocconi University, pursued oil and gas in the past as well, at a diesel supplier. I've also been at Nest. CPO Abdul here is also a product of Nest, but also scored as a UI UX designer in Hong Kong. Our team also has CTO, 7 8 years experience building software. CEO has also worked in the financial space in the team. So the $10,000 is going to help us build a prototype of our hardware, as well as push about 10 million of our labels into the oil and gas industry. And at the end, we're going to be looking at scaling even further in the oil and gas industry. We've done a lot in the pharmaceutical space and also FMCG space so far in Nigeria and Afghanistan. We're looking to do more. So join us. Thank you.
Wow, you have an extra minute, but that's still good. Concise, straight to the point. I believe our judges have their questions. Please, can we put that on silent, even if it's a timer? Thank you very much.
Test. Hello. Hi. How is this different than solutions that exist in the market already, especially in the medical space?
10 years earlier than us. So before we started this company, right, we understood that there were already labels on pharmaceutical products. So we went into the market in Ghana, then at Nest. We spoke to people in the market, consumers, and realized consumers don't necessarily scratch those labels, majorly because they trust the pharmacy they're buying from, buying the products from, the pharmaceutical products from. They use their body as the litmus test. Now, after speaking to them, we realized that people were actually concerned and now had a change of thought and wanted to start checking. So we saw it as a need that our labels need to, make them even check before they feel like they trust the pharmacy, right? So which is why we added incentives to our labels, which is in the sense that when you authenticate the label of check it, you see a brief question, just 3 questions, because you keep your attention for like 20 seconds. You answer the question and to reward at the end. The reward is quite robust, so we give rewards including raffle draw tickets, airtime, digital rewards, right? Merchandise, even raffle draw. We're actually tokenizing that as well on the blockchain network right now.
Okay. I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
So 2 things I understand. One is they have finding out of it.
Correct.
To type in that.
Yep.
But the incentive, who bears the cost of that incentive?
The producer.
Sorry?
The producer, the brand.
Bears the cost of that. Full loaded cost to the producer for each label then?
I mean, it depends, right? So some of the producers at FMCG might have a budget of ₦1 billion to give out rewards. Some might have ₦100 million. So it really depends on that particular producer. But the cost of the label and the authentication is fixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is your own margin? How much do you make on each of those labels itself?
So like I said, about 400% for the sticker labels, the entire product, and then for the hardware, envisaging about 300%.
Pretty sweet spot.
Can you talk a little bit more about the hardware? Why is the hardware necessary? Why wouldn't you just sort of take a picture with your phone or call it in or something else?
Yeah, so for the hardware is necessary for liquid, right? Because in this case now, this is a problem with liquid. Liquid material, we can't stick labels in them, for instance, right?
Okay, that's a sensor for the tanker.
Exactly.
That's different than the checking.
Yeah, that's different from the paper, the sticker labels.
So my question is, can you go back to your profit,
What?
back to where you say you have 400%?
Okay.
Is that a profit margin?
Yes.
On the sticker?
Yes.
And 300% on
The hardware
on
plus
the hardware.
the software, yeah.
Are you creating the hardware yourself?
No, so right now, the reason why it's even priced at that much is we're buying it off the shelf at this moment. Building it would even drive the cost even lower to less than $1,000.
To where?
To less than $1,000.
Okay.
Yep.
And you're still maintaining that you'll be able to have 300%
Correct.
or more?
Yes, or more, when we start building ourselves.
Okay, and how secure is that market?
Secure.
Is the market for the hardware?
Oh, I mean, so typically it's at the end of the day, right? There's several hardwares in the market solving several problems. So it's oftentimes is how you build your software to take data off that and provide a solution to your client. So for our scenario, it's quite new. If you check the internet right now, you'd see very little solutions around viscosity measuring for fluid, especially also embedded with the tracker. Very few. Now this gives us an opportunity in the market to even patent that and have that solution being completely secured as an IP on our end.
Okay, so this percentage out here has a lot of if to it.
Yeah, so like I said, the hardware is still in prototyping phase, but then of course, like I'm just mentioned now, there are very few solutions in the market that is doing this. There's actually none, actually, just papers out there.
Okay, and for the hardware itself, today, if you were buying it, you're buying it from where?
From China.
From China, okay.
Yeah.
Another question, if you go back to the very first slide, what's the one with the billion, the opportunity size?
Okay, that's market size.
The 9 billion. How much of this is just the tanker?
So here's the thing. The 67 million liters, where it encompasses the petroleum products in total that is consumed in Nigeria on a daily basis, right? So 100% of this is, so when the tanker carries different kind of petroleum products, your AGO, your PMS, you know, your petrol.
Okay, so basically the 9 million, the 9 billion, it's just the size of the petroleum
products
product.
Consumed, yes.
How much of it is your opportunity size?
So we're looking at 1% of that over the next 5 years.
5 years. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Next, we have our next startup to present, and they will be on the track of skills demand and talent supply challenges. SOGA, and what they'll be presenting on is an online web and mobile-based community platform that connects students to industry professionals and instructors to share knowledge and mentor students. Please give a round of applause to SOGA as they come and make their presentation. Please, can we change the laptop so they can see the 5 minutes that they have? 5 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for questions from the judges.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Flora Nusiobi, and I'm one of the co-founders of SOGA.
Well, we know skillful workforce is an asset to an industry economy. According to the World Education Journal, over 70% of the hundreds of thousands of graduates that turn out of Nigerian universities are unemployable. Also, over $20 billion is spent in the oil and gas economy. This is to get expatriates and also get foreign design equipment to run the oil and gas industry. And that's part of the mandate of the board is trying to solve. So at least a minimum of 14 billion is brought back into our economy for it. There's also the gap in the industry because we have professionals not transferring knowledge because there's a gap between the career and the industry. Also, we have the training facilities are clustered and not easily accessible. So what opportunities are we giving? We're offering opportunity for technical skills, industry-based certified courses and programs, tutorials that helps you get the knowledge. I'm a graduate of the University of Manchester, and I see that there's some things I learned that I don't have to open my book again. I can go hands-on, and I'm into the problem to solve it. Also, on-the-job training, practical training, and also opportunity to have mentorship sections with industry experts. So all our users, we start from the undergraduate to the graduate, to the mid-level careers, to the entrepreneurs, to the lecturers, just ensure that everybody is employable and we can improve the income for the economy and also the industry.
Now, what's the product or solution that SOGA is trying to provide? We're trying to build an online learning mentorship community that connects the student to the industry experts, instructors. What will provide visual-based learning, SOGA for business, SOGA for universities, students and lecturers, SOGA for professionals, and also mentorship through communities. Now, how does it work? You go online, either in your laptop or mobile device, log into SOGA, pick a course, select a course of your choice, assess the course, start the course, and when you're done with your course, you get a certificate or a badge. Now, what makes us unique? You have unlimited access to the courses, which are video-based or on PDF. You also have unlimited access to mentors, industry expert mentors. You also have unlimited access to our visual-based learning system. I also have access to job portals and scholarship. Also, when I'm creating a database that will be linked to the board and other recruiter job portals that shows that these are people actually employable in the industry. Now, how does SOGA generate revenue? Based on the courses we provide, short courses, certified short courses, global accredited professional courses, diploma programs, range between 700 naira to about $1 million, over $1 million naira. And we've tested this model within the past 2 months during this lockdown, where we partnered with other associations to train about over 300 graduates. And we get a revenue of about 600,000 naira and above. And also we can do this by market channels, by going to school tours, speaking engagement, direct marketing, affiliate marketing, conferences, exhibitions, social media adverts, and other marketing avenues. Now, who are the team?
Okay, so we have a combined experience of over a decade in training, capacity building and development. We're active volunteers of professional societies, SP, NAPI, and the rest. Also, we trained over 1,000 participants in various skills, safety, geoscience, and other oil and gas related skills. Also, Flora is a trainer, the extremely trained trainer, and she's also experienced with e-learning management system, and also experienced. I'm a certified quality management system auditor and also occupational health and safety management system. I'm also an ambassador for World Safety Organization, and I'm a member of the Adlam network.
So we're seeking for funds from NOGTECH to help us increase our user base by building our platform to accept more users, and also leveraging the partnership with the board to connect with more industry experts to develop content for our graduates and for the students. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So we can now go to questions. Well done, you kept to time. You still had about 50 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Soga. I think that your solution is for this particular time that we are in. I'm curious to know how you are able to attract quality lecturers and facilitators, and if you also pay them, and how does that affect your margins?
Okay, so now, based on experience, I've worked in the training department in the oil and gas industry, and I've built over experience over time to know the selected courses that graduates need. Using based on the industry instructors profile to know if they are qualified to provide such content for us. So I can actually vet those courses, and also have other instructors under. They can also help us to vet those courses too. Then also we pay the instructors based on commission on our platform.
I think I'd like to add that. Sorry for that. Like we said, we're active members in various oil and gas societies. For example, for Nigeria Petroleum Exploration, I'm the performance evaluation chairman for the YP, and she's also an ESCO. So over time, we'll be able to see people that are key experts that the industry calls for various topics. So we'll be able to leverage on that network, and also the board to see people that their experience will be needed to help validate these courses, and also try and seek certifications that helps to make it international and globally acceptable.
Maybe it's more a question. So I'm trying to understand, because I feel like, apart from the fact that, so obviously I want to ask what makes you a bit more directly unique, obviously, because there are a lot of platforms locally in the market that provides training services, whether it's professionally and even structure as well. But beyond that it seems to me that you're also trying to do quite a lot, right? You are literally doing everything. And I'm also trying to figure out why is that? Why are you going that route? Why are you intentionally trying to do everything for everybody? What is that strategy? I think you can talk to me a bit more
Okay,
around it.
so most of our strategy there, please can go to the next slide, the unique slide, yeah. So most of our strategy for the internship and scholarship portals are free access. So those are the ways we're going to lure the graduates to our platform. That's number one. So when they seek for job interview, when they seek for jobs, they know what skills is required and they can have a platform to get that training skills. That's number one. Number two also is that for the mentorship, that makes us unique because for other training platforms, you just go there, you take trainings. There's nobody you can actually ask questions or they can guide you, you can actually talk to on the platform. So we are building a mentorship community integrated in the platform so that when you're done with your course, you can you can actually go online, interact with the mentors, you understand, either through webinars or through the community chat forum, and you get more in-depth sight to your questions and not just being left alone like that. So that's the mentorship we're actually building. Okay, let me answer if I give my colleague. In the oil and gas industry, because I've been there myself and I've experienced myself hands-on, most of the industry experts are seen as mentors because they already gathered the experience. So we're looking at the lecturers, we're looking at the industry experts themselves that worked in the industry over time. So they can mentor those students, they can lecture them, they can teach them. So it's like a two-in-one process. So not only do you teach your lecture based on either using video-based or webinars, you also mentor them in their career path. So you're doing a two-in-one job. So that's the two-in-one thing for you. Now for the students, currently, like I said, we've trained over throughout my experience, we've trained over 1,000 people, and we have more people coming to us asking us for courses that we can't offer because we don't have the content for those courses. Yes, but we have the industry, we have the expert to prepare them, but we don't have the content to put on our platform because we need the money to upgrade our system to accommodate them. So we actually built the value chain around. You come in, you have access to these free things. So when you look at the job profile and you see that the skills you don't have them, you come to our platform, you are sitting in the same platform, you have the courses there, you get the skills, you have a method to guide you through the industry aspect of that particular course. You understand? You become employable, you enter into the database like that. And that database is now linked to the board who now knows to find this person or the skills needed for this job. So they don't really need to go. They don't need to scout more, just for link like that and you get what you want from us. Thank you.
Okay.
Just to go a little bit more, add on to that a little bit. So, okay, there's a lot of things. There's a lot here. Okay, so what can you get a little bit more specific just about like what is the first thing that you're going to sell? How much is it going to cost, and who is going to pay you for it?
Okay, the first thing we're going to sell will be the tutorials.
Tutorials on what?
Tutorials on specific topics within a course. For example,
what specific topics?
Okay, for example, you're studying petroleum engineering, and in your course you have a course called maybe refinery. I want to learn about distillation. Just that's the thing. So we're selling that. So there's no certificate attached to it, just a tutorial based. So you have an idea of what distillation is all about, and so that's easier to sell to students that will need it for their own self. So. Okay, 700 naira minimum. The student, the university student, yes. Yeah.
A warm round of applause for SOGA. Next to present is an automated vehicle identification and fuel management system. They are presenting in the track of best practice in transparency, accountability, and civic engagement. Please put your hands together for Fuel Intelligence. Fuel Intelligence. A warm round of applause for Fuel Intelligence. You have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions and answers.
Good
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kufire Ebong. With me here is my partner, Cosmos Nzelum, and we are here to present our project, Fuel Intelligence. So what we have today in the current trends for commercial filling stations, the way they take their data inventory is that in the morning, we have the fuel manager come and take how much the data, that's how much each tank has dispensed, and then comes back at the end of the day to check how much has been dispensed, and then uses the difference to know, okay, this is how much fuel has been dispensed in a day. And then the problem with that is that there can be human errors, unintentional and also intentional errors, because they want to steal fuel, they want to make away with, steal the fuel to sell it. Now for the private ventures, you know, we have our transport and logistics companies. Some of these people have, you know, assets like cars, vehicles, and they actually invest in private filling stations, and they are not interested in making profits from selling fuel. They are only interested in being able to fuel their assets. So what happens is that since they are not really interested in making profit, they don't really monitor it effectively. So you can just have each asset is allocated, let's say 100 liters or let's say 1,000 liters monthly. They just come and connive with the fuel attendants to say that they actually dispensed maybe in a day 100 liters, whereas they didn't dispense up to that, and then they end up selling the rest. And that this causes huge loss in revenue to the owners of the companies and for the commercial people, the owners of the filling stations. So our value proposition, our project, what it does is that it logs data in real time. As fuel is being dispensed, the data is being logged real time, and also it automates the process. Now for the private companies, we have these RFID tags riveted on the fuel tanks of the assets, and we have a nozzle with the nozzle reader. So it will only dispense fuel to authorized assets, authorized trucks or vehicles, and that will now checkmate the discrepancies in data logging. It will allow you to be able to access your data at any time, wherever you are in the world. That's like the Internet of Things aspect of our project. So the flow, the process flow, for the private companies now, a vehicle comes in, and then the nozzle reader is put into the tank of the vehicle, captures the data from the cloud. It knows, okay, for this month, this car has 1,000 liters, it has dispensed 800, 200 left. So you now impute, okay, I want 50 liters. You put in 50 liters into the system, and it dispenses that and logs the data back to the cloud. No human interference. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Stuart Bukadi, project manager. So I will continue from where I left. So far, so good. As of 2020, we've collected a lot of data concerning the fuel stations around the whole nation. And so far, so good. We have over 11.7 million vehicles in Nigeria, and they all work on fuel, either diesel or petrol, PMS, for whatever reason. Now, what we are coming in is to help fuel station owners, because on daily basis from DPR reports of 2013, they lose around 33 liters per day. And we have over 28,000 fuel stations across the whole nation. And in a day, it's skyrocketing to over 27 million liters lost in a month. So if we can help fuel station owners save this money at a fraction of a price, so we are looking on a market value which is valuable to most fuel station owners, which anybody here that have a person that owns a fuel station will know the person is actually complaining of losses in fuel revenue, which is either by theft or during the supply stage, because a supply of 33,000 liters, you don't know what is happening underground. So our sensor can dictate, oh, what was deposited underground was actually 33,000 liters without any human interference, and what has been dispensed by the 5 or 10 fuel pumps you have, maybe in a day, your fuel pump dispenses 5,000 liters. Out of that 5,000, what should be left underground should be around 27,000 liters. Anything short of that, you should be able to take record of it. So we have a very large market, and we know that every fuel owner will be able to have something that can give them their revenue back instead of losing it, or maybe putting their trust on human beings that, oh, I'll have to employ a new manager that can help me to oversight the function, which we all know that the computer knowledge is better than trusting your business on human beings, because everybody wants to make money. So we'll have our partners, and we don't have to go through that, and we'll have our own boards. Everything has been built, and we'll have a demo of it so they can play our video for us. Thank you.
Can I add?
No problem. Okay.
Cost of the device for an owner. So what would they pay to have this technology, and what would be their payback period?
On average, for example, a fuel station with 2 p.m. 1 kg and 1 DPK, that's 4 pumps, it's going to cost them 200,000 per pump, which on average, the initial setup is 800,000, and we run on software as a service SaaS model, which is a subscription based. That's where we generate our revenue on yearly basis. So they are to be paying 20,000 naira per pump per year after the initial setup cost of the hardware installation, and then the software helps them to access data of whatever they have for a period of 3 months, 6 months. You can be in USA, you can have data of the whole fuel transaction you have for today. You can access for the yesterday for up to a year history. Thank you. In terms of savings, the initial setup cost of 800,000 is for the procurement of the hardware and installation. Now, they have a recurrent fee of 20,000 per pump, which our mathematics should give us 80,000 naira for the 4 pumps, which is negligible to the losses they have on a longer term. Yeah. Quite huge amount of cost. In a month, depending on the capacity of your fuel station. If for four pumps, let's say in 6 weeks, a month and a half. Yeah, the software based. So you are paying for the software because you can access it. So we'll log the data for you on our cloud service, and you can say, oh, you log in with your details, and you'll be able to pull. If you have 10 fuel stations across the country, you select the branch you want, and you put the data. You can log it, organize it the way you want it.
So, when you started up with the problem, first of all, I must commend you. I think your presentation was the first one I followed through. Your problem statement was very clear, so it was easy for me to follow through in terms of the solutions. So, however, you stated the problem statement about, so the way I understood it is a fuel management system where you install an RFD tag on the pump and on the car for corporates that have large fuel, large fleets.
Yes.
But you lost me when you now talked about the underground tank. So I need for you to explain. I know there's some automation that needs to happen on the filling station itself. That automation, does that include the underground fuel tank, the underground tank that holds the fuel? And did you include the cost of the device? Because when we're talking about the cost of the device, I think you limited it to just the RF tank that goes on the fuel nozzle and the RF tank
That goes on the vehicles, yeah.
What about automation that needs to happen on the filling station that needs to enable all this to happen?
Okay, I will play a simple scenario we have here now. If you are going for a single pump, someone that has a single pump, for example, now we are purchasing our device. You have an interface on your front pump, and that fuel pump is taking a deposit underground. So the device of 200,000 comes for a single underground tank. Okay. Now it also comes for this nozzle head. So you are now you are going to come to us to tell you have like 200 vehicles. You can purchase the RFID tag as many as you have it. We'll give you an additional cost for the RFID tag, which are less than 1,000 naira. You can purchase depending on how many vehicles you have. If you have new vehicles, you can add it.
Yes. So there's a fuel rod that we buy and insert in the tank, and this is linked wirelessly to our module. If we had the chance to play our video, you could have seen the device. It has a system that communicates with all our other nozzle readers wirelessly. So there's actually a field rod inserted in the tank, and we capture that data and send it to our controller, which then sends it to the cloud. Yes. Yes, that's.
So I'm a corporate. I have 500 cars that travel, and I have a deal, some sort of deal with, let's say, for the sake of this conversation, Owando.
Okay.
Those devices that I'm going to.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So let me answer, and he would continue from where I stopped. So this is all you need to attach to the car. This is the RFID tag. This is all you need to attach to the car. So now the RFID tags, they are just for the private owned filling stations that have assets that gets allocated quota. They are not making money from selling fuel. They just allocate quota. Recently we were working with Indorama, and that's what our video was going to show. So they have assets like trucks. Indorama is involved in petrochemical production, fertilizers and all that. So they have large trucks that dispense large volumes of fuel daily. So all they need for them, they'll buy the full product because they are interested in managing their own assets, their own filling station for the vehicles. So they buy the full product. If they have 100 trucks, they buy 100 tags. If they have one station with 4 pumps, so they'll buy each of these modules for the 4 pumps and buy 100 tags for the 100 assets. That could be trucks, could be vehicles, whatever. Do you get that?
I want to be straight to your question. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for intelligence. Now, the next group makes cooking gas accessible to low-income using pay-as-you-go model and digital innovations, and they will be competing in the track of digitization of renewables energy. Please give it up for Homefort Energy. Please clap for them properly. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Opeyemo Washo. I'm the co-founder of Homefort Energy. Unfortunately, poverty is very endemic in Nigeria, and in the next 5 minutes when I'll be done with this speech, 30 Nigerians would have fallen below the poverty line. And there's this World Bank energy report that shows the connection between poverty in a country and dirty fuel usage. So in the report, it showed that Nigeria has a huge dirty fuel usage. I mean, Nigeria is the lowest consumer of cooking gas, despite our natural gas reserve. So for the 61% of Nigerians who live below the poverty line, switching from dirty fuel to cooking gas, it is a luxury they cannot afford. And we find this as a no-no, and we want to change this narrative by making cooking gas accessible and affordable to low-income consumers using pay-as-you-go model and digital innovations. All right, so the problem, please. Go. Okay. So for the 61% of Nigerians who live below poverty line, there are 2 reasons why they can't switch to cooking gas. Number 1, they can't afford to acquire the startup kits. It's beyond their pay wage. Number 2 is that even if in the rare instance where they can afford it, to refuel, the continuous refuel is a problem because they have to put days of savings together. So when they run out, they go back to dirty fuel. After days of savings, they come back to cooking gas. And we won't solve that. So all right, so the baseline of our solution is to spur a viral growth, a viral switch of Nigerians, poor Nigerians from dirty fuel to cooking gas. So with just 500 naira, we hand over this startup kit to a new consumer. But the startup kit comes with a pre-filled gas, which is worth 2,000 naira, is about 6 kg. But the consumer does not have to pay for the whole 2,000 naira at once. Instead, the consumer pays for it in micro units of as low as 150 naira, which is 0.5 kg at a time using our phone. And with our virtual grid supply system, these consumers will not run out of gas. I will explain more on this later. So basically, we're a gas marketing company, and what differentiates us from every other person out there is our smart meter. Is it no, just this. So it's a two-connected smart meter. It's a two-part connected smart meter, and what it does is that it's a proprietary technology, by the way. And what it does is that it allows us to sell gas using the pay-as-you-go model. So I'm going to run you through how it works. So once we give you once you do a 500 naira down payment, we give you the startup kit. Now, the startup kit is prepared with gas, like I said earlier, but you do pay in micro unit of 150 naira per time. When the unit you purchase is exhausted, the smart meter locks in the gas within the system. You have to pay a new unit again. Once that unit is exhausted, it locks it down again. It locks it down again, and the cycle continues. And so then before the consumer finally draw down the 2,000 naira value of gas, because the system is IoT enabled, we remotely monitor the system, and we know when you're going to do that, and before it does, we supply you new pre-filled system. Now, Nigeria LPG market is in an exponential growth phase. Over the last 10 years, it has grown about 8,000%, and at the moment, we are at 700,000 metric ton per annum, because that's what we consume locally. But the World Bank, the World LPG body, even says, man, you guys can do about 2,000 metric ton per annum by 2022. So it shows that we've not even started. The opportunities is enormous, and especially over the last 3 years, the federal government has been formulating a lot of favorable policies, bringing in private investment into the LPG sector. So a lot of policies, a lot of them. So it's time for the market. So our business model is that we buy gas in bulk from partner gas plants in bulk in 6 kg cylinders, and we sell to our consumers. In 6 kg, of course. To every sale we make, there's a 30% margin, gross margin we do. And the point about it, the beauty about it is that it's tamper-proof. And so we have a lot of repeat customer retention rate. We believe is north of 95%. Please. So this is the expanded view of the smart meter, like what you're seeing here. So it's almost impossible for you to tamper with it. If you have to refill it, you need to remove these. Hold on, you need to remove this burner to refill this. But before you remove it, you have to go through the door to this container, to the clamp behind it, then to this. Once you touch the door, it sends a feedback to us, so we know. No. All right, so we have a MVP here. We are pilots. It's a non-paid pilot. We've started that. We're aggressively educating the market. There's a lot of consumer education to be done. And we started preparatory work for our B2B to C model. I'll talk more on that later. So I'm a petroleum and gas engineer, and please, I'm a...
I'm very sorry, but part of pitching has to do with management of time. Sometimes it's an inverted pyramid. You put the most important thing first, and then
Can I just
no, maybe judges ask you when the judges ask you a question, you might be able to slot it in. So thank you very much. 5 minutes for the judges.
I think you did a very good job of explaining the problem statement, and it was very clear.
Thank you.
I'm personally very familiar with this type of solution. So there's a variety of solutions in East Africa that are doing something similar. So kind of what makes this, I guess, not what makes it different, but how would you compete? Pago or Copagas or anything
okay. So for Pago, I'm going to talk about Pago. Yeah, Pago is a competitor in Kenya. Yeah. So these guys use so our smart meter is quite different. It's specifically designed for low-income families. Now, for Pago smart meter, it can only work for 12 kg cylinders. So if I'm going to work for 12 kg cylinder, if it's going to work for 12 kg cylinder, that means the consumer needs a burner, a stove apart. It's more cost. You don't need this. This is a retrofitted system. We bring this solution to the market with 15,000 naira. So, the down payment you do for Pago is more than the entire cost to cover for this. So I think we can do that. Yes, please. Yeah.
your advantage is lower cost, okay, so you're saying 500 naira down payment, it costs you 15,000 naira in terms of your cost of goods. So how many months? So you're charging them 500 naira.
Yep. 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 Very interesting. In fact, the 30% margin is on the refuse. Now, the truth is there's an upfront cost from us, which we bear. But so if a customer does 150 naira unit now, we sell 70% to the customer, though we've told the customer. So we need to recover the value for the assets. So the customer pays for it in 2 years. So basically, at this time, we feel that the best time to pay back is 2 years. It might change. And that is the feedback we want. We'll work on that. Yeah.
I'm struck.
Yes, please. Yes. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, please. Okay.
There's a it
all right. Okay. Yeah, please can I answer a question? All right. So basically, Nigeria records the highest number of deaths globally from indoor air pollution, about 99,000 deaths per annum, about 5 million sicknesses per annum. So it's a big problem. I mean, it's just underreported. Now, having said that, in value, I mean, in its value, in thermal heat value, cooking gas is is a lot cheaper than dirty fuels. But the problem is dirty fuels are sold at price points these low-income families can afford. So they earn daily, so probably 500, 1,000 daily. So it's easy for them to go buy a bottle of kerosene at 200 naira thereabout. So for you to buy kerosene, why don't you, I mean, at that same 200, you do this. You use kerosene for just 1 day. You use this for, I mean, on our pilot, we noticed you use it for about 4 days. So it's a lot cheaper. It saves you money. It protects lives. So I think they would switch.
A lot of education and awareness.
Yeah.
And that is a lot of money.
All right, yes, true. 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 All right, so to get the maximum value, we focus on communities that have populated with low-income families. So what we do is that for this pilot, what we did was that we went to the local influencers within these communities, and once the local influencer is using it, and I can tell you that wherever she says, almost everybody is buying in, and so we've started building our wait list. I mean, we have over 1,000 wait lists. We didn't spend a dime, and because of just the local influencers we gave this product to, I mean, it's been a viral switch. We are doing it in Agege, it's Aloja. I mean, it's a very low-income area. Trust me.
Thank you very much. No further questions. We're out of time. I apologize. 5 minutes. Thank you very much. That's the thing we're pitching. It's all about time management. Yes. The next team coming to present is presenting under the track of Tackling Legacy Supply Chain and Logistics Challenges for All Industries. And I like their name, Kia Gas 360, and they monitor LPG use through LPG cylinder safety status of cylinders to enable them take appropriate action, transmit such information to customers. Please put your hands together for Kia Gas 360. 5 minutes only.
Thank you for having me. My name is Wandu Emmanuel from Kia Gas. Brazil and Nigeria shares similar population demographics. Brazil has a household population of 42 million households, while Nigeria has 40 million households. Brazil currently has an LPG penetration of 95%, while Nigeria has just 5%. The reason why Nigeria is within 5 to 10% of LPG penetration today is because of three key reasons. And the three of them is, supply chain constraints, which causes price hikes and artificial scarcity. Also, at the gas plant level, loss of sales revenue due to theft at the gas plants, which stifles investment. And also, on the consumer side, poor LPG consumption data and perception on affordability and access to the customer. Our solution, developing the ecosystem, and that development is focused on LPG storage and management system, end user monitoring and other system, other system and logistics, and also cylinder identification and tracking. The LPG storage system allows gas plant owners to manage their gas plant. Currently, we have a program, the Gaspreneur Scheme, which currently has 35 gas plant owners, and we have a gas construction business. So the challenge that these guys have is how do they manage sales at their gas plant? They are here and they are the guys working for them. How do they see what's going on at their gas plant? At the end user side, customers, most importantly, want to know the quantity of gas left in their cylinders. Everyone in this room at some point will have experienced issues of you running out of gas, as well as the federal government wants to eliminate customer owning cylinders, because a customer is not supposed to own cylinders. Cylinders are by distributors. But distributors today are having issues because if they introduce cylinders in the market, people run away with it. This system allows them to manage these cylinders. These cylinders become assets. The market, Nigeria has 10% penetration. Our neighbors in Ghana, they have 22%, but there's a huge opportunity in Nigeria. Nigeria has 36 million households that are currently underserved. Government moves to increase LPG penetration, to about 5 million tons by 2022. And there are about 4,000 gas plants and micro distributors, as well as 4 million users today that use LPG in their homes. The opportunity, currently, is massive in Nigeria. The market grown from 350,000 metric tons in 2015 to 840,000 metric tons in 2019. And this has grown organically. There's a growing tech-savvy population, as well as the world segment today that uses LPG, that is wealthy in Nigeria, is about 22.95%, but LPG consumption and penetration is still below 20%. That shows you the opportunity in the market. Our revenue model for the monitoring side, for the end user monitoring side, is our retail. We distribute gas to customers, as well as in-app purchases. You can buy other like cookers and stuff about cylinders, as well as in-app advertising. For the storage side, we currently build gas plants and we incorporate the hardware into the construction process, so they just pay for it automatically. We also have software as a service subscription for gas plant managers, as well as investors. Many people want to invest in gas plants, but how do you manage that investment? This system allows investors to sit in their homes and see how the sales of gas at the gas plant is happening per time. So it allows banks or any partner to make this investment. It's really going to develop the market and open up distribution and supply. Our team, currently, I lead the team, and I have 5 years experience in this. I currently advise Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources on LPG policy development, as well as Mr. Shea also leads business development for Ericsson. And we've partnered with the Federal University of Technology, MENA, the Department of Mechatronics, as our technology partner to bring this to the market. Prof. Musa leads that team, and Mohammed and Folorosho is also part of the R&D team. Our roadmap is to complete our prototype testing and carry out the pilot testing. Also by 2021, we will deploy this fully, reach about 10,000 customers, and also partner with the board, you know, to produce cylinders. We intend to produce this with them. Yeah, thank you.
Round of applause for Kia Gas 360. So I have the mic with me, and I want to ask Mrs. Fatumata to take the first question. Okay, we'll prioritize you. We'll come back to you maybe when the question starts. You'll have a question.
So I see that you're doing a lot of different stuff and have a lot of ideas. What in terms of the hardware, what have you done? I saw rendering. Do you have any kind of like prototype? This seems like this is basically just an idea.
No, it's currently in the development phase. So we have the UX designs, and that's where we are currently. Okay.
The software is currently in the design stage. We are currently gathering data for the UX and to proceed to design the UI designs. For hardware, they are currently doing their hardware designs at the moment and research on how to get the components locally and probably do some locally here in Nigeria.
So it seems your current business is the production of the tanks itself, right?
And distribution of gas.
So
Yeah.
already, that's what you're already doing.
Yes,
But then the plan is to then do the middle part and the last part. So you already do the column on the front.
Yes.
Okay, that's the part you already have 35.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the goal is to how close are you in this roadmap? What is like talk me through the numbers. What does that look like? Because it seems on this stage where you really want to go to, you're still very early stage on this. You're still very, very early stage on it. But talk me through the thinking and the numbers. What do you think that, because I like the middle part, right? That is already a very nascent market. People, most households have had that issue, right? You're cooking and suddenly you run out of gas, right? And a lot of people obviously are interested in saying, I want to know when that happens. So how close are you in that space? And I think like what you're saying is, in that roadmap, how close are you on that journey? What's the price point you're looking at that as well? And what margins are you also looking at as well? Just so at least we also understand from a business perspective.
Okay. So from a business perspective, today in the market, everyone talks about affordability, you know, that gas is not affordable. But, you know, the funny thing is, from our retail experience, the guys in the lower end of the market, they consume more gas than the guys in the higher income areas. I'll give you an instance. In Ikoyi, for instance, many people that work here, they are professionals. They travel all year round. You know, the guys that actually use gas is the guys on the mainland, you know, from our retail experience. And from that, you realize that these guys, today you can buy gas 1 kg from a gas plant. So affordability is really not the issue, because 200 naira today, gas is retailing for 180 per kg. And a liter of kerosene today is retailing for 250. So on the surface, you assume that, oh, gas is for the high income areas. But today, out of of every gas that we've retailed, 80% of the gas, we make more profit, people consume more in the low income areas. But the problem, the perennial problem, is people running out of gas. You come back home by 9 p.m. and you run out of gas, you know. So where we are currently, in the next 2 months, we will be completely ready to deploy. And we have the customers to test this. So we are not even spending monies on consumer education at all, because that is expensive. So we are going after the 10%. And the 10% is 4 million. So if we get 10,000 of those customers, it's a lot for us. We are not even doing anything on consumer education. We are just focusing on the guys that have used gas. Then in the next couple of years, this will just happen naturally. As people make that transformation, they make that transition from other fuels to gas, which is already happening because the market is growing exponentially. Right now, Nigeria is already consuming above 840,000 as of today, and we consumed 840,000 metric tons last year, and we are already above 840 as we speak. So before the end of the year, we are going to be hitting 1 million. So our focus really is how do we reduce the cost of production of these meters, the hardware, which we want to integrate into the cylinder manufacturing process. We're happy to partner with the board to build a cylinder manufacturing plant. And when we develop that plant, now the assets that today, the government is saying that people and customers are not supposed to own cylinders. You don't have a right to own cylinders because you don't even know that cylinders expire. You are not supposed to handle cylinders because you don't know how to take care of it. So just for instance, like the Coca-Cola bottle, we are only interested in the content. You don't take care of the bottle. The company is responsible for it. The explosions that we're having today is because customers don't even know that cylinders expire. So the federal government's policy is saying that companies are supposed to own cylinders. The company owning cylinders today, people steal those cylinders, but with a smart cylinder, it becomes an asset. You can know where your cylinder is per time, and that's the real problem that we are, facing. And with this, it allows us to also get important data. Over the next 3 years, we'll have data on how these consumers are consuming gas. With that data, we can now move towards other forms of energy, because if we're serving 50,000 households, you have data on how they consume gas, the time, when, how, period, then it will help us, yeah.
Well done. Thank you. Yes, yeah, good. Thank you. So we have 2 more groups who will be coming to present, 2 more startups. The penultimate startup for this first group is hoping to solve Nigeria's healthcare problems. They provide customers with real-time access to storage conditions of temperature-sensitive medication, both stationary and transient. Please put your hands together for Gricht Morte. A warm round of applause for Gricht Morte. Please, you have to come to the stage, and this is your timer. You have 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Morgan Etega, and I'm the founder at Gricht. In 2019 alone, the world lost close to $200 billion worth of perishable items, impacting businesses' revenue and their ability to grow. Bringing this problem home, in healthcare, only 1 in 5 children have access to vaccines. 55% of fruit and vegetables are lost, and about 40% of samples taken to the lab are rendered impotent or are considered impotent for lab analysis. And the problem with this is how they're being transported or how they're being stored. If you look at these businesses, the problems could be categorized into 4 things. 1, huge amount of losses, which impacts on the revenue. 2, inability to grow significantly because of lack of supporting infrastructure to enable their businesses grow. 3, injured reputation due to botched expansion plans. And 4, insufficient data that enables them end their revenue or for settlements with insurance. And this is where we come in. Gricht is in the business of developing technology to enable businesses transport and store temperature-sensitive commodity or perishables while providing the businesses with real-time information as regards the location of the items and the storage conditions. We generate revenue in 2 ways. 1, enabling refrigerated logistics, and 2, offering the second product, which is for sales, and also generating recurrent revenue via software as a service. How it works, for the first one, which is the box, we provide this to logistics businesses, which now enables customers make requests that they want to move products from point A to point B. The logistics business takes the box, puts the product in, and then delivers the product. Immediately, the box generates a quality assurance report and sends that to the customer. And then for this, it's pretty simple. You turn it on, You place it in a location, it starts to detect location, temperature, humidity, and you can access that from the mobile phone or from your laptop. How big is the market? The global cold chain market stands around $400 billion, but for the Nigerian market, according to Frost & Sullivan, is about $9 billion and is growing at 10% cumulative annual growth rate. Since inception, the product has been used by organizations across various sectors, ranging from oil and gas, healthcare, agriculture, logistics, and these are some of the notable clients we've worked with. We're a team of 8 individuals, with the core team having a cumulative experience of over 30 years, with myself being the business person and the CEO. We have Chuks, who's the CTO, graduate from University of South Africa, worked with GE initially. We have Gavin Pearson, who was the former managing director for Imperial Logistics in Ghana. I have Simi, who's a product lead, developed several products in the market space technology. We're looking to, the funds we're trying to get here basically would enable us develop more products, service our business model, and put us in a trajectory to earn about $120,000 over a period of 12 months. But the other things we're looking to do is to enable this, is to further our increase our runway, and also improve local content. The good thing about our technology is the fact that it can be used across multiple sectors. So it's not just healthcare, it's not just agriculture, it's not just oil and gas, but can be used in multiple sectors. And we believe that the cold chain, the implication of cold chain is just beyond impacting the revenue of businesses, but also affects lives. So join us as we try to fix this problem. Thank you.
Well done. You still had 1 minute. Well done on managing the time. I'll give preference to Mrs. Fatimata. Do you have a question now?
Thank you.
Most people in this room, just so you know, I was part of the judging of the last 50. So some of these I have seen already. I've asked questions. Some of them I'm very impressed that they took feedback. So I'm kind of smiling behind here. You can't see it. So if I'm not asking questions, it's because of that. I know most of these guys up here now. So well done.
Thank you.
I'm giving you guys chance. Go ahead.
What's the cost of the device?
Okay. The cost of production or cost of sales? Both. Okay, so the cost of production for this device is about $250, but the cost of sale is roughly around $500 thereabouts. But the model which we adopt gives us the ability to actually earn more. So we don't directly sell these products, we integrate into logistics businesses. So this way we're able to recover the cost of production within a short period of time, around 3 months. But for this, on the other hand, which we sell directly, we're able to generate close to 100%. The cost of production for this is about 20,000 naira, but we sell at about 40,000 naira and generate recurrent revenue via the software as a service model.
So I know, like with her, I remember I was also in the first judging session for them as well. And I know, like, I think one of the things I've spoken to that I also wanted to speak to me about today is, what's the price of your subscription model? But then your business, a lot of it is dependent on a third-party adoption, really, right? You need the logistics companies buying. You need that adoption for a lot of it to scale, right? Or large businesses like the FMCG that has that large value chain for you to sell it, right? And so for me, is talk me through how you onboard each of those kind of conversations, because that is the critical conversation. For most cold chain conversations that is going on already, businesses are already using like the already established players in the market, right? But then you obviously have very interesting value add-on or very interesting value proposition. How do you then layer that conversation around their own business, that it makes business sense for them? Because that is what makes, so that at least you can then take that value to the last mile, which is the end user that actually requires that value proposition at the end of the day.
Okay. So from this, you'll see under logistics, RMX Delivery Unlimited. It's a Dubai-based business. We're actually doing a pilot with them at the moment in Nigeria. But what our experience has been basically was trying to have the conversations with these businesses and showing them the value of the market that's less than 1 ton market, right? Most of the other businesses tend to make use of things like coal trucks, which is not really profitable for less than 1 ton kind of commodity. So that's where we're playing. So trying to bring them and tell them that there's a piece of pie here, and then if the numbers make sense, especially with things like COVID, for example, movement of samples, the opportunity for distribution of vaccines, so there's a whole lot around that. So this box can move typically close to $5,000 worth of vaccines, right? So, and if there's no existing technology for that, then that's an opportunity for some of these players. So if you're able to do 10 trips a week, then you're making some significant revenue there.
Okay, I think the disconnect for me is I see this very critical to health and agriculture, and I don't see it in oil and gas, and this is oil and gas hackathon.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering where the disconnect is.
Okay. So what we've been doing with certain LOCs has been for sample collection from fields, so soil and water for every field where, before DPR issues a permit. So what we're able to do with this technology is that when they go to collect the samples from the field, they need to store it at particular temperatures. And those temperatures, they need that quality assurance to take back to DPR and the laboratories and show that, hey, the samples which are collected on the field were preserved within particular temperature ranges. So this is what we've done so far in the oil and gas space. But even in geology, there's an aspect where this applies for, so when you're drilling, the heat determines the pressure. Sorry, I'm not a geologist, so. So the heat determines the pressure, and it's an important parameter for oil and gas. So that's also another application in the oil and gas space. So like I mentioned, not just unique to one sector, but we can play across multiple sectors. Thank you.
Finally, we have the last startup to present in the first batch, and they are VR Africa, providing stimulated active practice environments using virtual reality technology, and they are competing in the track of skills, demand, and talent supply challenges. Please put your hands together for VR Africa. So you have 5 minutes, and that's the timer there to present, and 5 minutes to answer questions.
Good day, everyone. My name is Uzoma Peters, team lead at VR Africa, and that means Virtual Reality Africa. And with me is my teammate, Godsta Ezeamuzi. Before I start, I'd like to take an excerpt from Confucius, a Chinese scholar, and he says, "If I hear, I forget. If I see, I remember. But if I do, I understand." Now, I want to tell a quick story from a graduate of Unilag. He wanted to get access to a particular equipment that's provided by a school, and his desire was to get this knowledge, which is also used in industries today. But the problem was that that particular equipment had been faulty in the school for numerous years, and we see the same problem in multiple schools or universities in Nigeria. They don't have the cost required to purchase or maintain equipment that's needed to teach their students on industry knowledge, to gain this knowledge that's required for them to get employment when they graduate. So we at VR Africa saw this problem, and we thought that, okay, if a graduate needs this industry knowledge to get employed, and the only way you're going to get this knowledge is when you get employed, but you can't get it before you graduate. So how are you supposed to learn? And we came up with our solution, which is VR Africa. What we do is we provide simulated experiences for active learning and development in education. And we do this by basically creating an environment, a simulated environment, with tools and equipment that are virtually projected, and it allows you to give inputs and outputs so that you can have that doing part of learning for active practice. Our unique value proposition: virtual reality is an emerging and interactive software, meaning that you can actually interact with your environment. You can practice with what is given, and then you can have that knowledge from the feedback you're getting from what you're practicing. I'd like to call my teammate Godsta to continue.
All right, thank you so much. So our business model, how do we intend to push our product into the market? So we are trying to work in partnership with industry professionals to create a library of virtually simulated courses. Now we have a library where we upload these courses, and users or students can come and have access to these courses using VR headsets, using their mobile devices, using their desktop devices. Currently we have about 158 universities under the NUC, and each university have at least 10 courses that require practical experience. That is to say that the market for us is actually large. If you can get about more than 50% to actually adopt this innovative idea, then they can even scale it further, move to secondary schools, move to primary schools. This can work in the real estate sector, this can work in oil and gas, this can work in the medical sector and the health sector. Now, revenue model, how do we intend to actually make money? So, on our library, we are segmenting our courses, our simulations into different departments that can fit university schools. And now, take for instance, mechanical engineering, for instance, and they need access to these simulations. So they pay based on their department, because different departments need different simulations. You can't be using like petrochemical equipment for a mechanical engineering equipment. So they pay based on their department. And we charge them $10 per month. So let's say we're looking at a 3-year projection whereby we have 10 schools having 10 departments running these devices. So we're getting about $1,200 a school. Yeah, so we're going to get at the end of the year, for 10 schools using our platform, we're having $120,000 revenue here. So our team is made up of 2 VR developers, 1 3D designer, and I'm in charge of the operations. Yeah, I want to thank you guys for this platform, helping us to pitch our idea, and we're actually looking forward to partnering with you people, because we know that NCDMB is keen on capacity building, and you guys are involved in so many trainings. So we're trying to partner with you guys to help you innovate your trainings, and also to help us gain access to NUC, which is the Nigerian University Commission, so that we can be able to put this innovative solution into the syllabus of the school and help university students. Thank you. So this is like a short video description of how it actually works. So this is an AC electric motor. You can actually dismantle it, find out what everything means. And this is very scalable. You can use this in the real estate sector. You can actually tour your house before you actually purchase it if you're not in the country. You can use it in the medical sector to actually work with implements and equipment. You can actually build this, dismantle it, separate it. So this can actually simulate anything at all, any equipment, we can simulate it and actually build, and these people can have access to it even without having real-life equipment. They can actually interact with it, input and output, and actually, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
How much does it cost?
Yes. So when you say the cost, that's for the consumer. Yes. So we're going to be running on a library of contents, meaning that we're going to separate it according to each department that you have in schools and universities. Oh, this one costs $399. But just 2 days ago, Oculus announced a new Quest, a new headset that costs $299.
So can you give a specific example of a technology that could be learned virtually? Basically equivalent, like an actual, something that would be valuable. I mean, okay, so this is like $100 AC motor. Buying $100 AC motor is not actually like an impediment for any mechanical engineering department. So what would be like an actual, specific?
Yeah. We're looking. Well, this is just an example. We're looking at it on a more bigger scale. Due to our research on this slide, basically, a fully equipped mechanical engineering lab has up to 150 equipment. If you actually want the whole students to actually access everything in their whole curriculum, and then here in Nigeria, we can't afford to have 150 equipment for a mechanical engineering lab. The AC motor is just an example. This is so scalable, so it can work in big equipment. And as simple as things as changing a tire, you can actually simulate how everything is done. Somebody can actually change a tire. So for instance, you know that, okay, to change a tire, you slack the screws first, then you put in jack,
and then raise it up, and then so this whole process can be simulated, and then a student can actually learn this. This is not what they can learn in school. They will just tell them the theory. The highest they can do is to watch videos, but they're not doing it. And that's why we say, if you see, you can remember, but if you do, you're going to understand. And if you understand, it's part of you. So we're trying to inculcate this culture of helping our students to actually learn these things, so that when they graduate and go out there, they know them. Because now we have undergraduates that actually have graduated and they don't know these things. And then I give them one bulk paperwork and say, go and read, come back in 6 months and write exam. Some of them try, but it's harder for some others. So we are trying to actually give them this. For instance, if you're having 150 equipment in a mechanical lab, I don't think it's possible
okay,
now.
I understand the problem. You've explained the problem very well. What I'm asking is whether this is the solution.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So which of these technologies does virtualization actually substitute hands-on learning? You know, because I don't believe that, you know, that you can learn anything through virtual, like that everything can be learned through virtual. So there'll be some things where, yes, okay, this virtual reality works well and is a good substitute for having the actual machine. There's some things where it doesn't make sense. So I'm asking for a specific example of, like, what is one really expensive tool that, you know, people could actually learn, you know, with virtual reality.
So for example, we can simulate an oil rig, the operations that are ongoing on an oil rig with virtual reality. So this is something that a typical graduate can't actually get on a normal day. Most graduates, what schools do right now is that they put people on IT, that's industrial training, and then you're sent to school, you're sent to industries to try and learn. But usually you find that you have over thousands of graduates that are trying to get jobs, and only hundreds are actually available for these graduates. So we're giving this kind of environment, right? Even before you graduate, you can actually experience it without the school having to send you out on IT. So that's an example.
Yeah, to add to the oil rig you said, like we said, it is 3D and it is programming. So we can simulate virtually anything. For instance, we can simulate this whole and actually put people here. Maybe you don't have the same exact face, but then something like that. So for an oil rig, for example, you can actually go to the oil rig, study it, how does it work, and then build it, and program the same process that it takes to work on the oil rig. So you're not actually working on the oil rig in a real life situation, but you're doing it virtually. So you can do anything. So even if it's an oil rig, as small as changing a tire, or as big as handling big operations, even driving a caterpillar or something, packing sand here and putting it somewhere else can be simulated. All we need to do is to get to the object, and then we can model it with our 3D modeler, and then developers will develop it and program it. And we study what does it do. When you carry a sand from here, where does it drop it? How far can you go? Can you turn completely 360? Can you just go 180? And then we program the physics to that machinery or to that equipment, and then they get it. So they don't actually have access to these things normally on a normal day, but now they can actually study them, know how it works. And we can even advance it to the extent of saying this, okay, for instance, you are doing something with the machine, and okay, for instance, you are doing something with him. All right, for instance, you are doing something with a machine, and then on a normal day, if you miss a step, something happens. Yeah. So if they tell you that, okay, you just know that, okay, if I don't do this, this will happen. But then if you experience it, and we can actually program that if you miss something, let's say you miss a screw, it won't work. So you try running your machine can't work. Then you can ask for suggestions. Okay, what did I go wrong? It tells you, okay, this screw is missing, or this fan is missing, or this is missing. And then you couple it back, you do it well, and then so you can simulate a whole workshop. Like this is, oh, so it's gone.
Thank you very much. One round of applause. Yes, it's 5 minutes for pitch and 5 minutes for questions. So the next set of presentations are highly specialized, and we have some of our judges around, but we'd like for our current judges to come to the stage for a quick photo op, and we'll also really be appreciating you. So please, can you come to the stage? Paparazzi, can you get ready to take pictures? Would like to say a big thank you to Mr. Peter Freichman, founder and CEO of NOGTECH. Please give him a round of applause. Would also like to thank Mrs. Enyoma Anaba, Group Head, Corporate Segment Marketing, InterSwitch. A warm round of applause for her, please. And finally, Mr. Francis Osifo, co-founder and VP Engineering, 54 Gene. A warm round of applause for him. So I believe once we've have the picture taken, we could collate some of our score sheets and make way for the next set of judges that will be joining us to decide the 5 startups that go home with the grand prize of 10,000 USD. So while the judges collate their results and the next set of judges will be preparing to come to the table, would like for you to engage with us. Let us know how it has been so far. In fact, I'm going to go around because it's one thing to say post on social media. It's another thing to get live feedback. So how has it been so far?
Well, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Awesome. So you can tweet that awesome. Let people know that NOGTECH, hashtag NOGTECH impacts is awesome. And you, how's it been so far?
Enjoyable.
Enjoyable. Okay, awesome, enjoyable. Let me go down. How's it been so far?
Interesting.
Interesting, okay. How have you found the experience so far?
Sorry, entertaining.
Entertaining, awesome, interesting, entertaining. What about you?
Awesome.
Awesome. No, don't repeat another what someone else has said. Come up with your own. So how has it been?
My own awesome.
My own awesome. Very original. And you?
Competitive.
Competitive, yes. Because we're all here to win, right? Thank you. How's it been?
Very good. It has been a wonderful experience from the onset, and I'm enjoying every moment of it.
Thank you very much. It's been enjoyable. You're learning and really benefiting from this experience. Let's get some more feedback. How's this experience been so far?
It's been quite engaging, very revealing, and of course, this only gives hope that there's a brighter future for the country if this can be sustained. So yes, I've learned quite a lot, and I'm inspired myself.
Oh, thank you very much. Engaging, definitely showing the potential this country has, and if it can be sustained, well, we have a lot of solutions that this country will benefit from. How's the experience been so far for you?
Very well. My company went first. Check it. Yeah, so it's quite enlightening, and we're also looking forward to speaking to more people about what we're trying to do.
Okay, how was that experience going up first?
We've been here. I mean, with this kind of situation before, so we have some sort of experience there. So it was, of course, like nervous, but we're good.
Okay, so a bit of nervousness, but the experience has helped you. I'll just check with our judges if we still need more time, or I can bring up the next set of judges. So as you're taking that selfie is hashtag NOGTECH and hashtag NOGTECH impacts. NOGTECH HACKTON, that's the handle on Facebook as well as on Twitter. I'm going to make sure you've posted. Okay, maybe another 2 more minutes before we resume. Let me just make sure. These are the next set, right? Yes. They are all here. That is Rasset, Nigeria. Rasset. What about Green Energy? Green Energy. I'm going to. Now, if you're in the second track, now is a good time to go outside. Rasset, Nigeria, you should be outside. Greenergy, Beat Drone, Blue Intelligence, AirSync, Efo Christ, Enterprise Innovation Laboratory, and Olokpa. Please make your way outside, and then the teams who have presented will be inside the room. We're already halfway through the pitch competition, and I believe once all the participants have made their presentations, then the judges will deliberate and we will have winners. So Rasset Nigeria should be outside, Greenergy, Beat Drone, Blue Intelligence, AirSync, Efo Christ, Enterprise Innovation Laboratory, and Olokpa. If I called your startup, you shouldn't be in the room. You should be outside. And if you've already presented in the first batch, you should be in the room. Remember, it's all about learning, and you can learn so much from others, as well as the feedback the judges have in terms of questioning. Yes. We have more judges that will be joining us. As I mentioned earlier, it's a specialized track. And now is a good time to stretch our limbs. If you need to get some water, you need a bathroom break, because once we start, it's full on till the very end. So I'm going to be inviting our next set of judges. For our participants in the room, please put your phones down, put them on silent. We'd like to invite our next set of judges, and when I call their names and their designations, I'd like if you can give them a thunderous round of applause, because we don't take this opportunity lightly. These are captains of industries who have made time out to be here to share of their wealth of experience and knowledge. Our next judge that will be joining Mrs. Fatumata Sukuna Koka is Mr. Derek Izedon, MD of Niger Star 7. A warm round of applause for him. The next judge that will be joining the distinguished panel we have Mrs. Eloho Aiboni, Asset Operations Manager, Shell. A warm round of applause for her. And finally, we have Mr. Bolanrinwa Durojaye, founder, Mega City Technologies, and he will be joining the distinguished panel. So I believe he's just stepped out, but he'll be joining very soon. The next participating team is in the track of tackling pipeline vandalism. And what they're doing is detecting the earth vibration signals unique to ground digging by pipeline vandals using custom designed sensing units, SUs. Please put your hands together for Rasset Nigeria Limited. Please let's encourage them with a hand clap. Thank you very much. So you have 5 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for questions. And I believe our final judge just came, Mr. Bolanrinwa Durojaye. Please let's applaud him. Thank you very much. And your time starts now will be, okay, just give us about 30 seconds. I believe we'll just put everything in place. 5 minutes for presentation, and you'll have a timer, and then 5 minutes for questions from the judges. No extra time, no begging, nothing is going to change. And for those in our audience, please let's keep our phones on silent. Let's end any conversations we're having. Let's not distract any of our participants. And while we do have our phones, let's share our experience on social media, hashtag NOGTECH and hashtag NOGTECH Impacts. And you can tag at NOGTECH HACKTON and at NOGTECH on Facebook. I believe we're ready, and the time starts now.
Hi, I'm Dr. Tegai Jeffodami, and this is Dr. Godfrey Ofaragba. According to NICE, currently, because of pipeline vandalization, Nigeria is losing $11 million daily, $349 million monthly, $4.2 billion annually, and in the last 10 years, we lost $42 billion. Now, our pipelines, are about 92% of them are buried, and the vandals need at least 30 minutes to dig for them before they gain access to them and steal our products. So what we have designed is a system that is capable of detecting the pipeline vandalization of a vandal as soon as they start digging within 20 seconds and alerting the appropriate authorities so that the vandals are apprehended before they gain access to our pipelines and steal our country's products. So our system consists of custom sensing units which are spaced 200 meters apart and buried in the earth. This is a sample of a fabricated sensing unit that we have, and it's also what we're showing you on the screen. Each sensing unit has 8 geophones that are cascaded and are used to monitor the seismic signal in its surrounding. And an SU is capable of detecting the unique seismic signal that is due to a vandal attempting to dig for a buried pipeline. Once an SU detects a vandal attempting to dig, it sends alert messages to patrol officers to go and apprehend the vandals, as well as to control centers. Now, this system has been tested in Delta State, Nigeria, on a buried pipeline model, and it was able to detect a vandalization attempt on that pipeline within 20 seconds of the vandalization attempt occurring, and sent alert messages to the control center and the patrol office. So what we're showing you now is a simulated vandal attempting to dig for a buried oil and gas pipeline, where our SU has been installed and is providing surveillance. And the system was able to detect the vandalization attempt within 20 seconds of the attack starting. And it sent the alert messages to the patrol officers as well as to the control center, which is what we're showing you right now. Now, the alert message that's sent by our SU to the patrol officers and the control centers contain the following information: the date and the time of the vandalization attempt that has been detected, the activity, the GPS latitude and longitude location of the vandalization occurring, as well as the driving directions to that location so the officials can go and apprehend the vandal before they gain access to the pipeline. In order to deploy this system across Nigeria, we're going to need 25,005 SUs, 20 control centers, and 50 drones to provide as backup to provide terrain information to the patrol officers. A single geophone can cover 50 meters for detecting vandalization, and each SU has 8 of them. So one SU can comfortably cover 400 meters in terms of detecting vandalization. As to the marketability and viability of this product, it has been presented to the international oil and gas industry through the Society of Petroleum Engineers. The product has been reviewed and accepted by the industry, and its publication is available in One Petro as of August 2020 this year. And we have already patented this system here in Nigeria.
The key to our business model is in our industrial phase testing. This will help us to be able to test real time in the industrial pipeline within 1 kilometer. For us to have data, fine-tune them, then we'll go into a contractual agreement with the main user, NMPC, that will give us revenue. We'll also look at expansion. Then we'll take another 20 kilometers of the pipeline, do our data, fine-tune it, then we'll look at expansion to the over 5,120 kilometers of the total pipeline owned by NMPC. Now, what is the projected budget? Now, we're looking at installing for the first year will cost about $55 billion 0.3 billion naira. Then after that, it will drop management, maintenance, and management of the pipeline will cost about 9.3 billion naira. Now, $42 billion was lost for last 10 years. Our projection for the next 10 years, what is it? Our projection for the next 10 years is that if we convert $42 billion, it's going to give us 16.7 trillion naira that we lost for the last 10 years. We are going to, for the 10 years installing this, we are going to spend only 139.5 billion naira. What are we going to save? We are saving 16.6 trillion naira. That is wholesome. Now, what is it? What are we asking for? We're asking for an opportunity for industrial phase test. What is the cost for that industrial phase test? 8.5 million. That industrial phase test is going to cover only 1 kilometer. The companies can decide. I know they will say yes, because we know that the variability of our product will give answers to the long-term fertilization of our pipeline. And invest. Thank you.
We now have 5 minutes for questions from the judges.
First of all, well done. Very, very clear value proposition in my view. If you don't mind, I'd like you to go back to the slide where you put the projections for what you need to make.
It's about 3 minutes, 19 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to, these look like costs from what I'm seeing. Do you have any sense of what it's going to take to operate this solution on an
Yes.
OPEX? And
Yes,
it would have been nice, we may not have so much time, it would have been nice to have a full picture of that. I have no doubt, you know, that the total cost outlay is not going to come any near how many trillion did you put there? Okay, but it would have been nice to see a more complete picture, yeah, so that, because OPEX can be tricky, you know. You're running all these things, you're running drones, you're running operations, you're hiring people, you're paying people. You need to have a full cost outlay. Yeah.
Okay, yes, you're right. What we did, we know NNPC, we are looking at our stream. Our revenue is going to come from contractual agreement. So we made it a little bit open because the discussion, most especially in terms of communication, there are two forms of design. We have dedicated communication system, all right, and we have already existing communication system for this design. Now the company is going to decide. The essence, we propose a dedicated communication system because there's some terrain whereby existing communication system will not be able to have a network. There's also a model whereby we can combine two of the communication system together. But these decisions are not ours because we are trying to sell a product. So they will look at what they want to invest into this. So what we have to look at is the baseline for the major equipment. Because we might not be able to predict some of the discussions as to what they want to do. So we just give a baseline to look at what the projections.
Yeah, so for this same baseline, you know, have some kind of an OPEX projection. It's just
yes, we did that. We did that.
Okay.
We did that. That is what we projected most especially in terms of maintenance cost, the cost of contractual cost. We did all that to take care of some of these factors we don't know about.
Well done. Thank you.
So from your conversation, you appear to be more focused on NNPC. For technology that you already have, my question is, why not the independent companies where you have smaller lines? They will be more interested to partner with you and to help you grow. That way, when you start, it's easy to replicate. So why NNPC that has a large chunk of network?
We are not only focusing on NNPC, but they are the owners of the pipelines. And the total length of the pipeline in Nigeria is owned by NNPC. But we're talking of the oil and gas industry. Now, that is why we're here. We believe NCDC knows better as to how best. NCDMB, sorry, NCDMB, sorry. It knows better. So that is why we're on this platform. All right. They were able to advise after this, most especially during the incubation period. They will advise and know how best to solve. They know the problems. We are creating the solution. So they were able to advise how best we can sell our solution.
Okay. So my next question is, from where we sit today, the pipeline vandals, they're actually very creative, and they're able to understand the different technologies quickly and immediately counter your technology. So what is so unique about this, your solution, that will prevent them from finding a creative way in the next 3-4 months after you deploy it?
No matter how creative they are, the security systems are buried. Let me say they know that the pipeline, the sensors are there. You have to dig to it, and we detect it. So no matter how, all right, they are intelligent to know because they are saboteurs. It could even be some of the owners of the pipeline because it's big money vandalizing pipelines. Let them know. But we have 3 chains of monitoring. How? Now, from the sensing units, there's transmission to the patrol vehicles. There's also transmission to the control centers. There's line managers. So at the same time, 3 of them, the control center can monitor the patrol vehicles. Now, what makes up the patrol vehicles? The patrol vehicles, we are looking at the model whereby we integrate the community with armed men because we don't want to cut off the chain of the community. That is a problem. When we were trying to pitch this some years ago, all right, many NNPC looked at, no, we don't want to cut off the community, create another problem. So our model is saying, although this is by discussion by the buyers, is the armed personnel is going to involve the community as well as armed men to be able to advance because they know the terrain of this, where the pipelines are laid to be able to see how they can avert the vandals. So it's as intelligent. Then the buried sensors, all right, can be updated. You don't need to uproot the buried sensor from the control centers. So if, because designs vary and terrain of this pipeline vary. So if for a particular terrain, after data is collected and we needed to change it, we change the algorithm from the control centers and takes care of that sensitivity of that specific area. Let's say, for instance, there's erosion in the particular part of the pipeline, and we know that this erosion will cause more of that particular SU. We can tweak it from the control center to read the signals differently and report differently. Another intelligent thing is that from the control center, the different status, the status of the battery, the built-in test of the system to show whether it's failing or not failing, we will see it timed accordingly for us to be able to know that all the SUs that is installed, they are still working. That's why we built a cost for maintenance. All right, should in case we find out that one is failing, immediately because it has been reported, we go to fix it. Then also what we did too is an overlapping type of security system, whereby 1, 2 sees themselves. If one is failing, the other one covers until repair is made. That is what we did for.
Thank you very much. A warm round of applause for Rasset Nigeria Limited. Thank you very much. Our next group will be presenting in the track of digitization of renewables energy, and they are Greenergy. Greenergy, they produce fuel-grade ethanol, which can be used for pharmaceuticals and in blend with gasoline in internal combustion engines to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. Please put your hands together for Greenergy. Oh, looks like they're not ready. Don't let 10,000 USD pass you by. Greenergy, okay. They are coming fully loaded. Wow. I believe we need to have a setup for this on stage. Ooh. Wow. Talk about a pitch entry. Okay. Is it okay on the floor or you need it raised? Okay, you have to present on stage. Please, you can join. And you have 5 minutes to present. That's the timer. And 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are Greenergy, presenting our solution, which is production of ethanol from sugarcane. The problem statement, do you know that 40 billion tons of greenhouse gas is emitted through the operation of fossil fuel? Do you know that 60% of this emission globally is coming from the operation and activities of fossil fuel? Do you know that for Nigeria, we have 400 million liters demand of ethanol annually, but yet we are yet to produce
12 million liters. We have unemployment issues, and gasoline pump prices are increasing because of the deregulated economy currently going on. So the solution we are providing is actually production of this fuel ethanol, 96 to 97% pure ethanol from sugarcane. The market opportunity. Looking at the problem, we find a solution. Our solution is production of this ethanol. So our market opportunity lies within our solution. We have it has two lines, the energy and the production line. Energy focusing on flex and non-flex engine users, and then the production line, we are focusing on paint, spirit, detergent users all over the country. So these are some of the products we can actually obtain from this ethanol. The team consists of me, myself, a petroleum engineer, although I'm taking the other way now, petroleum engineer with experience in the upstream and downstream oil and gas value chain. And then Mahmoud Yidi is a candidate, a PhD candidate in the University of London, currently studying robotics. And then my colleague here.
My name is Adewale Abdulkabir Ayo, a graduate of Mechatronics and Systems Engineering, and I'm experienced in industrial production and information technology. So,
our product, what are we selling? This actually is not actually what we want to build, because this requires a lot of investment. So this is actually where we are getting to. This is where we want to be in a couple of times to come. Actually, these are simulation models. These are the exact simulation that engineers actually build when building a refinery. We have the simulation on ground, it has converged. And then by my right is the pilot plan that we are actually looking to build from this NOGTECH with a capacity of 10 liters of ethanol a day to demonstrate to stakeholders what we can actually do with these resources. If other people can actually produce ethanol, where do we stand out? This is where we take a different step. Our molecular sieve designs, because the current production in the country as well produces 90, 80, 70% pure ethanol. It cannot be industrially used. Our ethanol is produced at 96 to 97%. We obtained a patent with Ministry of Science and Technology on that design currently. So we have an edge in the production of pure ethanol. Automation and efficiency, we have an automated system here which give you a real-time monitoring system of your process. Maybe if you're fermenting, we have it in our fermentation tank. Wherever you are in the world, you can know the temperature, the pressure, the flow rate going on in your plant, and we have it here. We can also share with the judges so that they can check via the IoT. These 3 images here are actually what I snapped in the parking lot of Southern Sun yesterday evening. The first one is our ethanol. It was pure without smoke. The second one is actually gasoline. I bought it outside. It has a lot of smoke. I added 10% of our ethanol, and then you can imagine the change here. The smoke is quite little, therefore tackling the greenhouse gas emission. Value proposition, what are we proposing? This our system provides employment. Looking at the sources of this sugarcane, we're looking at the Northeast being a commercial hub for sugarcane. Tackling, we have so many IDPs, Boko Haram, so many people without jobs. We are trying to consume these people into our industry, create value in the chain. We are looking at tackling greenhouse gas emission, increasing octane rating of vehicles, and also generally we are looking at stopping foreign exchange so that at least we produce in country. I believe CBN will be happy to see this. So these are business model. Looking at it, Nigeria currently needs 520 million tons of ethanol. They import 400 million liters of ethanol. We can currently produce only 12 million liters, which is very bad. So there's a lot of opportunity here, about 195 billion naira to explore. Down here is our milestone, starting from the time we got our patent down to our test run and market penetration. Green is what we have achieved so far. Yellow is where we are right now. And red is where we want to be after this NOGTECH. Thank you for listening. Thank you, ma'am.
Well done, guys. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Ethanol, as you know, it's already been used widely across the world, and its production is largely efficiently already produced. In terms of efficiency, what level of value does this plant bring to the table? What's the value proposition is my question. Are you producing it better? Okay, 96%. But is it cheaper? What's
Yes.
the cost of production?
So this is it. At first, this is the pure ethanol. We are planning to sell our ethanol at 70 naira per liter because our our source of raw material is quite very cheap. So we are planning to sell at 70 naira per liter. Currently, gasoline, I don't know in the south, in the north, I left it at 160 naira per liter. The oil sector downstream is not regulated anymore. So the price keeps going up. So if you mix this ethanol, at least 10% of it does the E10 to your gasoline, a liter will be around 125 naira a liter. And that's because we are just getting into it. Just for example, the solar panels, when they came in, they were quite expensive. But now if you want to put a solar panel, it's very cheap because you have so many investors, people coming in. The process is a lot easier right now. Does that answer? Okay. So on the pricing, there's it. So look,
So
the purity.
let me make it easy.
Okay.
So currently, there are a few ethanol plants in Nigeria.
Yes.
Who are already producing efficiently.
Yes.
This idea,
Yes.
as it is, are you producing ethanol more efficiently? And if you are, by how much?
Yes, sir. So this plant I'm speaking about, I ran quite a lot of research. Their ethanol is actually around 70 to 80% pure. So what happens is the industry that are going to use this ethanol usually buy it at the 70% pure. They have a particular system that further refine instead of refining from the beginning. They just further refine to spend at least to maximize their profit and then use it for their industrial processes. Our process here is going to start refining from the beginning to the 96 to 97% pure ethanol. That's where our patent lies. We have a patent in the molecular sieve. That molecular sieve actually sieves out water because achieving 100% ethanol through biomass is not achievable unless clinically. So we are achieving anything 93 to 96 is pure ethanol. We are achieving 96 to 97. That's pure ethanol, standard worldwide.
I like your idea of targeting the Northeast, taking care of the IEDPs and all that. But I think my worry is your source of the sugarcane. How sustainable? What size of farms are you looking at? Are they farms that already exist, or are you going to be investing in farms also to generate the sugarcane?
Yes, ma'am. I would love for you to one day, I don't know, maybe you've been to the Northeast, but I would love for you to one day explore that side. We have vast amount of land. There are some people planting this sugarcane. I was surprised when I saw sugarcane at 100 naira. With 20 naira, you will carry 3 sticks of sugarcane. So I was surprised seeing short sugarcane at 100 naira. We have a large area mass. You can produce as much sugarcane as you want, and it grows efficiently. It's everywhere. It's not, raw material is not an issue. Yes, ma'am.
So I agree that you vast land, vast everything.
Yes, ma'am.
But it's about sustainable growth.
Yes, ma'am.
So what's your thinking behind it? Because as you're venturing into this, the other people also venturing in. So what's your thinking behind it to ensure that you have sustenance of in-feed for your plant?
Yes, ma'am. On that, we were planning, because the way I see them plant the sugarcane around the Northeast, they are just planting it individually. They don't have like a collaboration or an association. So I'm looking at initiating an association for those sugarcane farmers, whereby I can get a system that can, even if this sources is going down, I'll have a system to compensate. So I'm trying to collaborate with them, bring their heads together, and see what we can achieve through this. And they are going to collaborate because these farms are going to help their children and daughters that have nowhere to stay.
Just quickly before you run out of time, I mean, I've missed it, but do you have a prototype? What's the level of maturity of this system?
Yeah, the prototype actually is going to consume a lot of money. So far on my spending, what I can be able to achieve is the Aspen. It will look like just a picture here, but if a chemical engineer will testify, this Aspen Plus, if you're looking for a company to actually simulate a refinery for you at this level, is not a small amount of money. I worked on the licenses to run on the simulations. I ran laboratory experiments. I was even selling the ethanol at some level to my lecturers. So I fabricated this, trying to show the idea. All I need is the money to actually build the pilot plant you're talking about. 10 liters. I'm looking at, is in my business model. This is it. 4,080,000 only. Thank you. Thank you.
Was that in Naira or USD? Naira, okay. A warm round of applause for Green Energy. The next team coming to present is on the track of tackling pipeline vandalism. They are called Beat Drone. They provide surveillance drones that enable oil and gas companies monitor their assets, both onshore and offshore, as well as inspect oil rigs and pipelines. Please put your hands together for Beat Drone. Please let's encourage them. Beat Drone, thank you. You have 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. That's the timer there. I'll get the clicker for you.
Good everyone, I am Divine, PRO at B-Drone. B-Drone is a multi-sector drone service provider. As seen from the video, B-Drone operates in agriculture, oil and gas, and infrastructures. We all know the problem facing the oil and gas industry in Nigeria today that ranges from pipeline vandalism, gas leaks, oil spillage, and expensive threats in the inspection of oil rigs and subsea facilities.
And I'm confident today I'm the founder of B-Drone. In solving most of the problems that is pertinent in the oil and gas sector, we are coming in with high definition AI drones to provide first inspection. Now, before now, you know very well that you have to shut down your oil rig to inspect the flare stack. Now, for weeks, you're losing millions of dollars of revenue. With the drones, your rigs will be operational while we carry out detailed information to enable your engineers understand what the maintenance requirement is. Then you can shut down and carry out inspection. We also engage in subsea inspection. Now, we have remotely operated vehicles that go with a depth of 300 meters to inspect most of the critical assets that enables these rigs to drill out the oil from the ground. Now, this is also exchanging the life-threatening situations that divers have to go into to engage with, and also reducing the time it takes to get this data, and also saving costs. Lastly is what we predominantly know. Our pipelines are being vandalized. Now, before now, the oil and gas industry, they hire helicopters for $5,000, $6,000 a day that flies for barely 2-3 hours and covers between 5 to 10 kilometers. With this drone, we can cover within a stretch of 50 kilometers from dawn to dusk. And we'll provide even the facial recognition of the individual that is approaching your pipeline. Also, being able to even give you their plate number in case they have a runaway vehicle. Now, the footage from this equipment will be liaised back to a command and control that can be seen within any security apparatus all over the world. Now, our medium to short-term plan is to do one thing, and which is also the agenda of the NCDMB, which is to domicile and domesticate. How are we domiciling? First of all, we went and met with the University of Ibadan and did one thing. We secured a partnership to enable us to set up a drone academy to train 100 people quarterly in Nigeria to understand what the drone industry is and build capacity. Secondly, we approached the Ondo State government and signed an MOU to set up one of Sub-Saharan Africa's largest drone assembly plants to manufacture and assemble 3,000 drones within all sectors that we focus on. Now, we domicile by bringing that plant into Nigeria and domesticate by transferring knowledge to Nigerians. Well, our competitors everywhere, the largest being robotics in South Africa. The market for the oil and gas is large. Africa has a value over $5 trillion, with Nigeria having 1.5 trillion. Our target audience, our target market share within those is about 650 oil wells and 50 oil fields, which is valued at over $300 billion. Now, our business model is simple. We charge a service charge. Pipeline last $1,000 per day. Pipeline and rig inspection, $2,500 a day. And oil and gas spillage inspection, $400 a day. Now, our exit strategy is simple. We either go IPO or we sell most of the arm, either the production, the software arm or the hardware arm, which is manufacturing, or we create a franchise. Now, our revenue for the next 5 years is one that will see us generating over $3 to $8 million within all the 3 segments of our arm, which is the manufacturing, the services, and the academy. Now, our team are made up of sector agnostics. One key thing for us is our board, who is made up of Aldo Maikori. I'm very sorry his image didn't show up. I didn't see this error on time. And also Uzoma Dozier. These are veterans within the Nigerian economy and have built long-lasting business and have also exited as well. And why should NCBN work with us? Because we align with your vision. Your vision is to do one thing, is to catalyze industrialization in the oil and gas and other relevant sectors, which we are doing. We're not also working only the oil and gas, but other sectors. We also fit perfectly with your agenda, which is to do what? To domicilize and also create local content in this sector, which we're doing with our factory and the academy. And we're also working with us to create that you'll be working to build the 4th industrial revolution in Nigeria. The use of funds we use to acquire drones, increase capacity, and also develop further our software and also expand. Thank you.
Yes, confidence. Thank you, and thank you both of you. I would like to start quickly with, I think I got a bit lost in your presentation. I want to know your drones. What's the area of focus? Is it aeronautics or is it hydrodynamics? Because there were talks of area vehicles and subsea vehicles, and then building the drones. And so is it software? Is it training? So I was a bit not clear. That's one. And secondly, I would like to know what your drones cost, be it the area vehicle and the subsea vehicle, and what are their endurance. You know what that means, of course. Thank you.
First of all, our vision is clear. We want to build one of the largest drone industry in Africa. And to do that, when we started in 2017, we carried out an extensive research across every sector. And we found out that for us to actually create real impact, because in Africa we don't have the infrastructure. If I develop a software that requires people to process data, where's the drones? Where are the logistics to move these drones around the country? So we have to sit back and say, how do we do this? It's the question between the chicken and the egg. We have to create that chicken. Create them too to actually lay more eggs. So that's why we have gone and we've invested a lot of money to ensure that we build the infrastructure. So we're not just a software or a hardware company. We are a drone company. We're incorporating both the software, the hardware, and the knowledge capacity. So building an ecosystem, building an industry that we can also move beyond our shores to other African countries because they need it. Secondly, for the specs of the drones we use, for the oil and gas, for surveillance, we use what we call VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. These vehicles, why they're very good is because they don't require a runway, so we can actually take off from the top of a vehicle, and the size is between this table. So the VTOL enables it to also have longer endurance. Now, the endurance for most of these aircraft range from 6 to 12 hours, depending on wind, the wind at the moment at which it's flying. The higher the wind, the less battery life, the more battery life it consumes. The less wind, the less battery life it consumes. Now, for the ROV also have lifespan between 4 to 6 hours. So what we do is, for every given mission, we have at least 2, depending on the mission statement. If, for example, like a POC we did for IETO, 10 kilometers last year, December, We one vehicle was very okay for that, but if we're going beyond the 100 kilometers, we have two. So in case we're turning the drone back to command and control, we have another going to reduce the lag time from visualization.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Do you to run the subsea drones? Do you have a mothership, or how is it run? Is it a battery pack, or how do you run it?
So the aircraft has a tethered cable that both creates power and what's it called, and video link, right? It also have an onboard battery, but the tethered cable has a limit. Has a limit of about 10 to 30 meters. The maximum is 30 meters. So if we're going deeper, we actually have to detach the tethered and allow it to go. The maximum depth is 300 meters. So once it's connected to the tether, we can connect it to a power source. So we have unlimited.
The tethered source is where I was going to. What is the tethered source? Where is the power coming from?
Yes.
How is it run?
So we can connect to either an inverter, right, and which is the best case scenario, or the Israeli company that actually produces the ROV have some water resistant power box that have both battery and the inverters to convert the energies. So we have that on the vessel, the water vessel, as in the boat, and we have it with us connected to the tether source. So, but once we're going deeper, we detach the tethered, charge, go deep. Once we're running low on battery, we return to surface, recharge, and go back.
Yeah, well done, first of all.
Thank you very much.
Your pitch is rather interesting. I'm particularly impressed with the way you communicated your vision, growing domestic capacity in terms of manufacturing drones, the linkages with universities. I think I heard you mention that.
Yes, University of Ibadan.
And that's brilliant. I do want to mention that, however, this is B2B. You're essentially pushing your solution to EMP companies, maybe service companies also, if it's a third party. I would expect that you demonstrate a little more granular understanding of the operational costs. You gave two use cases. You talked about flare down and inspections, yeah? It would be nice to have a sense of how much are we losing. You mentioned millions of dollars. Oh, fine. Let's have a number to it, yeah? You talked about helicopters, and you have drones in extended range and all that. Put a cost to it. If possible, run a simple, small EMP company doing 10,000, barrels per day, number of wells. This is how much they typically would spend in a 1-year period. However, with your solution, so give the customer less work to do. Let him see the value, like right off the bat. It's just a comment I wanted to make.
Thank you very much. Duly noted.
Thank you very much. The next startup to present will be presenting under the track of tackling pipeline vandalism, and they are Blue Intelligence, and they are working on anti-theft, anti-tamper valve lock system using GPS and OTP one-time password technology to authorize operation. Please put your hands together for Blue Intelligence. You have 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, judges. Thank you. My name is Jeremiah Kuro, co-founder for Blue Intelligence Automations from Port Harcourt. I will proceed to my presentation. Now, the problem of petroleum product theft is largely two-faced. What do I mean? In as much as everyone knows that there is constant attempts from third-party intruders to always vandalize petroleum product infrastructures, there is a silent problem of employee theft that is ravaging the industry, you see, and that is in increasing volumes. Now, this is happening, yes, it happens because, there are industry professionals here to verify what I'm saying. It happens because there is constantly unauthorized and unregulated access to valves. valves that, at discharge terminals now. People just have access, careless access to valves, and it's ravaging the industry, okay? Now, we have thought about this and come up with a solution. Our solution is a hybrid password-based anti-theft stroke anti-tamper lock system that runs a web-based application to authorize operation of valves to only personnel who has a one-time password. And it doesn't come to your phone, it's not a bank transaction. There is a device attached to the solution that you request for an operations based authentication, then you receive a one-time password, and then you can operate the valve. Without that password, forget it. The valve keeps freewheeling. That's the new technology now. There's no torque transmission, and therefore you cannot open the valve from morning till night. You just have to stay there. All right. So we have come up with this solution to reduce economic loss. That's our solution. It also instills compliance. We're not even depending on trust of employees now. We are instilling compliance intelligently. All right. Then the beneficiaries of our solution would be enormous. Governor Godwin Obaseki said last year, September 2019, he said that $1.5 billion has been lost due to petroleum product theft between January to June. That's what he said. And it will amaze you to know that a whooping 35% of that amount comes from employee theft. And it is ravaging, it's a crazy problem, right? So the community will benefit environmentally, the company will benefit in terms of revenue, the staff will earn trust, they will be enforced to put out the foot of trust. So we don't depend on credence anymore. And then the vendor will benefit from sales, basically. We have been able to come this far by a team of about 3 persons, myself being the team lead, Barry Zaga, and my lovely wife, Joy Jeremiah. Now, because we expect surprises, right, from the market, we know that there might be some downturns, and so we have made room for that in our business model to adapt to sudden, abrupt changes that might come up, right? So you observe our model is rather adaptive. It's not static. We're floating between some transactional and subscription model, depending on what responses we get from the market. All right, next slide. Now, we have sat down to talk with top personnel from Ocean Marine Solution. I'm sure you know them. They provide security covers for oil facilities in marine environs, and they love this idea to the last, okay? And how would NCDMB, that board now, how would the board come in to help us? You see, the oil industry is largely regulated. You can't just roll in products because you thought about something. So we need accreditation. We need endorsements from NAPIMS, from DPRO, from Standards Organization of Nigeria. We need several licenses to operate this product. And so the board will play a very vital role, in coming and being involved to make sure that we achieve this. And we have a video, to show the solution and illustrate what exactly we are trying to say. How feasible is this? How realistic is this? Is it obtainable? Can we do it? So our video will throw more light on that.
All right, in the video, you see you remove the wheel from the valve, and then we start the installation of our system, which is first the hardware. In the hardware, we have some electrical components, and then when it's installed this way, it freewheels on the valve, so there's no torque transmission. As you can see, the stem, nothing happens while you're turning it. Then when the input device is brought, you can now put in your operator ID. We have a web end which identifies the operator. Then it requests for an OTP. Then the operations base can send an OTP. And when that is done, you can observe now there will be torque transmission. But without that, there's no, it freewheels along it. Thank you.
Okay, well done. 2 quick questions. I don't know if I missed it, know how much this unit costs. And 2, it will appear to me there's a weak link between the field and the ops base. How do you send signals from your ops base to the field in a remote location?
Yes, we already factored that out. Now, there are some places, there are some facilities that are in remote locations, like rightly pointed out, and they don't have internet access there, right? So radio frequency will be a very good way to sort that out. Long-range radio frequency would help us communicate wirelessly. There's a new technology now we're looking at, it's called LoRa. It was developed in New Zealand on ESP32 boards, and so that's a fantastic idea. So even if there's no network provision for some remote location somewhere in one village, we can always communicate with our valves or maybe with the structure set up there, using radio frequency. And then for facilities where that are in more developed areas, you can have ample supply of network reach. All right, then our valves work perfectly, awesomely well. And then we're not necessarily selling valves, okay? So we don't want to disrupt the structures already on ground. What we're doing is rather, to adapt our solution to the structures already on ground. We're selling locks for valves, hybrid OTP locks, not valves. Okay, so companies don't need to buy new valves. We just come and take a look at your facility. What do you have? Okay, they have ball valves, 6 inches, 8 inches, and then we come with our lock solutions. We have them in sizes, and then we install them. We sell the locks, but we don't sell our software. We don't sell our web-end software. No, you subscribe to us, but we sell locks for you.
So the second, how much is it going to cost?
Now, for production, to get this up, we spend about $256 to get it up, right, in terms of the lock and the electronics behind it. But we're selling for $595 per piece, and that's for a regular 6 inches valve, gate valve, 6 inches gate valve.
Any form of maintenance required?
Yes, and that's why we're opting for it.
What's the end-to-end value of that?
Please, can you throw more light on that, please?
You're gonna you're gonna sell it for 500.
595.
595.
Yes, ma'am.
And you will be required to do some form of maintenance.
Yes.
So what does it entail, and what's the life cycle cost?
Yes, that will largely depend on the facility, how many valves are in the facility, what kind of valves, so we tailor that maintenance fee, with regards to what the customer is asking for. How many valves are you asking for? What kind of valves are they? All right. What kind of solution are we preferring to you? Is the facility in some remote location where we don't have internet access, and all that? So, yes, for a 45-day maintenance facility, we're looking at $300 for a regular 6 inches valve, because we deliver daily reports. And then there's something about our solution. Sorry, Sabalarewa. There's something about our solution I'd like to say. The solution logs activities around the valves online. So if there's an attempt on the valve with the wrong OTP, it will log online. There was a log page on the video that we played just now. It will log online and say, hey, this particular operator with this ID number tried to open the valve with a wrong OTP at 1 p.m. He tried again by 3 p.m. So, when there's product theft, you know where to look for. You are not guessing. It's not in random fix, right? That's basically what we're preferring.
Yeah, well done. So I'm going to suggest that you consider this very strongly. It's a little bit of a twist on your paradigm. Your paradigm is prevention until authenticated, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pretty much. I would ask you to consider monitoring as an overriding paradigm instead of prevention. Why? Because I'm thinking that
I'm trying to hear you.
Consider monitoring as an alternative paradigm. So essentially, you're not stopping anything from happening. However, you are tracking who did it. All right. So at the end of the day, the overriding paradigm becomes, or rather, outcome we're looking for is deterrence. Why I'm saying this, and I may be wrong, okay? In mission critical applications, a signal fails, an OTP doesn't come, a valve is supposed to be shut or open, how do you handle that in real life, So it's a suggestion. You want to think about it. It won't be too much of a pivot from your solution, because technically I'm sure your solution works. But let people do what they need to do, right? Let the valve respond to instructions. However, track it so that we have a log and we know who did what and when it was done. By the time you do this over a period of time, deterrence will kick in. So it's just a suggestion.
Yeah. Yes. Awesome. Can I make a response to that, please? Okay, well,
we have about 4 more startups to go. The next team that will be presenting will be under the track of tackling pipeline vandalism, and they are an artificial intelligence-based pipeline vandalism detection using aerial surveillance image data acquired using long-duration balloon-lifted satellite. Please put your hands together for AirSync. AirSync. A warm round of applause for AirSync. I think we can do better than that. We just have 4 more to go. Thank you. You have 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions.
Hi everyone, my name is Sadiq Temitayo, CEO and co-founder of AirSync. So pipeline transportation is very important. Today we have 12,000 kilometers of pipeline in Nigeria, out of which 8,000 of it is actually above surface. And then we have 120,000 barrels of crude oil lost daily, out of which 90% is due to pipeline vandalism. This brings us to a figure of $7 million lost daily, 2.5 billion lost annually, and cost of repairs sits at around $1.5 billion annually, according to a report 2019. And then cost of monitoring 100 kilometers of pipeline annually sits at around $3.7 million. So this helps us conclude that monitoring pipeline is hard and very expensive. So the problem is currently being solved today by use of security forces and other security patrols, use of end-to-end volume tracking that is determining the oil is being stolen or leaked somewhere, and then use of satellite images, aircrafts or drones. However, these processes are inefficient, they're expensive, and they're manual. Why do I say so? Using security forces is more like having watch your fishes. And then you also have end-to-end volume tracking when you have to determine if oil is being stolen or not. You cannot tell when they're about to steal the oil. You only know when they have already stolen it and they have carted away your oil. And then satellite images, drones are not able to fly forever. They only go for intermittent flight, let's say a 20-minute flight, and then most of the time, even drones that have autopilot are not able to fly the stretch of a 100-kilometer pipeline, such as the Nembe Creek trunk line. So the best approach is to be able to watch your pipeline every time, at the same time not watch it. So how about watching your pipelines 24/7 all year round with constant eyes, evaluating all activities that comes relatively affordable. So our solution is ESAT, which is a balloon lifted satellite, helium balloon lifted satellite. It requires lesser demand, it demands lesser energy to operate, and then it's able to function at very high altitudes of about 3,000 meters above the ground. Perform flights of up to 90 days straight without having to come down, carries IR sensors, RGB cameras, acoustic stereo cameras, and then long-range communication of up to 500 meters. So you can have your control station here in Lagos, and then it's actually monitoring a pipeline, the Nembe Creek pipeline going through another state elsewhere. And then we have a software, so as a company you have to interact with the hardware, and end-to-end intelligence architecture, whereby you're able to know if the security personnel you put on the pipeline is actually doing their jobs, and then you're also track when vandals are coming close to your pipeline. So for AirSync, what we're doing is not a is not a proactive, like after the pipeline vandalism has happened. We are trying to catch pipeline vandalism before it happens. We detect the threat and then we're able to report it to you. Advanced computer vision and image processing software in our systems, real-time reporting, live logging, threat evaluation, and mission assistance system, and all this happen on a cloud-based software, cross-platform access from your mobile phone, tablet, or desktop. Our competitions currently, we have Aeronautics, which they do drone surveillance for oil companies, and then we have Bristol, which is an helicopter servicing company. These services are manual. They only carry the cameras, do surveillance, and then send it back. So our target market, oil and gas, defense and military, maritime surveillance, telecommunication, surveying and geoinformatics. Market evaluation, today Nigeria's oil and gas sector is very big, and with annual total revenue of about $60 billion. I don't think we want a lot of that to be lost to pipeline vandalism. So attraction, we started in 2018 after the NASA Space Apps Challenge. Since then, we've iterated 3 times, we've built 3 products. We received a $10,000 seed grant from Facebook Accelerator last year, and then January this year, we got to our low fidelity MVP. Our revenue model is to charge $5,000 per balloon built quarterly on our customers. This brings us to a cost comparison of $300,000 with the current solution and $50,000 monthly with our own solution. Our go-to-market plan, partnerships and events. so channel partnerships and the likes. So our founding team consists of I'm a embedded system engineer. I have an associate degree in mechatronics, automation, and control engineering. I have Falola is a CEO and full stack software developer. Shogo is our CTO. So our advisors, we have Saeed Sajjad Ahmad, we have Mr. Oluwaseun Shode Johnson, and Fabian Roya, who is my friend at HACKTON. Our future want to work with NOGTECH as a startup, $10,000 US to hit our next major milestone, which is this.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I'm really excited. Finally, yeah? Okay, so with do you have customers currently that are using your product? And have you tried your pricing model so far?
So we've not tried our the product with customers yet. We're actually planning on doing that December. We actually initially planned on doing that July, but due to COVID, we had to like stretch that further. But December this year, it's why we actually came here, so that with the $10,000 US grant, we actually bootstrapped throughout COVID because we exhausted the $10,000 US runway after we completed this, which is low flex MVP, 300 meters for 30 days straight. So we actually like with this balloon satellite now, we want to build one that is certifiable because we don't, you can't just have companies come and buy the balloons without having gone through NSA, National Security Advisory, DPR, having gone through NCA and NCC. These are the regulatory bodies. However, we've been in conversations with them. So what they actually expect from us now is a regulatory model that they can actually like certify for us. So after that, we move on to customers. We already have 6 customers, 6 oil and gas companies on a waiting list. We've actually been we've spoken to over 20 oil and gas companies. We're currently speaking with the Defense Space Administration and the Nigerian Army as well to adopt the solution for Kaduna insurgency and Boko Haram and the likes.
Okay. My last question then will be, how much of your material comes from Nigeria and how much you need to come from somewhere else?
So it's 70% local content. So 70% of the material is sourced here in Nigeria. The only parts we source from elsewhere are parts like the balloon skin. However, we did the polymer composition ourselves. We only sent it to a UK company to actually like produce it. Then the cameras, we get our cameras from Flare, which is in Germany, and basically that's what we actually like get outside Nigeria.
Well done. Quick question. To what degree are you able to monitor subterranean pipelines?
So yeah, we actually have 3 different sensors. We have an EOIR sensor, so it's a thermal camera basically. We're able to see temperature. We're able to see temperature gradients with a resolution of about 10 millimeter by 10 millimeter. So we can actually like tell when your pipeline is actually just below 1 meter below the ground, we can actually tell that there's a pipeline going through this place. However, that's not the catch here. Our catch is that we survey a perimeter of 9 kilometers square with one balloon. That is one pipeline length of about 3 kilometers. So we can, if your pipeline, 3 kilometers of your pipeline, we can see it at once. So when someone is coming from somewhere, like let's say Vandals and all of that, we can actually tell. We can use the EOIR sensor to also tell when there are like taps on the pipelines. So those create stress areas that have like higher stress tensors and all of that, temperature stresses and thermal stresses. And then we also have an acoustic stereo camera. That acoustic stereo camera has 500 microphones on it, beaming with one speaker beaming ultrasonic signals to the ground. So when it gets those stereo cameras, we do 3D imaging, and then we're able to tell pressure differentials along the section of the pipeline. We can tell when there is even leaks. That is, let's say LNG, an LNG line. We can tell when there are leaks. We can tell when there's pressure drop, and we can tell we can get several details. And then our RGB camera actually has, we built a special image processing engine on top of it that helps us monitor the pipeline. Like, even though we are 3,000 meters above the ground, that's 10,000 feet, it's looking like we are using a regular CCTV camera to watch over your pipeline. So you can actually like see everything.
Brilliant.
But all this does not happen with like somebody sitting in front of the screen. Everything happens in software, our ML software. Our ML engineer actually worked at Mercedes-Benz.
All right. Brilliant stuff. Well done. Dense foliage, you know, like lots of trees. Is that a problem for you?
So that's the reason why we are combining these three cameras. Bringing all these three cameras together, we can do photogrammetry, auto projections, and different. We can infer basically what is happening around this thing, and then foliages don't even affect us in this sense.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done, well done. Just one quick one, I know your time is up. Is there some machine learning or artificial intelligence backbone that can decipher between or differentiate between the noise, the environmental noise, and historical interactions?
Yes. So we actually built our ML software ourselves, and then let me just go through a quick run through of how it works. So we have an FPN network, which is a feature prediction network. So what it does is it actually like takes features of the terrain, and then it's able to separate what is human, what is not human, what is a car, what is not a car. It's able to denoise the images. Then we do a scatter net hybrid prediction. So what that does, I'm sorry for the terms. So what that does is we're able to do pose estimations. So we can tell when the way you are standing, we can tell what you are holding, we can tell how close you are, the way you are moving, how haphazard your movement is. Are you moving in a predetermined, like, you know, when you're actually planning to do something, there is a path that you plan to go through. How are you moving and all of that? So we actually use that to also, like, we do threat level warnings. So if the alarm starts rising, the threat level starts rising based on your pose, the way you act. It's able to like tell that you're a vandal or you are just a farmer passing through. And then we use support vector machines to actually like conclude everything, and then give even feature predictions. We can tell vulnerabilities that this is where your pipeline is weak. This is where security is weakest on your pipeline. We can tell that this security personnel did not do their job. They were supposed to be here. We reported to them that you actually like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know a lot of us felt like we're in physics class or aerodynamics. Yeah, just the potential coming out of this country. Indeed, we have all it takes to create solutions for our own problems. So the next thing that I'll be presenting, decentralized distribution of custom-built smart environmental and optical sensors. Please put your hands together for EFO-Christ, who are presenting in the track of tackling pipeline vandalism. A warm round of applause for them. That was weak. We just have 3 more, please. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Good day, everyone. My name is Christian. This is my partner, Joseph. We are with Team EFO-Christ, and we're here to present our solution, which is centered on tackling the rising problem of pipeline vandalism using the automated Vantage intelligence system. Now, I'm going to invite my colleague, Joseph, to talk briefly on the problem, then I'll continue afterwards.
Thank you, Christian. Somewhere in the Niger Delta, a group of vandals are on the prowl, looking for oil installations to breach. They find a pipeline buried not too deep. They proceed to hack into it and begin siphoning product. Now, this product flows into the ground, poisoning the food and the water supply. The oil company finds out maybe a few days later, and then they spend more money compensating the community and as well as cleaning up the spill. Now, therein lies the problem. The problem of international oil companies not getting the maximum economic value for their investment due to the insistent attacks on their installation. Now, that is the main problem.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Now, these charts we have here further reiterates the problem that my colleague just introduced now. They give real-time figures on the cost that is being incurred by the Nigerian economy on a yearly basis on these activities of pipeline vandals. Now, the first chart we have there shows that Nigeria spends well over 41 billion naira on pipeline repairs alone, which is the statistics given by the NNPC from January to June this year. The second chart there shows that we have an increase in the number of vandalized points on a monthly basis. We have a 50% increase from December 2019 to January 2020, and a surge of 77% increase from May to June 2020. Now, the third chart there shows that Nigeria. The third chart shows that Nigeria lost over 3 billion naira in 2018, which is a figure. The third chart shows that Nigeria lost over 93 billion naira, which is a figure that was being reported by the Royal Dutch Company share in 2018, and a further $2.75 billion in 2019, which is amounts to over 1 trillion naira in Nigerian currency. Hello. Okay. Now, these figures I just quoted now, they are huge amount of money, which gives great concern and further gives us the urgency that we need to address these problems. Now, this gave rise to the Automated Vantage Intelligence System, which is our solution. Now, this AVIS is a decentralized distribution of custom-built smart environmental and optical sensors that leverage on artificial intelligence and Internet of Things to mitigate the activities of pipeline vandals. Now, without saying much on that, my colleague Joseph will give a mini demonstration of what the AVIS bus can do, and then he will talk more about it.
Now, we live in a wireless world, and if you show up tethered, you're dead. So without saying much, I'm going to demonstrate just two features of the Automated Vantage Intelligence System.
Now, while he goes on with that, I'll quickly talk on the business model. Now, our business model, we are combining three business models. One is the brick and mortar, the on-demand, and the subscription. The brick and mortar is a traditional model that employs the pattern of taking the business to the customer's home, offices, or anywhere the customer needs to be, so that we can at least understand the problem from the customer's point of view. Then we have to tailor the technology to meet the customer's need. Now, that gave rise to the second business model, which is on-demand, meaning that we don't mass produce, because we've done the market analysis and we've seen that every customer has a unique problem. So we're not trying to provide a solution where we say one size fits all, because every customer has a unique problem, a unique need that they want to be solved. So we don't want to give the customer something that is close to what to meet their need, but we want to give them exactly what to meet their need. Now, the third model is the subscription model. That one, we can further integrate it with our maintenance, revenue generation model, which shows that we offer a service to the customer where they subscribe, and then we try to we render routine maintenance service to them. They pay an amount of money which covers services like cloud service that we provide for them. We store their data in the cloud. We also give them a routine maintenance service by checking these devices to ensure that they are functioning properly, because we cannot afford a downtime. A downtime of just a day can cost huge amount of losses, because it is estimated that Nigeria loses up to 300,000 barrels of oil per day. Multiply that by the current price of price of oil per barrel, and you see that we lose a huge amount of money per day. Now, our marketing channels, we market through Oil and Gas Forum, a contract that we give it to us by NCDMB. We also use B2B, which is business to business and digital marketing. Now, our viability, we look at our technology. It's an open-ended technology, showing that the technology is not limited. There is room for improvement. we design it in such a way that we can actually modify either the hardware or the software or both of them to actually suit the customer's needs, and then we keep on improving on it because these vendors, they are very smart and they keep devising more means to outsmart us. So we have to outsmart them as well too. So it's an open technology, and then our technology can be deployed across other sectors of the economy like security. So it's not limited to only oil pipeline. We can work with the local police to also monitor other. Can I talk on that? Okay. The solution, like we said, the solution is this AVIX device.
All right. So it mitigates threats to these oil pipelines that these vandals happen to deal with. Now, it has, I'm going to demonstrate two features. It has the anti-tamper feature, just in case they discover that there's this technology that monitors the pipeline and they want to mess with it. Now, if it's, let's just say,
AV's box is being tampered with. Please advise.
Now, if it takes maybe 3 days or a few hours for the international oil company to discover the breach in their pipeline, and then there's an explosion, it will automatically detect the fire and tell them that the leak has debilitated into an explosion, a fire explosion, and they know exactly how to react to that.
I'm actually struggling with your product. Is it a leak detection system, or is it, I'm struggling. Okay. Help me understand your product better.
All right. So the product is actually a device. This is the mother unit that's going to be maybe at the international oil company's head office or their flow station or wherever. And then we have IoT sensors that monitors the pipeline wirelessly according to 500 meters or 1 kilometer. Now, it uses laser technology. You can't see it with your visible eyes. Now, if you breach it, it turns on the optical sensor. I only use it to demonstrate because I couldn't come with all the hard. Now, the moment a trespass happens, the IoT sensor that is in deep sleep comes on and looks at what is going on. If it sees a human being there, because it's been trained to know what this guy is doing, if it sees them hitting the pipe or doing whatever, it knows that human beings shouldn't be across that pipeline. So it automatically tells them the point where that breach has happened. Now, if it debilitates and explodes while they are stealing the product, it will detect the fire and report the exact location of the explosion.
So it's about detecting, not a deterrent, right? So it detects and let the company know where exactly the breach has happened.
Yes.
Okay.
It can actually deter by acting on perimeter breach sensors. Whenever we have a pipeline right of way, an area where a pipeline right of way is an area where a pipeline travels, and then there's an allowance of, let's say, maybe 2 or 3 meters where a human or some other objects cannot breach. So when the vandals, they are approaching that particular area and they cross within that perimeter, it activates and sends a signal that the perimeter has been breached. So that can alert the local security service to quickly act and go and stop those guys before they tamper with the pipe. So it acts both as a deterrent and a mitigation.
Okay, I just have 2 questions. One is, you have an IoT sensor along this pipeline. How does this IoT sensor transmit data to the base? Is that through a hard wire? Is there a data highway? That's one. And 2, we'll take that. Just take that one.
Okay. So it uses a technology called LoRaWAN. Everything runs on the edge. It doesn't transmit anything into the cloud. So it's able to transmit as far as 1 kilometer before the signal needs to be repeated. It's all wireless. And these sensors are able to go into deep sleep for up to a year without recharge. Now, when the breach happens, it detects it and it turns on those IoT sensors. They are really, really small, and then it detects if it's someone hitting the pipe, and then as well there are accelerometers and vibration sensors that we clamp on those pipelines that come out of the ground. So the machine learning technology we use, immediately it's trained to detect what regular stepping on it feels like, and then when it's been hit with a hammer, for example. So when the threshold has been breached, it knows that they are trying to break this pipeline. So it's immediately able to detect that this is a breach that is happening, and they want to bust this pipeline. So it's able to send that notification audibly to the international oil company, so that they know exactly where that breach is taking place, and they can send their security team or the people they have monitoring those pipelines.
Thank you. So it can filter spurious noises and all that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How often do you need to charge it? I know you mentioned it, but if it runs out of charge,
okay,
do you have a power line to charge all at once, or you have to go pick them all up and charge them?
No, it runs on solar now. It can stay without charge for a year, and then you have to mandate. You now have to recharge it after a year. Now, but you may not have to recharge it if you have solar panels, little solar panels connected to those repeaters that wirelessly communicate with the sensors that we've clamped on the pipeline, as well as the one that we've buried inside the pipeline. So immediately anything happens, it's able to detect and automatically transmit that thing audibly, as well as on a dashboard that you will see the point where that thing is happening. Yes.
We have two more startups to present, and the next team will be presenting under the track of tackling pipeline vandalism, and they make use of piezoelectric sensor to detect and monitor vibration on the oil pipeline. Please let's make welcome Enterprise Innovation Laboratory. A warm round of applause for them. So you have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions. Please come on stage, and that's your timer.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olumiwa Omotola, representing Enterprise Innovation Laboratory. We will be addressing the issue of pipeline vandalism in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. Well, I'll be talking about the problem and the solution, while my colleague here will be talking about the rest of the slide. However, the problem, according to industry information, NNPC, NATI, NEC HACKTON committee revealed that Nigeria loses about 22.6 million barrels of crude, which is valued at $1.23 billion mid-2019. And by the end of 2019, it's amounted to about $2.7 billion US. That's massive revenue shortfall. So we've come up with a solution. Our solution is simple. It's a primary anti-theft embedded technology, which is a piezoelectric vibration sensor, and is connected to an Arduino development board. On this board, we have a series of electronic components like the oscillators, the ATmega328, which then transmits signal electric. Okay, can I? Okay, which then transmits signals to the GPRS GSM module. From the GPRS GSM module, it transmits the geographical information to the security personnel in real time. With that, we can actually make all the cost of putting things together to cause anti-theft, to bring anti-theft solutions to to the minimum and reduce cost. So, well, my colleague will be demonstrating and showing us and showcasing our service to us to see how it works and how that, and my colleague will take over the slide now.
Okay, thank you so much. Our market size and opportunity. The 2019 global GDP estimates the global the 2019 global GDP is estimated to be around $86 trillion, while the oil and gas sector takes around 3.8% of the global economy. So it also accounts for more than 90% of the country's exports and 80% of the federal government's revenues. Also, following this, we'll be targeting the IOCs, the NOCs, the onshore facility owners, NNPC, major oil servicing firms, the military personnel for security purposes, and other stakeholders in the oil and gas industry. Now, our business model, we're focusing on the Nigerian market to start with, and we are estimating that we'll deploy 5,000 sensor nodes of solution amounting to $8 million within the next 5 years. And we'll also be leveraging on professional platforms like the LinkedIn marketing to reach out to top executives, top professionals and industry experts to reach out to our target users. And on our competition, we'll be making use of the Blue Ocean strategy by offering our solution at the most competitive rate ever, while we deliver quality services with efficiency and integrity being at the core of our work mode. Our financial projection, we're looking at 3 new customers per quarter, an average revenue of $20 per 1 kilometer of pipeline. Our plan for customer acquisition will be through referrals and advertisements, and we'll partner with NCDMB to leverage on their reach and relationship with IOCs, NOCs, and major oil servicing firms in order to acquire and reach out to our prospective users. And our team is made up of an oil and gas service professional who is also a tanker pipeline integrity officer, a seasoned business development expert with over 5 years experience on the field, and a software developer and HSE certified officer. And in conclusion, this 10,000 grants will help us procure about 50 sensor units of our solution with other electronic components. We'll be able to patent our intellectual property, and it will also give us access to mentorship and professional guidance to break forth into the market. Thank you.
Okay, this is the system here that we have. This is the powerhouse, and we have the sensor nodes there attached. Okay. That's the Arduino development board, and on this Arduino development board, we have the 18MEGA368. Then also we have the GPS module, and also we have the transmitter. So right now, I'm going to strike something now, and you will see from my mobile phone, you will receive a signal, and will actually give us the geographical location of the activities of the vandals in real time. That's it there, that's the information. We click on and we can actually check the activities, like I said, in real time.
Don't strike directly on the device. Leave the unit where it is. Leave the unit where it is.
Okay. Okay, you have to remove. Okay, just leave it out. Okay, this is it. We have the minimum threshold that will actually eliminate environmental factors. So we're actually looking at anything above the threshold, about 256. We set values we've actually set in place. So it's until actually probably the vendor is actually trying to tamper with the pipe, that's when to actually send a signal or something to the well, one sensor is just $8. That's for the piezoelectric sensors. No, we buy them. We buy them, yeah, yes. We need about 20 sensor nodes. Oh yeah. We consider using renewable energy like the solar system to probably run the umbilical cables down, then probably power, it has a battery of itself as well. Then with that, we can actually run down underground, then strategically position the sensor nodes in strategic places on the pipe. No. For the sensor node, the Arduino development board and the others actually of different prices as well. Just the sensor node, and this is the sensor node here. This is the piezo disc itself.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And our final team to present, also under the track of tracking pipeline vandalism, is Olokpa and their technological suite that incorporates a modularized asset management system for surveillance, prevention, early detection, intervention, and tracking of pipeline vandalism and crude oil theft. A warm round of applause for Olokpa.
Thank you. According to the NNPC, in the year 2019, Nigeria lost about 22.76 million barrels of crude oil, valued at over $2.7 billion to oil pipeline vandals. Also, between the years 2011 and 2019, over 45,000 pipelines in the downstream sector were vandalized and there were explosions. According to budget, in the year 2014, the Nigerian oil and gas industry stakeholders spent $600 million on military intervention in the Niger Delta. Indeed, we can actually see that there is a pipeline vandalism problem in Nigeria. Good day, everyone. We are Team Olokpa, and we have a solution for the pipeline vandalism problem in Nigeria. You see, at the high level, we all see this as a pipeline vandalism problem, but in the real sense, it is not. For the end users of these products, it's a twofold problem. It's a problem of information and also of poor response time.
Looking at the problem of information, Olokpa is able to, we are able to use discrete, or should I say miniature sensor nodes to detect faults, or should I say when there are problems in these pipelines when vandals attack it, as compared to the nodes being used currently in the industry, which are large in nature and they can easily be spotted by these vandals. So these sensor nodes can be shrinked down, as you can see. This sensor node contains high efficiency nodes or sensors in them. These sensors have a high efficiency and accuracy. And one thing again is when these vandals cite these ones that are being used in the industries, which are quite large in nature, they could easily penetrate them and disrupt their function. But these systems are discrete in nature, or should I say they are miniaturized in nature and cannot be easily spotted. Now, our system has 5 modules, and each of these modules incorporates subsystems. And these systems make use of technologies which are already in vogue, like drone technology, cloud analysis and computation, and also remote monitoring systems. Now, when it comes to the problem of response, we are able to engage the host members or the host community members into our solution in accordance with the Nordic Act 27, which was proposed or we was set up by the board. Our system also is able to incorporate a backbone, which is our GIS system. But before we go into the GIS system, let's talk about what is incorporated in our system. Now, the Olokpa system has various modules, which on its own, these modules have been used single-handedly, and they have problems. So what we are trying to do is to be able to incorporate all of this as a single unit. And our GIS system, which can be seen here, this is still on its beta stage, is able to show everything that is happening on the site.
All right, moving on to the market. The market for our solution, Olokpa, is actually the Nigerian oil and gas industry stakeholders. We have the government, we have the NNPC, we have the upstream operators, the midstream and the downstream operators. So why are they a market? They're a market because we have over 1,000 kilometers of export pipelines which need our solution for asset security. We also have over 5,001 kilometers of pipeline networks being used for petroleum product delivery in Nigeria, which require a solution for asset security. Now moving on to our business model, it's quite simple. It's a bespoke subscription-based model. And Olokpa costs $15,000 per 15 kilometers length of pipeline. And this cost is structured around the maximum range of a drone deployed for each section of the pipeline. Meet the team. This is Team Olokpa, and we are qualified to solve this problem because we have skill sets relevant to the solution of the problem, and we are also backed by industry mentors who have years of experience in pipeline asset integrity. Going forward, we just moved from the ideation phase to the prototype development phase. We would need the seed funding to be able to develop a prototype that is ready for field testing. And we need the backing of the board in order to be granted access to live locations, field locations for real-time testing of our prototype. The end point of all this is we would like to build our solution and take it to the market and test it in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. I am Chime, and this is...
I'm Josiah by name.
Together we are Team Olokpa. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
I think it's more of a comment than a question. I like your earnestness and the fact that you admitted that there really is no new technology in play here. However, essentially the aggregation and connecting the dots and operational excellence of making all those modules work is what particularly interested me. So maybe a quick question would be, what have you done so far? Do you have a pilot case, however small, where you've put this to work, and what are your learnings from that?
Okay, so I think Josiah will answer that.
Well, basically, I'm a tech savvy, and all my life I've always been into tech. I majored in telecommunications engineering under Department of Electrical Electronics Engineering, but that's apart. I have gone through series of trainings with respect to the use of embedded systems and telecommunication protocols. I currently work, or should I say, I have experience when it comes to, building systems like this. I work in a company that deals with robotics, and I've been able to deploy a whole lot of systems that are actually, that mimic stuffs like this, which when you look at them, you talk about cloud computation, analysis, machine learning, and stuffs like that, and a whole lot though. Okay. So all these systems are not new to me. So when it comes to deployments, I understand the basics to it.
And I don't doubt your technical competence at all. I don't. So well done. So pretty much, just to be clear, this is more or less at ideation stage, yeah? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well done, and good luck.
Thank you.
So basically, what you're saying to us is that you've now realized that the best way to solve this entire problem is by integrating all of these points, right? From detection to reporting to, where's that slide? Yeah, that's it. So you're monitoring, all these modulars are going to be built into an embedded technology system.
Yes.
And you want to be able to take this $10,000 and go and test this theory out.
Yes.
And then at that point, we'll start to understand more of what is going to cost to then roll it out to the market and so forth.
Yes, you're right about that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Olokpa.
And the judges will have the hard task of determining the winners. We'll give a few more minutes for that, but we definitely would like to have photographs taken before we move to the next stage of the competition. I believe the teams outside can make their way inside, and we can fill up the seats. Please, the teams that are outside, please come back inside. $10,000 up for grabs for the best 5 teams. 15 teams have pitched, but now it's time for the distinguished panel of judges to do what they do best. So I don't know if you want to have a masked up, oh sorry ma, masked up picture. A very balanced panel, 50% men, 50% women. Once the judges finish with their photo session, it will be time for the teams to come on stage to take pictures. All the participating teams, all 15 of you, please get ready to take pictures. One more picture with the judges, please. Okay, so I've been told that the judges only have 3 minutes to compile their results and produce the 5 winners. Please, can all the participants come on stage for a quick picture? All the participants, all the startups here, please come for a quick group picture. Participating teams be on stage for a picture. If you participated in this pitch competition, please be on stage for a picture, a group picture. It's a general group picture. Please, all the teams who have presented here should be on stage, please. Are all the participants on stage? If you're a participant and you're not on this stage, well, you're missing out. Please, can the mentors join the groups on stage? Right after this, we'll be switching to Zoom to hear directly from the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, also known as the board. And I believe the clock is ticking for the judges. I believe they have about a minute and a half to arrive at the very Herculean task of determining the 5 teams that win the grand prize of $10,000 mentoring and a chance at incubation. Thank you very much. Let's quickly take our seats before we switch to the online platform. Now you really want to pay attention to our next speaker because he's giving the closing remarks, but he's also making the big announcements. Who goes home with the bragging rights and the money? I won't announce it. It won't be announced here in this room, but it will be announced via Zoom. So please affix your eyes to the screen. We'll be switching over briefly. Well, we'll allow for the last round of photography. Last round of photography. Last pictures. And when you're posting on social media is hashtag NOGTECH Impacts and hashtag NOGTECH. NOGTECH, NOGTECH Impacts. Again, the moment of truth will be during this session that we're joining via Zoom. So please pay attention. Our last speaker will be giving the closing remarks and also announcing the winners. We'll be going live very shortly. Please, let's settle down. I know the excitement and the tension is building. I can almost touch it and feel it in the air. It's been a long day. A big thank you to all our judges. Big thank you to our mentors. Big thank you to our speakers. A big thank you to you all. We appreciate your time, your hard work, your commitment, your passion. And we believe you're doing this for the betterment of Nigeria because Nigerians can produce the solutions here in Nigeria to Nigeria's problems. So in about a minute, we'll be switching over. We just want everyone to settle down, calm your nerves. You might need to take a deep breath, say your last prayers, but just know you've done the best you can do. Yes. Don't you see people pray even during football match? And they're not the ones playing. So if you want to pray, please pray. So I believe our speaker is already joining us. I'll like when I introduce him to give him a warm round of applause. So please make welcome Engineer Simbi Kesiye Wabote, Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Thank you, sir. Please, can you Unmute. Please, sir, if you can hear us.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? I can hear you very well. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me, please?
It's coming from there.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Yeah, can you give me the screen to share, please? Allow me to share my screen, if you don't mind. Yeah, please, can they allow me to share my screen? Yes, but can they allow me to share my screen, please? Can you instruct the host to hear me, to allow me to share my screen?
You, sir. We can hear you. And you can
Yes,
share
I
your
can, but
screen.
all right, let me share my screen because it's a challenge to share the screen. So let me see if it works. Oh boy. Go to Microsoft Drive. Yeah, I think I'm finding it difficult. Can you see my screen? Hello? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay, can you see my screen now?
We can. Yes, we can see your screen.
Hello? You can see the hackathon presentation.
We can see the hackathon presentation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to all participants. First, let me congratulate all participants. On 15th of May, 2020, we launched this program. And during that event, we got about 630 entries to tell you how competitive it is. And out of the 630 plus entries, we put them down to the top 50. And then we reduced that to the top 15. And on the 19th of September, we are now trying to select the top 5 amongst the 630 plus. So let me congratulate all those entries, the 630 plus entries. But like we all know, we look forward to the best person winning. And at the end of it, there will be $10,000 each for the top 5 winners of this competition. I think it is also important, while looking at the competition itself, to talk about the mandate of NCDMB, which clearly is to build capacity and capabilities without compromising standards in the oil and gas industry and beyond. We also undertake monitoring and enforcement of the provisions of the NOGTECH Act 2010. This hackathon, therefore, is an event within the mandate of NCDMB. Section 70 of the NOGTECH Act empowers the board, A, to engage in targeted capacity and capability development interventions, conduct studies, research, investigation, workshops, and trainings aimed at advancing the development of Nigerian content in the oil and gas sector. And as such, the question is, what is the board doing to support this very broad mandate? We have, in the past couple of months, established the Research and Development Council of NCDMB, which has very key stakeholders as members of that council. We have also established the $15 million Research and Development Fund for the board and for Nigeria. We are in the process of establishment of modern research and development centers of excellence in our various universities. Also, the upgrade of laboratories in universities and technical colleges. We actively participate in technology expos, sponsorship of oil and gas technology hackathon, which is part of what you are all participating in today. Also, the sponsorship of the Enactus Science and Technology Innovation Challenge. And I think some of the teams that we worked with participated outside the country in that technology challenge. Part of it is the NCDMB Research Product Development Framework to help inventors attain market penetration. One of the things we see about research and technology innovation in the country is that most of them become shelf items and do not penetrate the market and are not commercialized. We are determined more than ever to change that narrative in order that we will work to commercialize most of these inventions, particularly by our young innovators. Therefore, the hackathon webinar in May 2020, we conducted that during the peak of the COVID-19, and we had over 1,000 participants during that webinar. And that was the role of technology and innovation, which is very evident during this pandemic. Everybody saw the challenges that the world faced as a result of this pandemic. We therefore on the board saw the opportunity to create a platform for local creation of digital technologies for the industry in partnership with Brent Plus, which is part of what we are pursuing. And the journey we undertook so far is being in these dimensions. First was the problem definition. We completed 3 out of the 5 phases: problem definition, call for innovation, Nigerian Oil and Gas Technology Hackathon, which is part of what has been done and we have completed today. The next steps for us in terms of the timeline is the incubation process and the eventual launch of these startups. And like I said, we are determined more than ever to see this through. And perhaps it will become one of our very serious achievements since the establishment of this board. Therefore, proud hackers, I congratulate you for what you have done today, particularly with the 630 plus entries that we got. The goal is to channel your intelligence and creativity into positive use. I guess you can imagine if we can do that for all our teaming youths, where at the end of the day, we'll get them to. Perhaps the outcome itself is to solve societal problems and become successful entrepreneurs. In 1946, this quote was attributed to IBM, the CEO then, and I quote, he said, "I think there is a world market for maybe 5 computers." And that is talking about the CEO then, Thomas Watson, the chairman and CEO of IBM. Those were his thoughts. But today, we have billions of devices. You can imagine the limited thinking then and what today is like. And of course, we don't know what tomorrow will be like. That is why change, as far as I'm concerned, is a constant phenomenon. How many of us remembered Nokia and the advert then was connecting people? How many of us were big enough to know when we carried the Nokia 3310 as the then state-of-the-art mobile phone that we had? How many of us remember when we used to play music with record plates? I am sure most of the hackers in the room today were not born when we were using music plates. Today, it is a thing of the past. I recall when I gathered my kids in my sitting room and brought out the rotary telephone, and I asked them to dial a particular phone number. It was very strange to them because they did not see that kind of telephone as young kids. But today, they are used with the modern state-of-the-art 3G phones that they used to call all over the world. Therefore, my philosophy is that innovation is perpetual and it will continue, and we must be part of it. Inventions and entrepreneurs. I am sure we all remember the founder and CEO of Amazon, Jeff Bezos. When you look at Jeff Bezos, for him, invention comes in many forms and at many scales. The most radical and transformative of inventions are often those that empower others to unleash their creativity, to pursue their dreams. That is inventions and entrepreneurship. Therefore, my expectations on the winners, you all are winners, by the way. But again, we just have to select a few of them that we will pursue. I wish we had all the budget in the world. I would have loved to work with the 630 participants to see what they have achieved. Therefore, for those participants, I say stay committed, be passionate, and be driven by values. Push your ideas to the market. There are many routes. Winners are defined by the marketplace. I have watched that program, popular program on TV called America Got Talent, or the popular music shows where they select the best musicians. And I have also seen that some of the best that they select through that program are not the ones that are currently making the waves. Therefore, I encourage the 630 plus participants to always stay with their dream and continue to pursue their dream. To the top participants, 5 participants, I must say hard work today, success the day after tomorrow. Clear your vision, strategy, but stay on your passion. It is not all about money. Like I said to you guys yesterday, there is joy in creating something new. Most of the world inventors today, the likes of Mark Zuckerberg, did not start by pursuing money. but they started by pursuing their passion. And today, money is pursuing them as opposed to them pursuing money. Therefore, it is not all about money. For the 5 participants, the top winners, the next step for us as NCDMB is that we will support your product development phase. We have a $50 million Nigerian Content Research and Development Intervention Fund, which we will work with you behind the scene to pursue your dream. Funding investment depends on the success of the product incubation phase. Therefore, what are we saying? Your hard work has just started. This is just a tip of the iceberg. You are knocking the door, as they say in our local palace. We now have to work with you to get to the next stage. The goal is to fund bankable businesses, not charities. In this journey that we're involved in, it is not charity, it is about business. And we are committed more than ever to work with the 5 winners to take them to the next level. I therefore wish to thank you all, the sponsors, my colleagues from NCDMB, the main anchor of this program, Dr. Ama Ikuru, and other of my colleagues, the facilitators, learning support, the competitors, the hackers, I call them. Yesterday, when I got into the room, I was filled with happiness when I saw young entrepreneurs focusing on their future. For the mentors who have worked with you thus far, I really appreciate the hard work that you have done in keeping our hackers in focus, in keeping them disciplined to pursue all that they put together. I also thank our role models, the judges, who have found time to be part of this program. I believe, like me, for being part of this program, you believe in the future of our children and the young people of Nigeria. And I will only ask God to continue to bless you all for all your support, for all those of my other colleagues who were the support staff. I thank you for all that you have done to bring us thus far, and also to Learner Support Consultancy. I thank you for your taciturn commitment to seeing this program through. I must confess, when I first read this proposal, when it was brought to me by Dr. Ikuru, I was a bit skeptical, but the focus, commitment, and dexterity of Dr. Ikuru and team convinced me that this is the right path to go. So I thank you all once again for listening, and I wish all the participants the best. And I thank you for participating and also believing in NCDMB. Thank you very much. And on this note, it is my singular honor and privilege to announce the 5 winners in order, not in order of their winning priority, but because the 5 are the top performers in this hackathon. All the other participants, the 15 participants, are also winners in their rights, and I believe they will continue to pursue their dreams. The 5 winners, not in order of priority, but those who have won today, because we need to focus on a few, because I believe sincerely that with focus, we can achieve a lot. Therefore, permit me, if you will, to announce the 5 winners. The 5 winners are Air Synergy, Air Sync. Can I hear a hand of applause for them, please? The second, not in order of priority, but the next winner is Homefort Energy. And the next is Fuel Intelligence. The next is Kia Gas 360. And last but not the least, it greets Can you still hear me? Did I lose you? I should stop sharing. Okay. All right. So I hope you had the 5 winners today. And once more, I wish to congratulate you for your hard work, dedication, and achievements. Thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you and working with you in the near future. Thank you very much.
The last one. The last.
The last one is Grits Mote. I hope that's the pronunciation. Gricdmote. That's the last one. Did you get that? Did you get the last one?
Yes, we did.
All right. Congratulations to all participants, the 630 plus entries, and also the 5 winners. I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to seeing you in the near future. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Congratulations. A big congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to all our winners. AirSync, GridMod, Fuel Intelligence, Homefort Energy, and Kia Gas 360. Hello. So we'll take some pictures and then we'll have the closing remarks. Please, can we have the sponsors join them on stage and the mentors? Okay, maybe what we'll do is, yes, so Kia Gas 360, like, just wait here, just by my side. Don't go too far. Then can we have the mentors? Hello. Kia Gas 360, well done. Next to present AirSync, once we have the pictures. Are we having with the mask or without the mask?
Without the mask, please. Without the mask, please. We need to see your face.
Okay. So, next is AirSync. The mentors can stay on stage and will be one after the other. Can we have AirSync with the mentors? Can we have the mentors on stage with AirSync? Okay. Big smile. Next we'll have Home Fort Energy. Home Fort Energy with your mentor. Home Fort Energy with the mentors. Right after Home Fort Energy, we'll have Fuel Intelligence. Fuel Intelligence coming right up. Thank you very much. Fuel Intelligence with the mentors. Little touch up on the check. Grid motor. Grid mot. Can we have a picture with the mentors? Picture with grid mot. And finally, we'll have Fuel Intelligence. And right after that, we'll have the group picture all over again without the masks. So all the winners get ready to come back on stage again for a group picture. All winners, please come on stage. Very quickly, all the winners. Home Fort Energy, AirSync, Grid Mod, Intelligence, Gas, Kia Gas 360. Please pull down the mask for the purpose of this picture. Congratulations, AirSync, Fuel Intelligence, Home Fort Energy, Kia Gas 360, and Grid Mot. Right after the picture, we're going to have the closing remarks, going to be taken by Dr. Ama Ikiru, General Manager, Capacity Building Division, NCDMB, the board. Please get ready for your closing remarks. And like everyone has said, everyone is a winner, but we only can choose 5 winners for the grand prize. A warm round of applause for all the winners. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Make sure you share on social media, hashtag NOGTECH Impacts and hashtag NOGTECH. Now we have our winners. And it's time for our closing remarks by Dr. Ama Ikiru. Please, a warm round of applause for him.
Okay, I think my job is very simple, made very simple. My colleagues from the board and winning mentors. Let me start by thanking all the participants. All the participants, I mean. Like I said before, 5 teams won today by our own assessment. But all of you are truly winners, and winning is not done in rooms like this. Winning is done in the market place. Your products are very good products, and I want to see all of you continue to develop the product until you all win in the marketplace. So clap for yourselves. You are all winners, please. You can attest to the fact that in the past 3 days, in the 3 days that we've stayed here, we've learned quite a lot from learner support. This event was so well organized by learner support, and for me, they have beaten my expectation. Yeah? They have exceeded my expectation, and the only way you reward them for exceeding my expectation is that we will think of doing this again and again and again and again. So. For the teams that won, today is just the beginning of hard work. Is that not? Yeah, so the folk from Alibaba said today is hard. Tomorrow is more difficult. The day after is beautiful. So you will start with the hard work now. The incubation period will be with us. You have the General Manager for Research and Development with you today. We are going to work together with you during the incubation period to make sure that you really work hard, put in the required hours to develop your product. Once you're able to do that, we are sure that once you get to the end of the Rubicon, you then start enjoying the beautiful days ahead once your products succeed. Today we are delighted that we had people from the industry, judges, and then we had people online all over the country watching your pitches and everything. And for me, I think the standard is quite high, so all of you deserve another round of applause. I want all of us to specially give a resounding round of applause to the MC for emceeing this event today. Thank you so very much. So that said, let me then thank you, and as you go, I wish you all the best. I wish you Johnny Mercies, and you join me in thanking my boss when you see him for sponsoring this. I mean, he has expressed his love for this event. Yeah, this is what we do in NCDMB. Move from success to success, from victory to victory. We'll do more. You'll see better events coming out from NCDMB. So just watch our space. Yeah, this is just one of it. I'm sure the next one you will see will say, wow, NCDMB, they never get tired. So we'll keep doing this until all of you will be happy that we'll have 100% Nigeria content. That's what we do. That's what we try to do to develop it. So let's support the winners, the losers, all the people. Next year, I really expect to see over 10,000 entries. Next year, quality entries. We want you to give us a compelling case to select at least 100 winners of quality technology. So let's get ready to get it organized. For those that are not so sure they lost, the only way you test whether your product is good or not is to continue to refine it. So thank you so very much. And on that note, I will say a very good evening to you. Johnny Mrs. as you go, and thank you so very much. Adios. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amai Kiru. And on that note, I say thank you very much to everyone who has participated here physically and those joining us live via our YouTube and Facebook streams. We say thank you very much, and I wish everyone the best. My name is Isabella Akinsheye, and it's been my pleasure hosting you. Do have a good evening.